Chapter 18, New World Blue. October 11 CE 73, 0630 hours UTC. Warship Golden Phoenix, in Terra Zenith Jump Point. Star Admiral Sohailin checked her watch against the schedule of incoming dropships intended for this first run out to Blue Terra, and did the math against what she was expecting. What little delay there had been in the schedule was minor, and the last couple of ships headed in that direction were preparing to dock with the Golden Phoenix. Expected last ship docking procedure has begun, Star Admiral. 50 minutes, Commodore Freeman reported of the last ship. Good. We will make the 0800 jump time, Minako said. Jump control, Con, is the jump course locked in? Affirmative, Captain, course is laid in and ready. Awaiting command to charge the initiator. 100,000 refugees at a time, Jibril said. It will take years to deport us all, at 100,000 a month. Time is no enemy of the Magi, Sohailin said with a chuckle. Those that we have not power crushed over the millennia, we have simply waited out. Even the best of the worst eventually sours and collapses of their own internal failings. And every passing day increases our ranks, Jibril chuckled mirthlessly. My generation is defeated, but soon enough you'll have to deal with a new generation of blue cosmos. And they shall know the risks going into the foray, thus no warning shall be given before their fate is earned. Minako cut that line of argument short. She looked casually over her left shoulder at the BC Overlord. Not our first rodeo, Greenhorn, and highly doubtful to be our last. So that's it, you've got this all figured out already, Jibril folded his arms across his chest. And that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun, Minako answered him succinctly. Jibril immediately recognized the quote. Surprising to hear a mage quote the Bible, he poked the subject, wondering where it would lead. Was raised a Lutheran, but have not been practicing for about a decade, Minako brushed it off. And in terms of people wanting to annihilate the mages and wrest control of the worlds back to themselves, nothing is truly new under the sun. So on that note, I wish you luck. So that's what you think this game is, just a game of power. Jibril followed up against her answer, thinking he had her trapped in a non sequitur. To one degree or another, it always is. Certainly you can couch the affair in terms of genetic purity or colony independence or territorial integrity, or dozens more justifications, but at the end of the day all war is an exercise of power. Who has the power to determine the fate of others by force of will or by force of arms is always the overarching factor in the art of war. And when megalomania sets in, it usually becomes the driving factor in the beginning of war. Star Admiral Sohailin figured that would bury the present like of thinking. The reality of the content stung to Jibril, but the barb she dropped on the end of it was personally injurious to him. More so that he knew she was right, he showed most of the psychological markers for textbook megalomania, which was an obsolete name for NPD, 1, which fed his deep-seated envy and loathing of coordinators to a degree. Minako had succeeded in torpedoing any justification for his attempt to subvert or destroy the plants and Mendel, but in its place she had pushed him past the point of no return in walking away, and Jibril would make it the goal of Blue Terra to come back for another round. 90 minutes later. The jump klaxon rattled through the hulls of the dropships and the Garm-class ships that had been tasked to the Abjuration Trail. This first run was 25 dropships and 4 modified Garm ships, the latter ships being a specially designed stripped passenger, ABJ, variant that carried berths for 10,000 persons per ship in very Spartan quarters, and 77,000 tons of cargo space to help provision the persons at their arrival point. 6 further Guild 2 dropships had been changed over to a similar configuration to carry 10,000 persons as well, hastily chopped out of cargo dropships brought to the realm by the Golden Phoenix. The remainder were cargo ships of multiple stripes, bringing the necessary supplies to start a fledgling nation on Blue Terra at around the technology saturation of the early 21st century. Jibril had requested he be remanded to his brig cell after the injurious conversation with Sohailin, and the Marines were all too happy to comply with that request. Final call, Jibril grumbled after the klaxon faded. 1 minute. We failed to preserve the blue and pure world, so we will make a new one, Admiral Sutherland said from the brig cell across from Jibril. They're giving us a jump start to 21st century tech, we took a farther drop during the Reconstruction Wars. Won't take us long to claw our way back to a modern society. I would expect not, but building a new society from whole cloth will be difficult, Jibril pointed out the big hurdle to come. Could they wrestle millions of abjured into a new nation? Or were they already doomed to failure? We will make it happen, former Colonel Sally Killian answered from her cell next to Sutherland. We just have to break the rules, same as how Mendel does. We'll work on this when we get planetside and can begin organizing, Jibril said. I have a few concepts already in mind. 10 seconds. Brace for jump. One of the Marines shouted just before the final jump klaxon went off. The Marines on guard duty all had integral seats and harnesses in the walls of the brig that they had taken up 5 minutes before the jump, and all were ready for it when the jump engine was lit off. Instantly, more than 8 million tons of mass in the combined Golden Phoenix and her carried ships flashed into the hyperspace realm between dimensions. Every person involved was unsettled to an unholy degree, a combination of motion and weightlessness that was hard to explain, of near sensory deprivation and overexcitement of their nervous system. 3 seconds later, said ships flashed back through the hyperspace interface at the zenith jump point above Blue Terra. Most simply were left feeling queasy by the multiple conflicting stresses on their body, some were left vomiting, but a rare percentage of people found out quickly they were victims of transit disorientation syndrome, a debilitating condition that left them bedridden for days after the jump. 5 seconds after the all clear was sounded, the Marines were back on their feet and returned to their sentry posts. 10 seconds after the jump, the radio popped. Attention combined personnel and abjured colonists, this is Admiral Sahalan. I confirm we have arrived at the necessary destination in good order and with no damages to the fleet or cargo. Welcome to Blue Terra. XXX. November 6 CE 73, 0815 hours local, UTC +1, time. Paris, France, ZAFT planetary territory. Sleeper agent Gabriel Findlay took a quick seat at one of the benches in the center of the open-air pavilion and set down his briefcase next to the bench, right up against it so as to be nearly invisible from most angles. The trick was that he would wait a few minutes, receive a phone call, and walk away from the case entirely. The timer in the case was set to trigger at 0830L, and was coordinated with about a dozen more devices throughout Europe and some 10 or 12 in Eurasia and North Africa. Sadly to his way of thinking, North America and South America were both off the table for this round. Mendel had compromised the chemical warfare troops in those regions. He sat down within easy hearing distance to a table of coordinator 20-somethings, an open happenstance that would have been unthinkable this time of year last year, but was now eerily common in Europe. ZAFT had truly broken the European Union down in spirit, and coordinators were starting to show up everywhere. It was good for a mental shiver from the sleeper, but at least fraternization between Cordies and normies was not yet common. Or, at the minimum, it wasn't public yet. This is a good proposal, the older of the three ladies, a deep redhead, said. We could go some distance on this one. Need some capital to make it work, but I can think of a few investment groups that would jump at it, the youngest of the three, a blue hair, pointed out. Leveraging the Rhine and Rhone Valley's numerous hydroelectric systems to provide power for a renewed manufacturing base would be easy enough. The wars thinned out the civilian and commercial power markets, so there's plenty of unused amperage just on the French side of the Rhone. The third speaker was the one that was really turning Gabriel on, a blonde/blue combo with a voice that stopped just short of sultry and a love of tight clothing. He also knew that it was damnation to think about it, the three ladies in question were genetically engineered and that rendered them no-go in the eyes of the purists. Running rates will be good, but getting the wire out to where we need it might be a challenge. ZAFT is still ramping up their production of infrastructure materials, the redhead brought that line of thinking back to reality. Running a road out to where we need it will be just as much a challenge, the blue hair said. Between the three, Gabriel figured her for the better figure, but the blonde still was the overall winner. So road and power still outstanding, staff shouldn't be an issue given the corporate seize up around Europe, this is a startup's wet dream market. Water is also not a big deal, we're sited between two major rivers. Gabriel forced himself to close his eyes in simulacrum of taking a nap to avoid thinking about the redhead's bust, which was largely angled in his direction. Construction, again, startup's wet dream market. The blonde took a bite of Caesar salad and pointed the fork at the redhead. Only thing I can think of outstanding right now is transport. Do we go trucks, rails, or dropship? Trucks would be cheapest, but the recurring cost for having our own fleet of freight haulers will get expensive, Blue Hair pointed out. Trucks would be the cheapest to acquire, though. Rail is very cost efficient, if we can get the major rail provider in the area to run a shunt out our way, the blonde said. Downside is that we have to think ahead on production and material for a week or more in advance, and stock accordingly. Could go hybrid, rail as primary and trucks as backup, Miss Blue Hair ran a compromise position. I say drop ships out. Sure, it's 3K cargo both ways in and out, but at 60 million C-bills per ship, that's about like purchasing your own jumbo jet to service the factory, flight expenses and all, the blonde said. Yet, we calculated the monthly expected cost at what, just about 53,000 C-bills, not even including the loan for the drop ship itself. Blue Hair asked the redhead. Straight expenses, yet. Assuming we take 2 trips a week, 8 trips a month at 2 flight hours per trip, that's basically 3,300 C-bills a flight hour. We'd pay a tenth of that having a logistics company move material in and finished goods out. The redhead picked a bit at her breakfast fruit bowl, but didn't do too much to it. Shit, we'd pay a 20th of that after rail expenses, the blonde said. Gabriel was surprised by his phone buzzing to signal a call. He checked the faceplate and was further surprised to see it was his cell leader. The sleeper agent flipped it open readily. Yo, he answered. We've had wandering cases. Sit on yours, the cell lead said. Gotcha. See you on the flip side. Gabriel closed his phone to end the call and dropped it back in his pocket. The order basically turned the mission into a suicide operation, but he reminded himself that the name Zero Squad was primarily about their expectation of survival. It would be another 5 minutes before the bursting charge in the case detonated, and with it the VX nerve agent within was dispersed. Gabriel would be the first to die, but he would have the pleasure of watching the 3 coordinators at the table not far from him succumb as well. XXX. January 3 CE 74, 1030 hours local, UTC-5, time. Federal Courthouse, Sao Paulo, Brazil, USSA. Major Rico Kiedro whistled when he got to the top of the stairs and saw the rather orderly line had now debauched into about a dozen smaller lines headed into the building and toward that many tables. It's a lot, Major Tina Jasper said in a directed low statement. USSA military uniforms alone were drawing attention to the pilot and gunnery officer. She didn't want to provoke any kind of disturbance from the willing expatriates of the nation's Blue Cosmos members or sympathizers. Lot more than I expected, Rico answered in the same directed low statement fashion, not quite a whisper but not much louder. Inside the courthouse, the two broke to the left and down one of the corridors of the administrative wing, headed for the records section to pick up the completed and certified forms from the day prior. Normally this would have been handled by a delivery clerk, but the clerk was already busy elsewhere in town, so General Harrelson had tapped Rico and his young gunner to pick the documents up. The clerk in the records room knew that military personnel were coming for the records, but didn't know who specifically. Still, her greeting was jovial when Rico turned in the room. "Oh. Here to pick up yesterday's applications?" she asked after Tina closed the door. "Yes, am I in the right place?" Rico asked. "You are, just need to see your signed orders," the clerk said. "Here," Tina handed over her copy. Rico silently thanked her foresight on the matter, as he had left his out in the van. "Looks good," she answered. "I'll help you load them in." "Where did you park?" "North side, civilian parking area," Rico waved his finger. "Be a good brisk walk, then." Rico figured her for a late 30s, early 40s record clerk, though rather fit and energetic as she dropped box after box of paperwork onto a roller cart for transport. She was a bit old for Rico's tastes, but he figured he wouldn't kick her out of bed unless she was better on the floor. "You don't get to my age of 53 by being a slacker." "That torpedoes my estimate, she's older than my mother," Rico thought. "Sunk your estimate, didn't she?" "I was thinking 35, myself," Tina admitted telepathically. "Damn straight she did," Rico admitted. "That's that, 10 boxes, the clerk said. "Lead the way, whoa. Now that I've a good look at you, both of you are officers." Major Rico Kiedro and Tina Jasper, USSA Special Operations, Rico offered his hand for a shake. The clerk took his hand, but went further and wrapped him into a hug that he wasn't expecting. "Thank you, Major." "That was unexpected," Rico said. "Yeah, what was that about?" Tina asked. "You probably don't hear it too often, but thanks for keeping the Earth Alliance out. My husband was killed by them on the way through in CE 70, so I always thank a soldier for kicking them out," she said. "Come on, this crowd isn't friendly to USSA troops." "Not friendly to anyone," Tina pointed out the understatement. Rico held the door for the records clerk, Tina made sure the top boxes remained stable, and the clerk herself pushed the cart out into the hallway. There was no rear exit to the facility that could handle a cart or other wheeled device, so they had to brave the crowd in the lobby. "How bad has it been? In terms of sign-ups?" the records clerk asked. "Us? About 400,000 so far," Mendel's seen a surge of roughly 800 grand, lot more than the first call-up. "They were only estimating 1.6 million total would take the deportation," Tina said as they approached the central chamber. "Just straight right and out the door," the clerk cautioned them. "I hear that," Rico said as he led the way into the room and held open the outside door for the cart. The handicap ramp coming off the front steps of the courthouse ran alongside the eastern face of the building, headed southbound. The line for the abjuration sign-up was on the north side of the stairs, meaning that once the three hit the bottom of the ramp they had to cross the line of otherwise less than pleasant persons to get to the transport van. "That's going to be fun, like running a gauntlet fun," Tina said. "Keep going south," Rico said evenly. "We'll loop around the building and up to the van." Aye, Tina acknowledged. "I'm thinking final tally is going to be roughly 3 million take the way out." "More, closer to 4 million, maybe over," the records clerk acknowledged as they passed around the corner of the building. The four walked the cart around the building to where the van was parked and opened it up without disturbing the line. Even still, Rico kept an eye on the line while they loaded the boxes in, and it was a prescient bit of paranoia on his part when he noticed one of the former Blue Cosmos swinging Dick's point in their direction and signaled to his buddies to join him. "Guys, trouble," Tina pointed out the same thing as a pogrom of 9 formed up and started headed their way. "Yeah, no shit," Rico said. "Get in, both of you." "What?" the records clerk asked. "Get in, unless you want to discuss this with the coming mob." Rico said as he closed the back door to the van and opened the side door for her to jump in. Right, the lady in question was quick to jump in the van and closed the door behind herself while Rico climbed into the driver's seat. The timing was close. Rico closed up and locked up moments before the first rock slammed into the front hood of the van. The next couple thrown objects missed as he backed out into the drive lane and continued backing up, away from the oncoming assaulters, and even shifted into the proper lane for the direction he was traveling despite doing so in reverse. Time to put those piloting skills to use, he said before he whipped it down a side street, still in reverse, and kept going. 10 seconds later, he backed out into the middle of a main traffic lane and narrowly avoided being struck by a dump truck going the opposite direction he intended. Thankfully, the 6 cars going the same direction as Rico intended had plenty of space to stop, so he could turn around and go forward instead of backwards. Now, I know I felt you sense the dump truck and could tell we'd be clear of it, Tina said with gusto. And no bullshitting me, I know you did because I sensed your senses working ahead of where you were. Fine, Rico grumped. Yes, that's how I did it. Happy now? Not really, no, it's taken you months to admit that, you hard-assed rebel, Tina needled him. Now that the truth is out there, I think you need to start sharpening your skills. Rico dodged the question adroitly, you all right back there? Pfft, no, that was awesome but frightening and I browned my panties, how should I feel? The records clerk asked sharply. Where did you learn to drive like that? Catholic school, Rico answered immediately. We'll bring you along back to base, I'd say your job for the day is compromised. Sure. Now, did you say you were a pilot? She asked, which set off a bit of a hot debate in the van. They'd still be talking about it when they arrived at the gate to the Sao Paulo Armory. XXX. January 13 CE 74, 19:15 hours UTC. Landing Zone Alpha, North American Continent, Blue Terra. Colonist Kate Linser looked back over her shoulder at the massive Guild 2 dropship that had been her home for the past 16 days and sighed. She had brought in the new year on that ship, headed away from her former home of Tucson in the Atlantic Federation and toward a very uncertain future. New Year's had been a day out from Earth, where they could still see it in the long-range viewfinders, but that was about the best they could expect. A clap on the shoulder from an Earth Alliance infantryman caused her to spin around on him. I know it's depressing losing your home and former livelihood, but here we're free of Coordinator and Star Empire meddling, he said with a genuine smile, which caused Kate to shrug and nod. I know, it's just she choked up genuinely, but not for the same reason that the trooper had called her on. Hell, don't worry about it girl, we'll make it work. It what humans do, he reassured her. Kate noticed he was not wearing a ring, which meant he was likely unattached. Hey, what's your name? Byron Haneldon, Ontario. He offered her a hand for a shake. Kate Linser, Tucson, she gave him a shake. I made sure I was deliberately free before I came here. You. Girlfriend's on the Rossweiger, she'll be landing in an hour, sorry, Byron said. I know a few guys who are decent and looking, though. I'll keep you in mind. Thanks, Kate said with a smile as she headed toward the induction area on a different angle from him. Kate's trepidation pertaining to leaving was because of her personal intention, not because she was leaving. Tucson was not a bad place to live, she knew, but there were better, and the Holy of Holies in the Old World would be the Mendel Colony, the Orb mainland, Venezuela in the USSA, or Scandinavia overall. Places where rights were guaranteed, including the right to live for coordinators. Her fears rested on one critical turning point. If anyone found out she was a coordinator by birth, she was dead, and so were any children of hers. She had to maintain absolute secrecy on the matter if she was going to survive, if her children to come were expected to survive. To contaminate the blue and pure world forevermore, they could not know they would be contaminated. She got into line for the necessary paperwork and mandatory blood test, not concerned about either. The paperwork was already filled out, it was simply to be reviewed by a Blue Cosmos agent. The blood test also did not worry her because of an incident that happened a month ago. Thankfully, she had clambered her way into line fairly early, so waiting was not an issue. Papers, please, the BC recruiter said. Linser, Kate, formerly Atlantic Federation, Tucson. Hey, had a cousin in Tucson, cool guy. You did University of Arizona? Yeah, pre-med before the war started. Was your cousin a student? Kate asked. He was engineering, the BC recruiter said. Hey, I dated a guy in engineering for a semester. Tall guy, 6 feet 5 inches or so, brown hair, thin as a rail, loved eating green beans right out of the can. Same guy? Kate asked. No, that wasn't him, the recruiter said. This incident where you were arrested, what was that about? I was picked up because I lived on the same block as one of the gas attackers from Paris briefly did. I was hauled in because someone said I might have dated him. Once I made it clear to the commandos that I didn't know the guy, they booted me, Kate explained as the BC recruiter finished the final 2 steps of preparing the blood test kit for use. Of course, the meeting in question had not at all involved her knowing or not knowing one of the gas attackers. She had been picked up as a cover legend courtesy of her work with the Shadow Blood Group. The commandos had hauled in some 100,000 during their investigation of the Zero Squad gas attack, of which 55,000 of them were Shadow Blood infiltrators. The purpose was to inform them that the plan was blessed by the mages and the Master Executor, to give her some choir practice, make sure her story was ironclad, help scrub her paperwork of any possible non-trivial ties to coordinators, and lastly to administer a blood test to her to make sure she could get past the entry requirements. The tests are contaminated. Those headed to Blue Terra will give all false negatives so long as you don't have one of 4 very specific markers they will always test for, she had been told by a star colonel of commandos. If you pass the test here, you will pass the test on your new home world. She remembered the commando administering the test more than she actually saw the test being administered here on Blue Terra, but as she had done a month prior, the test vial today had come up clean just as it had prior. Looks like everything is in order. Welcome to Blue Terra, Miss Linzer. You planning on finding a steady guy, or bounce around? Kate made a bit of a show of thinking about it. I'm here to build a new, clean humanity, so if there's a steady guy that wants a minimum of 4, I'm game. Otherwise I might bounce around a bit. Damn, girl, you're gonna be busy, the recruiter said with clear approval to voice. I've got 2 already, thinking about a 3rd. It's what we need to do, if we're going back home in a couple hundred, Kate said, jerking her thumb at the dropship behind her. Good luck, girl, the BC recruiter handed her the paperwork. Kate stepped out the back entrance to the entry station and held her head high with a smile. There will be no telepaths in the enemy ranks, those who know the mind are not Blue Cosmos, the commando had told her. Throw yourself heart and soul into your new world, and do not be afraid of what you once considered Maurice or proper. If you truly seek to corrupt the blue and pure world, remember that the larger the first level reaction and subsequent levels, the faster that which is pure becomes poisoned. Kate smiled at the first streets of the new settlement of Landing Rock. I do solemnly swear to corrupt the blue and pure world forevermore, she thought wickedly. And it would start by finding a man willing to give her it all. It would be a year, and her first daughter courtesy of an early fling, before she found her loving husband and she became his loving wife, but all in all Kate would go to her grave never having whispered a word about her origin, and her 8 total children would continue the family tradition of a large, loving family. She would not be the only one, but one of the critical early starters for the Shadow Blood program. XXX. April 4 CE 74, 2335 hours Onogora, UTC +10, time. Government House, Onogora City, Emirate of Orb. Settle down, troops, this one's going to be a busy night for us and for the other ODIT, 2, teams. The intelligence for this bust is from multiple sources, local, national technical means, allied sources, both HUM-INT, 3, and SIG-INT, 4, are represented on this one so the information is solid enough for our purposes. Who are we hunting this time, Captain? Command Sergeant Major Leon Briggs asked after nobody else did. He was the designated pointman for the unit as of 3 months ago, after the prior guy transferred out to a different unit. Blue Cosmos Zero Squads, Captain Alistair Vixon said. Intel work has rooted out about 24 teams spread all over the world, including 3 teams here in Orb. Our job is to go into one of their safe houses, bust them up, capture if possible, eliminate otherwise, and gather anything we can for intel. If we get anything hot, we will conduct follow UPS tonight or early tomorrow morning. Liking this already, Lieutenant Janie Montgomery said. So, are these Chemhuffer Zeros, not so smart bomb Zeros, one-way assaulter Zeros, or just Zero Zeros? Was just getting to that, impatient girl, the captain chided his 2IC. One of the teams is believed to be not so smart bombs, by which Alistair meant that they were true believer suicide bombers, the other teams are not typed. In any case, we need to assume that we are dealing with full weapons complements, explosives, chemical agents, and as always, a hatred of anything not Blue Cosmos. Team 3 will handle the known quantity. Our objective is this residential house on the 3300 block of Poplar Street. Here's what I'm thinking for an assault action. 45 minutes later. The assault began with Warrant Officer 2nd Ayanda Altovidi, the demolition specialist for the team. Alistair had the breaching charge at the door, which would normally have been her dominion, but her job was to suppress the Zeros in their beds as the teams entered. Her method of suppression was a combination of flashbang and tear gas canisters fired from a 40mm rotary grenade launcher, the Milker M32. 2 windows, 4 grenades. Ready to breach on your go, Captain Vixon declared. Stand by. Ayanda raised the grenade launcher to ready, put her sights over the bedroom window, and fired her first round. The grenade in question sailed true to her aim and smashed through the window screen, the lower double-pane window, and began venting on the inside of the room, the CS gas within the grenade now reacted and violently expelled into the room to disorient anyone inside. Her second grenade went into a downstairs main room window, which was also a CS tear gas grenade, and with much the same result. She intended the gas to begin the process of disrupting, where the flashbangs in chambers 3 and 4 would stun enemies in place, a veritable 1-2 punch to make sure the entry team was well covered. Again, she traversed back to the bedroom and fired again. This time her third chamber loosed a 40mm flashbang grenade into the room, which detonated roughly a second after it landed inside next to a bed with no sheets. What few of the Blue Cosmos personnel were still asleep after having their room crashed by a CS grenade were not asleep after the flashbang, and all were stunned into inactivity by the massive blast and blinding flash. The first flashbang to go off also heralded the beginning of the actual entry. Alistair triggered the breaching charge and Turn leaned away from it, where the blasting unit shredded the door down to splinters in a mostly useless door frame. His second on the assault tossed a flashbang around the corner to provide extra disorientation to anyone in close proximity to the front door, then after it cut loose the team began their entry. Alistair entered into the building and started down the front hallway. Door forward. Tango forward. Alistair reported as he was the lead position of the stack, which made his responsibility forward. Door left. Chief Warrant Officer Harden half shouted from 2 positions behind Alistair. Give me 2. He ordered of the person behind him, which was a command for them to give him 2 pats on the back when they were ready to do an entry. Go go. Lieutenant Evie Yamashita gave Wesley Harden the requested 2 pats after she stacked on him. What happened in the following seconds was the pure shock value of a dynamic entry writ large. Captain Vixen moved forward to the tango that had been transfixed by the flashbang and stunned outright, kneed him in the gut, and dropped him to the ground with the muzzle of his submachine gun to the back of his head. His backup, Ken Union, one of the assault infantrymen for the team, held position with an assault rifle aimed at the tango's head as a secondary, and the third entry element, 2 men, Lieutenant Montgomery and Wo3 Klaus Voss, a sniper operating in the stack for today, surged past Vixen to cover the open doors plural doors. As once past the halfway point of the hall they had clear view to a staircase adjacent to the door to the kitchen headed to the right. On the left, Harden booted the door open and immediately rotated out of the way for the team medic to enter and begin the clear. She immediately crossed the threshold and went right into the great room of the house, though partway in she had to force herself to keep going. She found herself face to face with a hanging rack of bomb vests, and 5 yards beyond it was the first Blue Cosmos trooper in the room, doubled over and coughing from the CS gas that was permeating the room. Harden entered next and went left, where he encountered an assembly line of tables for manufacturing the vests and other IEDs, with 2 more tangos, one of them less affected by the CS and rooting for a pistol on one of the tables through blurred vision. Harden gave him no shrift, he simply centered a burst of 5 rounds on his chest and traversed target to the other tango in his area, who was blessedly hung over a table and unable to put up a fight for the much larger heavy weapons trooper. Lieutenant Yamashita rucked up to the sputtering enemy on her side of the room and simply shoved him back first into the wall behind him, hard enough to crack the 2-centimeter dry wall where he struck it. On the rebound, she stalked him in the face with her subgun, and despite being smaller than the enemy her blow knocked him to the ground unconscious. He would wake up 6 hours later with a migraine headache and a very substandard residential billeting in the basement of the Federal Law Enforcement Headquarters. Trailers, Vixen, 1 tango to extract in main hallway, the captain reported. Trailers, Harden, 2 extracts in the great room and 1 tango down. Be advised, this room is a bomb assembly factory, watch what you touch. The 4th element of the team entered the great room and stacked on the door to the dining room, followed shortly by the 2nd element, Harden and Yamashita. In the hallway, 1st and 3rd elements stacked on the nearer of the 2 adjacent doors, the doorway to the stairs, though the intention was to do both the stairs and the kitchen at the same time. After a go command from Vixen, the 3rd element went upstairs and the 1st element entered the kitchen, both results with no immediate tango. The 2 teams in the great room entered the dining room and found no tango, with the only adjacent room being the kitchen. Teams, observer, be advised that the upper floor has 4 tangos, all 4 are crippled by the gas. Should I pop M with another flashbang? Stand by, we will need more troops, Voss answered. I'm coming your way. Teams 2 and 4 have the basement, Captain Vixen said. It only took him 10 seconds to stack behind Team 3. Observer, Vixen, fire when ready. Firing. There was no glass remaining in the upper floor window to presage the flashbang entering, so the detonation was a bit of a surprise to everyone involved. Training mastered the battlefield, the BC-0s knew something would come after the fresh flashbang strike, but were too stunned to react. Team 3 and Team 1 entered and immediately set to capturing the mostly crippled BC-0s before they could do anything about the entry team's presence. None of the 4 put up more than token resistance when knocked flat and handcuffed by the ODA team. Lead, 2, we have more bomb-making material and finished product downstairs, CWO Harden reported in a surprisingly calm voice. Vixen figured it was too calm, all else being equal today. How much? The captain asked. Enough homebrew plastic down here to put this house in low orbit, Master Sergeant Cobb guessed. In terms of explosive power, he was overestimating the yield by 2 orders of magnitude, but even that lesser amount was a serious hazard. Trailers, 4 to extract in the loft room, and initiate an evacuation for everyone in a 2-block radius from this house. Contact the Onogora support facility, have them roll out EOD to this location to catalog and dispose of these devices. Already on the phone with EOD, the police captain assigned to this operation said. Vixun, Kisaka, the Orb Special Forces colonel prompted him. Go, Alistair answered. We have pay dirt at 6 locations, and intel on a 7th. That's the good news of the night, Colonel Kisaka said, but faltered audibly on the radio. From the way he sounded, everyone listening knew the shit had hit the fan. Out with it, Leonard. What went wrong? Alistair pinged his old friend forcefully. OSAT, 5, Team 3 stumbled into another bomb factory, Kisaka started, but faltered briefly again. Only they didn't have a chance to disable the residents before making entry. Shortly after they entered, the whole building went up and took out a square block with it. God damn these zeros. Alistair put his fist through the wall of the upper loft and cracked the outside wood paneling under the siding, vinyl siding. He knew the troops from the OSAT teams just as well as he knew the ODA teams, they cross-trained routinely and shared a training complex. The captain for OSAT 3 was a drinking buddy of his. Those were some damn good men to die in a shitty way like that. It's not just us, Captain, Kisaka continued. Similar reports from the USSA, ZAFT, African Union, and Mendel. If I'm doing the math right, roughly 1 in 5 has gone pear-shaped across the board. Given the magnitude of the operation, that amounted to some 26 to 32 operations teams across the board that would not be returning to base intact or at all. Between the 4 nations, the Special Forces contingents were quickly growing a friendship, and a loss to one was a loss to the entire world. Alistair looked at the 4 tangos that had been seated on the bed awaiting extraction. You fuckwagons had better be worth it, cause if you're not I'll garrote your sorry hides and leave the bodies in Fountain Square with chickens stuffed up your asses and notes explaining why. Before the trailers could take to the stairs to come up and collect them, Captain Vixun headed downstairs and stormed his way out of the building. XXX. June 25 CE 74, 2335 hours Onogora, UTC plus 10, time. Orb Star Ladder Station AIM no Mihashira, in orbit above Terra. The necessities of the travel first to the Golden Phoenix, then the jump, that was severely unsettling to Kira, but not to the point of TDS, then the travel to the planet in question was a single-leg jaunt of 16 days, 7 days to the jump point, with a minor delay for ships running behind. The jump itself was only a few seconds' time, and a day layover at the arrival point for the crews to recover from the jump before another 7 days to planet fall. The dropships had spent a full day on the ground or in low-orbit transits to offload personnel and material, in addition to the logistical challenge of offloading the 7 GARM-class modular ships involved in the project. At this time 5 were outfitted to haul refugees, 2 were hauling straight cargo for the colony. The trip home was the same, 16 days, with an extra day layover for Kira on the Golden Phoenix because of a docking collar fault for his assigned transport. The pace wasn't hectic, wasn't forced, but it was flowing at a decent clip. Kira was worried that the movement was designed to drag things out, but after experiencing jump sickness from a 5.8 megaton warship, he perfectly understood why the Mendel troops weren't busting ass on any outbound leg from the ship. Not to mention the whole happy fun times affair of mating a 100,000 ton dropship to the dock collars on a 5,850,000 ton super dreadnought. Kira hadn't really considered the mechanics of ship docking in depth when dealing with ducted plasma thruster engines, but after a fashion it made perfect sense. You had to be real careful not to jet wash friendly craft by way of the engines on your ship, so taking plenty of time to park or dock a ship was not unexpected. Still, the travel came to an end in appropriate time, and with it Kira was released from the dropship Blackamer to return to AIM no Mihashira to deliver his reports and return to his normal routine. Docking at the station was nothing special, the station had plenty of mobile suit bays that could easily receive the Freedom. Welcome back, Kira, Rondo Mina Sahako greeted Kira and gave him a hand out of his machine and onto the catwalk. How was your trip? Good, educational both in transit and on Blue Terra, but I am not in a hurry to take another jump ship or warship ride again in my lifetime, Yamato admitted after he touched down. I was not aware that it would be painful. Lady Sahako admitted. Not painful, just disruptive, Kira said. Distorts your sense of balance, headache, nausea, that kind of trouble. Kira followed her into the pilot's receiving room, where a group was waiting for him including his sister. Kira. The Gundam pilot was caught off guard by her embrace, but not completely. Glad you're all right. It wasn't that bad, Kagalai, Kira admitted. First high-ranking official from Orb to take a jump anywhere, Colonel Kisaka said with a smile as Kira took a seat at the table next to Lakis. The pilot's grimace answered the standing question quickly enough, take it you're not in a hurry to go anywhere else. Not for a good long while, and never if I can get away with it, Kira set his helmet down on the table. It's rough, but some of the Golden Phoenix crew said it is worse for supermassive jump ships, and a lot less problematic for smaller ships. I have heard the same from Star Commodore Jamestown, Rondo Mina Sahaka confirmed. So, where do I begin? Kira asked. Trouble on the travel phase? Colonel Kisaka asked. None, other than minor mechanical issues. Some of the dropships in use are over 5,000 years old, so their structures have taken a severe beating over millennia of use and repair. Wow, those are some long service ships, Kagalai said. I'm surprised they are still flying after so long, Sahaka commented. They operate in vacuum a lot, Kira pointed out. And since everything is reparable or replaceable on a ship, keeping them going is just a matter of parts. Anyway, trip was uneventful. One of the ships had a brawl break out between some of the refugees and what they thought was a coordinator sympathizer. Brawl ended quickly enough when the ship's captain threatened to space all the participants. On planet? Kisaka asked next as he was taking notes. Nobody in the room commented on the standing threat to space, execute by depressurization, the involved persons, probably because that was a mild threat compared to the overarching threat of annihilation that Blue Cosmos narrowly avoided. They had us open up a second landing zone west of the Lake Michigan LZ, they're setting up a second colony out there and splitting incoming personnel. Kira pointed out the general region on a map of Terra. Must be the oil reserves in the old Dakotas territory, Sahaka guessed. Since their start point is early 21st century technology, oil will be a big thing for them until they recover. There's a lot of oil south of the Lake Michigan LZ as well, and coal if they want to disregard their founding as an environmental terrorism organization, Kisaka pointed out. Their world, their rules, I guess. Kira sighed, which caused Lakis to put her hand over his. Nobody at the table missed the gesture. Other than that, I checked out both facilities, and everything is going exactly as the mages are reporting. They're building their own society from the ground up, and perfectly happy with it. And do they want to come back? Kira took a couple seconds to answer that question, given he had asked the same question and was still being haunted by the answer. Yes, as a conquering army. They want to take the world over, expel the mages, and eliminate the coordinators once and for all. Then the Empress made the right choice, Kagalai pointed out. How long would you estimate before they can come back? Kisaka asked. 300 years minimum, closer to 400 probably. Kira acknowledged the fear in his heart that had been confirmed by their science groups, they would come back. I don't doubt they will come back, we just need to make sure we are ready for it. XXX. August 6 CE 74, 0130 hours UTC, Colony, Time. Tiani Nightclub, Mendel Colony. Nick Cale leaned back in his chair and stretched out. Nothing for me tonight, I'm already tired. He waved off his CO conspirator in this nighttime adventure that had become something of a rather profitable second job for the band. In response, said conspirator simply poured himself a shot of vodka and capped the bottle. No nightcap? What's up? Paul Cale, Nick's brother, asked as he put the bottle away in the fridge. Jimmy, don't start that shit in here, Paul warned off the drummer. I'm not in here to practice solos, wanker. Jimmy the wrist Hartok dropped his drumsticks on his table. Settle down, boys, we've got mail. Mir Campbell walked in with 2 packages under her left arm, 1 package under her right arm, which combination was squishing her bust together, a happy happenstance nobody in the room was objecting to, and 2 tied-up bundles of mail. The nightclub owner was nice enough to allow their act to use the nightclub as a mail stop for mail, both personal and for the band. Hot damn, am I glad Nick hired you on, have I mentioned that lately? You're about the only person that keeps this gig from devolving into a disorganized cluster hump, Paul said as he relieved Mir of the right side box. Oh, this one is yours. Get the other 2, one of them is yours, the other is Jimmy's. Mir shifted her torso enough to make them easily reachable. Once relieved of those boxes, she flipped one of the mail bundles to Nick and seated herself at her table to sort out the various letters and small stuff. 2 for Mir right off the top, Nick handed her 2. Bill, 3 for the wrist, another bill, he chanted off as he was sorting through his bundle. This one's probably an invoice, Paul, me, Paul, the wrist, 2 for Nick, 2 bills, 3 for me, another for Paul, Nick, Mir chanted off in the same fashion as Nick did, running simultaneous to his ongoing monologue. 4 for Mir, and lastly a bill, Nick concluded. So, what's in the box? Paul said in mimicry of the ancient horror thriller film SE70N, despite the fact that he was no fan of the genre. Oh, wow, my new shot glass ideas. Pass 'em around, amigo. Jimmy set his box down unopened. Mir suspected she knew what was in his box, and she suspected Jimmy knew what was in it, so she wasn't going to press the matter. The box wandered to Jimmy first, who checked the 6 prototypes each. The glasses were numbered 1 to 6, and the plan was to vote for favorites for marketing. Mir could kinda sorta see them from where she was sitting, but she knew it would wander her way shortly enough and didn't dwell on them. Here, relay to Nick, Jimmy passed them back to Paul, who forwarded the box to his brother. While I'm thinking about it, Jimmy, you ever get in contact with your synth player friend down in Orb? Nick asked. Yeah, he's out, has a full-time position in Morgan Rowett and isn't willing to gamble. His younger sister is between jobs, just placed out of her first year of college and is willing to audition for us. Figures she can take a shot at getting into college up here in Mendel. Is she any good? Nick asked in follow-up. Maybe, she's supposed to forward me some demo work, Jimmy said. Okay, Mir, don't get hot about number 4, but I want your honest opinion on each. Nick passed her the box with the shot glasses. Pfft, so long as it's in good taste, Mir scoffed at the indirect challenge Nick had just delivered. She set down the fan mail she was reading and pulled the number 1 glass out. On it was a chibi-styled likeness of her head and Nick's head, given they were the dueling singers on stage, with the caption Saucy and Sassy Mir Campbell and the Kilo Band. One's kinda cool. If we go on tour, though, we've gotta tone it down a notch or two, Paul said. Did I ever tell you guys I got my start singing Lakes Klein covers? Mir as she checked the second and third glasses, which had only variations of their group name, with the number 3 glass matching a series of decently selling shirts and hats already in production for fans. Wow, that's not something I expected, given how well you do symphonic metal and vocal trance songs, Jimmy said. Mir deliberately skipped the number 4 glass. She knew it would be interesting and pulled 5 for review. On one side it had a drawing of Jimmy's favorite armband and a drumstick, and the drumstick was crossed by a phallus, with the caption It's all in the wrist. The other side had a variation of their band name in Art Deco font. 5 is cute, in that teenager yuck yuck kinda way. Not my idea, blame Paul for that one, Jimmy said. Guilty, Paul readily admitted. Shot glass 6 was a sop to the club as much as their own hornblower, with the TNE logo on one side and the Kilo Band logo on the other. In terms of shot glasses, Mir figured it wasn't as saucy as it could be, given the TNE internal logo was a bit lewd, but it definitely would catch the attention of whoever saw it. 6 might not be bad promotional, boobies sell, Mir pointed out the elephant in the marketing room. And your opinion on number 4? Nick asked while reading over an invoice. Saved it for last, Mir pulled it out and nearly dropped it from laughing about it. On one side was the group's logo in Old English font, on the other side was a mildly upsized representation of her bust with an arrow above it pointing up, and the caption, Pay attention up here, dork, which was something Mir had grown infamous around the club for saying. Especially so when she was wearing something more low-cut than her average outfit. I take it you like that one? Jimmy asked. Honestly, I love it, Mir said as she held the glass up to her mirror at about what would be her reflection's chest level. The artwork's a size bigger than I am, but a size smaller than I want to be. It's kinda cute in that saucy anime style, I think I'll keep it even if we don't put it in production. Mir would find out in a week's time that her declaration had put the final seal on the number 4 glass. In a week's time, all 6 glasses would be in limited production run, but none of the band members knew that a set of them would be in Division Commander Centra's personal shot glass collection within a month. Whoa, whoa. Hold the phone, kids, this ain't no invoice. Nick jumped out of his seat in a hurry, waving the document around. This is a request from Lakes Klein, she wants us as accompaniment singers and an opening act for her concert here in Mendel. Holy shit, Jimmy said. Our lives just got a whole lot more interesting. For her part, Mir Campbell held off on saying anything, given she was still a Lakes fangirl at heart, and was now being asked to share a stage with her. She would celebrate the change of fortune, but not until she was home. XXX. October 4th CE 74, 0630 hours Lima, UTC +2, time. Site 133, Sumperk District, Czechoslovakia, ZAFT European Territory. Coords, 50 degrees 322.75 N, 16 degree 53 55.89 E. Fire in the hole. The site foreman shouted before he dropped the plunger. A second later, the ground under the command crew's feet rattled significantly, but not to the degree anyone was expecting. The sound was muted, but came a few seconds later. Was there a kaboom? I was expecting an earth-shattering kaboom, the venture CEO said glibly. Sort of felt like artillery rumble through the ground, Isaac Jowl pointed out his take. Now the fun begins. Yeah, now that we've blown our first entry hole into the side of the mountain, time to dig out the rubble and start the process of shoring the hole up for construction, the foreman said, then grabbed up his radio. Detonator secured, begin the clean-out process. Dig Team 1, you are go for clearing. Isaac held silent as the vehicles in question roared to life on biodiesel engines. For a lot of purposes electric power had become the sine qua non of industry, but for purposes like mining and debris clearing, super heavy load work, 200 plus tons, the internal combustion engine still provided the best weight to power and operation cycle parameters. Doubly so when considering that the underground mining loaders and haulers were massive, squat vehicles engineered specifically for this task and technically overkill for it just the same. It would take only a couple scoops of debris for the first blast rubble pile to be cleared, then the process would cycle again: blast, clear, shore up the hole, blast, clear, shore up the hole. Digging the initial level will take several weeks, then we will need to prepare sub-levels 3 down. The foreman waved them over to the building schematics he had set up on a table for the start of dedicated excavation. The reactors themselves are housed on the bottom floor, with support systems on the level above, power distribution systems on the first sub-level, and the command and control will be at the top along with facility entrance and exit. We're planning 4 reactors at the start, 2 gigawatts per reactor, and we'll be able to power roughly half of Czech territory just on this facility. Total scaling for this facility will be up to 20 reactors, so 40 gigawatts just in this one complex. Where did Chairman Durandal get the designs for the Magi's high-output industrial reactors? Stole them, bought them, screwed Mendel out of them, I don't know and I'm not asking, Isaac answered as he expected he would have to field that question. All I care about is that we now have access to the necessary power generation systems to revitalize the whole world. Too true, the CEO said. We've got the beginnings, and soon enough these reactors can be sold and used on the civilian market for powering industrial or commercial facilities, or hell, a residential co-op could use one to power a suburb or something. These are the large reactors, we have smaller scale reactors we can use in smaller applications. Problem is, these are not combat-rated engines, so they won't take abuse, Isaac said. We can build them as small as 500 kilowatts generation, and as large as these 2 gigawatt units. Plenty of power to go around as soon as we start getting them in service, the ZAFT Gundam pilot, an oddball tasks specialist, said. It's a damn good start, and will do a lot better than the inertial confinement fusion systems Mendel started deploying a couple years back, the foreman said. The ICF plants in use by Equatorial are good, but we'll do a lot better a lot faster. We'll need these going forward for ventures on other planets, the CEO said. Fusion power relies on hydrogen, the most abundant element in existence, hands down. Easy power anywhere we go. Probably want to look into efficient renewable sources, as well, Isaac pointed out. If we can do a hydroelectric run, solar if the local star is powerful enough, wind if the atmosphere allows it, save the hydrogen for when we need it. Before anything else could be said, lead, diggers, we've cleared the debris, we're hauling out, the loader operator declared by radio. Copy, dig team 1. Engineers, foreman, begin shoring the entrance up and prepare new boreholes for the next explosive shot. Engineers copy, we're moving in now. The engineering vehicles were mostly electric powered, but they also included several biodiesel powered articulated arm units with dedicated hammer drills for breaking up rogue stones or punching holes in the rock face. The transition between the digging team and the engineering team was smooth. The digging team moved back to their staging area, the loaded rock truck headed down the road towards a quarry that was willing to accept the debris. As the engineers moved forward, they brought with them supplies for shoring up the sides of the new hole, supports for the roof, and most critically brought forward machines to begin boring new dynamite holes. The racket caused by the hammer drills was in excess of the initial blast, and much more prolonged. On the other hand, the rock in this area was only a medium hardness, so drilling was reasonably fast for another 10 holes. All in all, Gundam pilot Isaac Joule considered the progress here at this first, toroidal, fusion power plant was going as smooth as expected. The engines were still under construction back in the plants, with expectation that the entire facility would be dug out and ready for them before the first engine came off the assembly line. On the other hand, this was one facility of a planned 40 in the European theater. Where one power plant would be built, many more were waiting to be even begun. XXX. November 18 CE 74, 1330 hours Lima, Planetary, Time. Trim's family farm, northwest of New Chicago, Blue Terra. Jonathan Trims was no stranger to farming. His adult life was spent as a businessman, however that was a trained skill of his. He grew up on a rural farm in North Dakota, so he knew well the value of farming and how to do it. When a call came up for expatriate Blue Cosmos persons that could do farming, his was one of the first hands to be raised. Anything he could do to get out of the Earth sphere and onto Blue Terra, the faster he would do it. To a degree, it still rankled him that his daughter had turned traitor on the family. It hurt just as badly that his daughter had turned traitor upon her own race, siding with the damnable coordinators over her family. On the other hand, he was more than willing to write her off and simply walk away. Neither he nor his wife were so old as to not be able to start over, and this time there would be no incorrect influences to sway a new son or daughter. To that point, his wife was busy tending to the house and tending to their newborn son as he was out working the fields with a new combine. All their other sins laid bare and set aside, he had to give credit to the Magi for their fabulous farming equipment. The designs were not far removed from the combines that he grew up with, but these had internal fuel cell engines that allowed them to run for days on a single tank of fuel. Same with their tractors, the fuel cell engines allowed them to go long distances on a very minimal amount of fuel. The towing capacity of the large tractor his field hand was using was also in excess of what he had grown up with, able to haul upwards of 100,000 pounds of grain at a time in 10 different trailers. That level of the hauling capacity was needed, as one thing had been set forth in the new charter that farming would be a pride of place occupation for the entire colony and nation that would grow out of it. The necessity of the farming was quite obvious. For society to expand, it had to have several things, namely food, water, access to housing or space to expand, and a will to expand. If one of those elements was lacking, the population would not readily expand. Therefore, farming had to be made a priority, if for no other reason than to ensure the survival of the colony in the short term. In the long term, expansion of the pure humans was necessity, as everybody on the planet expected they would be returning to the old world to complete the war that political parties had just failed to achieve. Of course, the massive influx of people from the old world would deplete their gene pool and expand the gene pool of Blue Terra, but Jonathan was in no rush to point that folly out to Mendel or Zaft. Eyes up, boss man, we have incoming ships. If nothing else, Jonathan had learned quickly that some of his field hands were rather excitable, having been signed up as Blue Cosmos personnel but never really trained properly or blooded in combat. I see it, looks like they're coming in for landing field Alpha. Another 200,000 or so bodies to feed, so we will be busy. On the other hand, at least the assholes from home are being nice about sending necessary food and supplies for them. We'll make do with the rest after the fact. What about us? Will we get a chance of vengeance? The more serious of his two farmhands asked. Not in our lifetimes. For us, we are the builders, the foundation. It'll be our great-grand descendants that will take the battle back home. We have to make sure that there's enough of them and they're strong enough to do the job. Hope you kids are ready to have a decent family, cause that's what it will take. Jonathan Trims put his combine back in gear and re-engaged the harvesting blades, then released the brakes to get moving again. His internal hopper was only 30% full, he still had another 2 rows to go before he would need to offload some of the cargo. If nothing else, he made sure that he would have enough seed going into this to plant a large field, and with it reap a large harvest of wheat. Most forms of wheat did not have the highest energy density for the acreage of crop, that Zenith applied mostly to rice, but wheat was more preferred by the North American branch of Blue Cosmos because more people were used to using breads and flour-based recipes than they were rice, at least on that side of the pond. For the Eurasians, they would lean more towards rice and soybeans than they would wheat or corn, but both crops were being planted and harvested in large quantity. How long until we begin working on domesticating some of the wild cattle around here? This question came not from one of the field hands, but his wife by way of radio. I could certainly use some milk, and we all could use some decent beef. The freeze-dried stuff from the home world is just no good compared to what we used to get. I have already suggested that to the State House, Lord Gibral agrees with me. The only problem is we don't have very many cattle farmers in the group, and those we do have other skills that are a little more useful right now. We may have to wait another year before we can start harvesting anything more than the occasional deer or elk. The more I think about this, the less I ever expected that we would be working for our food in this way. It's equal parts frustrating and exhilarating, knowing that our food is now free of contamination. Jonathan chuckled, but not on the radio. His wife had become a little bit maudlin about their changed situation since they had been arrested in Mendel. On the other hand, being a dirt farmer once again beat the hell out of being a prisoner of war. Our kids and our kids' kids will be some of the most fierce beings to ever wear the name humans, all without genetic manipulation, and when they go back for the next round they will win. From the more serious field hand, Jonathan was thankful that he had hired him on. God willing, the tainted humans will fall before us when we return home, Jonathan said sincerely. Even as he was clearing rows of wheat, Jonathan could clearly see the dropships as they came in for final landing at the Alpha field. New citizens, new materials, and supposedly one of the dropships was supposed to have a new fusion engine to power all the farms and a goodly portion of the new Chicago city. There was no talk as of yet of building a mobile forces factory, but Jonathan was waiting for it. He would certainly volunteer to help assemble the factory and begin the process of setting up new machines, but that was well into the future, he knew. They had to at least act like they were going to play nice while Mendel was still moving personnel out to the world. After that, they could begin gearing up for war and preparing to return home. It would be hundreds of years, he understood, before they could rightfully attempt to return. Not for lack of technology or understanding, but a lack of personnel and the lack of support base to sustain the necessary campaign. A couple hundred years would certainly not significantly hamper vengeance, he told himself. Jonathan Trims would never know that his new son's descendants would inevitably face the descendants of his daughter in the war to come. XXX. February 5 CE 75, 0630 hours Lima, UTC 8, time. Monmouth, Oregon, Old United States Territory, Protectorate of Mendel. Emily's home coords, 44 degree 50 52.99 N, 123 degree 13 9.11 W. There was degree of unreality to the matter is that would never be spoken of completely by either mother or daughter. At least not in common company, to certain parties that would know better and would properly understand. They would readily discuss their skills. Still, the amount of people they would trust with that information was rather thin. Genetics, as Blue Cosmos vehemently denied, was a many-splendored thing. What they considered abomination, other nations considered benign or useful or beautiful or helpful. Mother, I need to talk to you about something urgent. Helen looked up from her morning paperwork at her daughter, and frowned. You know better than that, Emily, you should not be talking directly to people's minds. You don't want to make a habit out of that and be declared troublesome. Mother, I'm being serious. We have major trouble nearby. Emily half stomped into the kitchen in a serious huff, which was very uncharacteristic conduct for the 14-year-old. Helen set down her pen and pushed away from the table. All right, if it is that bad, I am listening. What is troubling you? You know that house on the corner this sat vacant for months? You know how there's new people in there? Yes, I've waved at them a couple times, they waved back. Nothing special as far as I can see, why? Helen was starting to wonder where this was leading, or if it might be a sign of paranoia. Paranoia would not be unheard of in people with telepathy. Her grandmother was also a telepath and had a serious case of paranoia, especially in her advanced age. I was listening to them last night, see if they had any kids I could be friends with, but I heard something very disturbing. I think they might be a Blue Cosmos Zero squad. They were talking about placing explosives around a shopping mall. Emily stopped inside. What should I do? I can't get that thought out of my head, but we can't confront them. Helen said nothing immediately. She simply used her own rarely used telepathy to reach out to the house in question, and thereafter reach into the minds of the people inside. They were asleep, so getting inside without disturbing them was not a difficult task. Searching for any related information took only 10 seconds across 5 different people. This is definitely a problem, I feel the same thing from them. I don't know how to deal with this, or even know if Mendel can use this information, she said almost in a rush. For all that she used her telepathy from time to time to stay ahead of everybody else in the office, she never expected this oddball skill would put her in this situation. They knew there were terrorists nearby, but they didn't even know if anybody had the authority to deal with them. Or even if the word of a telepath would be honored. So you believe me? Emily asked. I say we go to the Mendel administration building, we need to tell them. You can't miss another day of school, even with your headaches. They will suspend you if you don't go. Helen waved her finger at her daughter. Taking a 5-day vacation beats the hell out of somebody else getting dead, her daughter said seriously. It may be a black mark against my record, but if they go through with their plan, that's a black mark against my soul. I don't want to live with that. You win, Helen said abruptly. She used her note tablet to text a message to her boss saying that she would be out for the day. She had to take her daughter to a special meeting. Her boss was very forgiving about these things. Having had 4 daughters herself, she knew the value of family and would not hold it against Helen. How do we do this? Just drive up, walk in the door. Emily asked. X. Same day, 0800 hours Lima. Oregon Regional Command Center, City of Four Corners, Oregon, Protectorate of Mendel. Coords, 44°56 42.21 N, 122°58 54.27 W. The administration building for the Oregon region had been put in a defunct Toys R Us store that had gone bankrupt well before the changeover to the Cosmic Era, and had changed hands several times between then and now until Blue Cosmos had made the mistake of using it as a rally point and storage depot. After that logistical folly, the engineers had gone through the old store, cleaned it thoroughly, segmented it into logical administrative offices, and set furniture up for the command staff. The first major change a visitor encountered inside the door was a decent waiting area, carpeted, finished walls, and a receptionist's desk that was easily large enough to conceal some firepower behind it if needed. It singularly failed to conceal the trooper behind the desk, who was not as massive as the infantry but was easily bigger than the average receptionist. Good morning, how may I help you? He asked politely, which was something also not expected from the mages. The troops outside tended to be a bit gruff, but so far Helen was not dissuaded by this guy. We may have evidence of a group preparing a terrorist attack in this area, Helen said quietly, so as to not be overheard by the other persons in the room. Who should we talk to about this? One moment, the receptionist waved at the lobby security sentry. Point Commander, please take these 2 back to speak to the Star Colonel, Priority 1. F. Star Captain, this trooper was an obvious infantryman, given his size and muscular bulk. Follow me, please. He swiped a key fob across a reader panel built into the wall next to the door and opened it. Inside the body of the administration building, the area was filled with desks, some with Magi personnel, more than 3/4 were civilians. The offices were split half and half Magi as far as Helen and Emily could tell. There were a couple glances, but nobody stared at the 2 newcomers as they made their way toward an office on the western wall of the facility. The 2 stopped outside the office of Star Colonel Manfred Haas, who despite the name was not all that large a person, actually quite normal in terms of size, so far as Emily could guess. "Star Colonel, I have a priority meet for you." "See them in," the Star Colonel answered immediately. "Door," he said after the mother and daughter entered. Miguel at the front desk forewarned what you are here for. "Before we begin, how did you come about this evidence?" "Is telepathy a valid marker, sir?" Helen asked. "Certainly, if you can prove it," the Star Colonel answered. "Talk to me by mind only, and that will be sufficient." "Well, I could do this exclusively telepathically, but is that acceptable in Magi lands?" Emily asked by way of her telepathy. "I don't believe it is." Helen asked in the same fashion. "Amongst peers with the same ability, or on worlds where a plurality of the population are telepathic, such is normal conduct," the Star Colonel answered by his own telepathy, which was a bit of a shock to both mother and daughter but far from impossible to either. "In most locations it is the exception, and in polite company it is considered one step short of kicking a person's front door down," he continued in spoken word. "So, speak to me of what you heard, and we will gauge what should be done about it." "I heard target planning, I heard them reviewing lists of supplies, a lot of talk about explosives and detonators and timing, and some strategies for disappearing. I also kept hearing a name that I don't recognize, Montana Brick." "Do you know what that means?" Emily asked. "It is not common knowledge, but that is the name of one of their preferred explosive blasting agents. Montana Brick is one of their favorites because it is almost as destructive as the old compound for a series of explosives, it gives off no odors that can be smelled, and does not give off oils or flakes that can be traced by modern sensing equipment. It is even mostly invisible to our enhanced sensor systems." "Did you hear any numbers or anything like that pertaining to the name?" the Star Colonel asked. "I kept hearing an abbreviation, MTB-30. Does that mean anything to you?" Emily pointed out. "It does, the 30 designation means that it's a 300-gram block. The blocks are plasticized, so they can be combined, cut, remolded to whatever shape they need, but the initial shipping size is in standard sizes, and the 30 blocks are commonly used in structure demolition. Depending on the toughness of main structure supports, they can use as few as 2 or as many as 10 blocks in a small array to cut a structure member and drop the building pretty close to straight down if they are competent. Not many people know that, so that tells me you have some legit information. Now, let us talk about where you heard these thoughts, and what is around them." 30 minutes later, at the site of the previously abandoned farm. Blue Cosmos operator Amy Westfield, the team leader for the Zero Squad in Northern Oregon, unconsciously shuddered as she heard the sound of infantry hover engines going by. It was one thing to know that the streets were being patrolled by armored infantry, it was another thing entirely to know that they were being patrolled by infantry that had as much mobility as a mobile suit and almost as much armor. The sound was always loud enough to wake somebody when they passed close to the house, but never enough to really damage hearing unless you were standing right next to the suits as the hover engines were running. After a couple seconds, she tuned out the sound and resumed her watching of television. It would be that reaction, the almost negligent flushing out of an annoyance sound, that would cost her dearly. For the operators of the Zero Squads, their ability to detect an attack before it hit them was the only defense they had. If they were caught flat-footed there would be almost no recourse for them. A sudden strike with overwhelming armor and overwhelming offense was simply beyond the ability of the Blue Cosmos personnel to handle. What little warning was received was too late, given that the team lead was not the active guard for the day. The posted observer and guard, a teenager with plenty of heart but not a lot of experience, did her duty in the worst possible way. She signaled something was wrong by way of screeching after she had been shot by a sniper. Whether or not the non-fatal shot was deliberate or accidental on the sniper's part, they would never know. What the hell was? Amy found herself stunned by the breaking of the front and side windows on the house, followed quickly by a loud cacophony of blinding flashes and explosions, the result of multiple flashbang units firing in concert. Physically and mentally stunned, she could do nothing as the front, back and side doors to the building were all broke down at the same time by armored infantry simply charging through the locked doors. No residential door was engineered to withstand 5 tons of moving trooper simply ramming through the door, and this house was no exception. She started regaining proper consciousness and understanding of her surroundings after she had been dragged to the floor with a pistol against the side of her head. Her hearing was shot, courtesy of a flashbang detonating within a yard of her, so she could only barely hear the commands being given to her. She knew what they meant, just the same, she was being ordered to surrender, something she never expected she would have to do given that she intended to die in one of her own blasts, but that would be a fate that would never come to pass for her. The pistol against her face made sure of that. This house did not have a second level, but it did have a basement. Most of the other 8 personnel were downstairs, preparing blasting units and personal detonation vests, but most that equipment was not yet ready. They barely even had enough explosive material to properly prepare the stationary bombs, not the suicide vests. Amy started regaining more of her hearing as the armored infantry started downstairs, and she could easily hear and feel the sound of a brief gunfight before everything went quiet again. What specifically happened or who won? She expected that the armored infantry would come out on top. After all, this was what they were initially designed and trained for. Someone has been a little bit naughty, one of the armored infantrymen said as she hauled Amy up to standing. Playing with firecrackers in the middle of the residential areas, this is generally frowned upon. You know you caught us red-handed, go to hell you armored fuckweasels. Amy took the symbolic gesture spitting on the armored infantryman. Little wench has a foul attitude, why am I not surprised by this? A new voice asked. The guy that walked in through the door was definitely a commanding officer, Amy figured him a star colonel given his rank insignia. Okay then, if you feel like taunting us for kicking our asses, at least tell us how you found us. We haven't been in or out of the house in a week. A couple of your neighbors are telepaths, they could sense you preparing your devices. That is a reality that you blue cosmos pukes are going to have to come to grips with. The average citizen around you may simply shop you, and there is not a damn thing you can do about it. Amy knew she frowned despondently, which caused the Star Colonel to chuckle in a rather evil fashion. That made her hate the Magi even more, that little gesture of superiority, and she would take that hatred with her. The 2 survivors from this facility and team would be on the next flight out to Blue Terra. Amy, after she landed, made sure to integrate herself properly in the society, and she made sure that her passel of 5 children knew how to hate the Magi. It would be a lesson that would be repeated, generation after generation, going into the future. XXX. April 13 CE 75, 1030 hours Lima, UTC +10, time. Currency exchange, Orb National Stock Exchange, Emirate of Orb. Why is it, on a perfectly sunny day like today, that things can go from normal to hell on earth in a matter of minutes? The senior currency trader for the Orb National Bank asked nobody in particular. What he was referring to was, essentially, every currency trader's worst nightmare. With no real logical explanation, protests had begun in the South African Union, mostly decrying the crumbling state of affairs in the failing economy in that nation. Everything had not yet completely gone to hell, but the South African Union's currency was starting to take a beating on the currency markets. Naturally, as a way to help prevent further conflict between the states of the world, currency trading and currency speculation was being encouraged by several of the wealthier nations. It was the same effective policy that the United Nations had worked with before the Reconstruction Wars, and there was a policy that had helped delay and curtail several major global conflicts before the events that led up to set wars. Unfortunately, one thing that the history books never properly taught, the massive intermingling of economic and currency markets was an effective suicide pact. If enough of the collapse occurred, everybody collapsed. Such was the ugly truth of the United Nations and their attempt at preventing global war. With the collapse of the energy sector around the world just before the Reconstruction War, it caused a global economic collapse that affected every nation, and especially hardest hit were the most developed nations. Now, the players in this currency exchange knew that they were about to watch the same sad events play out, and they hoped that they could prevent a complete meltdown from repeating. With the rioters attacking the federal banks, we don't have a choice. We have to bail out on the South African currencies now, or we are going to start taking a beating. The speaker wasn't the oldest trader in the room, but he was revered as one of the sharpest and fastest to react. That made him almost worth his weight in gold. Where do we move the currency to? If we dump on the South African currencies right now, we're going to have a massive amount of liquid finance to work with. If we hold on to it too long, that alone could cause a panic. From the only lady in the room, it made perfect sense. She tended to think 4 or 5 steps ahead as a matter of course, which also made her a very valuable member of the team. In an industry where reaction speed typically only achieved 20-second goals, the ability to think 5 or 6 minutes ahead was a hot commodity. If we moved into reconstruction bonds for South America, that would give us somewhere to park the liquid currency and shore up our positions without creating a large movement. Several heads nodded agreements of the word of wisdom from the senior trader. Equatorial has already started making moves. They dropped out roughly 10 million from their standing currency and have begun moving into internal bonds, the lady said. Get on your terminals, move half of our South African reserves out to South America, move the other half to Scandinavia for now. Get to it. Intellectually, everybody in the room knew and understood that with their actions they were inducing a currency panic that would destroy the South African economy in a matter of days. On the other hand, their main focus was to protect their own money, their own currency, and at the end of the day their own national interests. Each one justified the matter in a different fashion, but most of the ways the reasoning came down to were as some variation of the thought that the South African government had been rather cruel to its own citizens and squandered what goodwill it had. Therefore, the rebellion that was starting to build was only a natural effect of those callous and dimicidal actions, and therein any action they could take to shorten the reign of the Sao would reduce bloodshed in the long run. In their minds, gone were the days that any state was considered untouchable or above the fray. Any group that made mistakes would eventually have to pay for them. There would be no more karma escape artists, not after the repeated depredations of the Earth Alliance and its member states. 20 minutes later, ZAFT National Stock Exchange. Understood, Supreme Councilman, we'll do what we can to slow down the panic. This is going to hurt us badly, the one teenager in the trading group said. I don't like the thought of seeing their economy go to shit, but they brought this upon themselves. What possessed them to think that they could piss on their civilians and get away with it? I don't think I want to know. What do we expect to get by trying to slow this down? There are two ways this could lean, the senior trader said. He was not much older than the rest of the staff, only 26, but he had been in the industry since he turned 14. Now that the trading houses were allowed to operate globally, instead of just inside ZAFT, he was in his element and making plenty of money for the National Financial Group. We're listening, one of the other traders said. 1. If we slow down the panic enough, it may give the African Union enough time to unscrew the error of their ways and restore some faith in their nation. It won't be enough to completely restore their standing, but after the past couple police actions I don't think they could do that anyway. The older lady in their trading floor cleared her throat. She was 30, a fresh trader out of the military, and eager to start anew in a different field. And what is the other possibility? If everything goes to hell, and we are heavily invested in it, we have two possible claims to helping bring order to chaos. Number 1, the amount of investment we put into the nation before it goes mushroom cloud will definitely swing the needle in our direction. Number 2, traditionally we have been invested in Africa, on both the political and military level, so we have that angle going for us if we have to interdict. I suspect Chairman Durndal doesn't believe they're salvageable in their present form, so I think he is probably setting us up to go in at several levels and make it legitimate in the eyes of the rest of the world. That is pretty cold, the youngest trader commented about the senior trader's logic. Of course it is cold, the problem with politics at this level is that you have to make some pretty nasty decisions to do the right thing. Nobody ever said playing the game at this level is going to be easy, and we just got recruited for a match whether we like it or not. Okay, we're in the game. What's the plan? The senior trader looked at the younger lady trader and nodded. He considered it rather nice to have personnel who would at least do as ordered quickly when the situation arose. We want to avoid the currency market, that is going to collapse whether we like it or not. The way that panic has begun, there is no stopping it even if Mendel dropped their gold reserve on the country. What we need to do is get into their industry, their agriculture, their chemical processing, and what's left of their mining sector. Avoid the retail sector, once looting begins that will go to hell by default. Also avoid the banking sector, as the currency drops so will the banks. Any questions? Nobody in the room questioned the instructions from the senior trader. Get to those keyboards and get to it, any spare cash you have available, any liquid assets you can dispose of quickly, free it up and get the cash moving towards South Africa. In 2 days, the economy of the South African Union would still be standing, but only barely and only by way of other currencies. The South African dollar was toast, dead mere hours after Orb bailed out on it, but trading in Mendel C-bills and Orb Earth dollars would keep some parts of the SAU economy alive and well. The military actions to suppress the rioting and rebellion, however, would quickly change world opinion against the continued existence of the government. X. June 22 CE 75, 19:15 hours UTC. Office of the Division Commander, Mendel Administration Building 10th floor, Mendel Colony. It is a different world today, Empress Atreba said as she looked at Wayne's fledgling shot glass collection in his office. Not a bad world at that. Long ways to go before the cancer is removed, but we are getting there. DC Stanith Agrippa selected a shot glass from Handel Manufacturing, a small promotional item their material painting crew had made in quantity to demonstrate how fine their detail work could get. We will make it, eventually, Wayne posited. Thankfully, the deliberately bad apples are voluntarily deporting themselves on our dime, which we would have to pay one way or the other. Hataru picked up a shot glass with the unit symbol for the Joker's wild formation and moved to her chair for the impromptu meeting. Rini selected the Mere Campbell infamous quote shot glass as hers for the evening and took her seat. Gerald Lightbringer was already seated with a rocks glass and was one drink into the evening. Hit me, Rini presented her shot glass for a round of whiskey and DC Centura poured her the requested shot. So, what's the closing total for the fourth sign-up? Agrippa asked after he received his first shot. 880,457 sign UPS from this registration drive. And to think I was only expecting $1.5 million total in this project, $2 million on the outside, Wayne said. I'll guess it will be over $4 million before we're done. Let M go and smile as you wave at M, Stan said with gusto. If they don't want to hang around, don't keep them around. Sorry I'm late, maintenance paperwork for my ship, Star Admiral Sahalan said as she entered and closed the door behind her. Grab a shot glass and a seat, the fun is just getting started, Wayne waved her over. Minako grabbed a blank shot glass and took a seat next to the master executor. So, as we were discussing, we're now estimating a bit more than 4 million headed out to Blue Terra. How has the ride been from here to Blue Terra and back? Wayne asked the one practicing jump-capable warship captain in this dimension. Been busy but well worth it. I think about 75-day cycles is proper, we're not pushing the Phoenix too hard and we're not really wasting time, the Star Admiral answered. No trouble from the transferees. A couple fist fights per trip, petty shit like bunk assignments, farting in public, certainly nothing special. Landing is even fairly easy on everyone. We've had independent observers on every run so far, everything looks legit on their end, Rini pointed out before she had a sip of her whiskey. It helps that we're giving them a pre-packaged civil infrastructure to go along with their abjuration. The clans would not have been so forgiving. Abjuration will lead to a repeat of this war, but what comes from the far end of that conflict will be a renewed Mendel worthy of taking and holding the stars in the same fashion that the Magi were renewed after the Divine Wars, so would I expect Mendel to be pained beforehand and sharpened by the conflict to the edge it needs to hold. And the remnants of blue cosmos after that battle? Minako asked after slugging half her shot glass. Hataru tossed off her first shot of the night. She had to be careful with this question, as an answer in the wrong character could alter the necessary future to come. The deciding factor was that she speak nothing about the numbers of the matter, despite those numbers being the critical datum point. Those that survive the renewed wrath of Mendel will be hardened in the crucible of the stars, she said artfully. And after that, the future, Wayne decided to give the Master Executor an easy out, given that the question had elicited an unusual and rather oblique answer from her. I do not want to know the future, we have enough trouble in the here and now. Here is one thing you have going for yourselves, Stanith waved his shot glass at the windows behind Wayne. This era has some absolutely apeshit research and development groups. I mean, we have some solid engineers in our empire, but 6 months to turn a dropship design from blank diagram to flying prototype? The team that developed the Oxen-class dropship is amazing. LNC Engineering, yes, Wayne nodded. They have done good work for Orb and for us in the past, their outfit is comprised of veterans from the First Plants Wars. They know their stuff, and we intend to keep them in the fold. As they were an independent engineering firm operating by the contract, Wayne could not pin them down as exclusive operators for Mendel, but he could certainly wave a good contract in their direction when needed. Anaheim Electronics, Hessian Systems, Heilson Shipyards, Telstar Engines, you have some of our best and brightest, Division Commander. Rini tossed the remainder of her first shot off and requested a refill. I wish I could give you more, but what is here is the tolerable limit for what is needed. This is what every Magi soldier knows when he or she signs on the line to enlist, milady, Wayne pointed out. We do what we must to save lives and hopefully win the unwinnable war. If this is what we must do, forge a separate and divergent society for eons, it is what we shall do. Wayne hoisted his shot glass in salute. It is all we can do, otherwise we are admitting to ourselves and to our ancestry that it was not worth the fight. And we shall fight, Minako assured them. First here, later elsewhere in existence, and when the time comes we will join you on the final fields of battle. Author's chapter afterward. This chapter ran through a bit faster than I expected. That said, I've also switched back to using voice recognition software for large section writing, you can probably see where that comes into play in the latter parts of the chapter. This is where things begin moving in the direction that is ordained and provides the cleanest solution to the Blue Cosmos issue going forward. As you see, though, Blue Cosmos has not yet given up their resistance and indeed has gotten a bit bloodier against civilians. Gas attacks in Europe, planned bomb attacks in public places, and I haven't touched on the low-level terrorism that happens between the major incidents. I might add a couple such issues into Inferno, might add 1 or 2 low-level attacks in the next chapter of this story. The actual startup of Blue Terra begins here as well, and this is going to be the foundation of what is to come for Blue Cosmos in the future. As an ethos, BC will die out on home Terra, but it will be 100 years or so. Same story in the here and now as with certain American hate groups, as time runs their numbers fade. As a quasi-religion, Blue Cosmos will continue to flourish on Blue Terra for a few hundred years to come. This is primarily due to ontological inertia, and that the ethos becomes its own driving force for the people that follow it, until they get their chance at revenge. Now, as to what form of revenge shall be taken, this I need to leave 2 stories to come. Suffice it to say that I have more than a few pretty rough plans for this one. Note also, as we get done with Chapter 18, we still have no actual progress on the development of an Android program. This is deliberate, as this thread will be picked up with a vengeance in Section 3, as well as a proper explanation as to what has or has not happened at this point. I should also make mention that this will be a large point in Section 3 towards the end and Section 4 throughout. If you thought Blue Cosmos was going to go apeshit about genetic engineering, wait until they have to deal with artificial beings. I think that's about it for what I have covered for the major story points in this chapter. On the writing front, as I pointed out above, I have returned to using voice recognition software for some of my writing. I've said it before, I will say it again, I am not a particularly fast typer, which definitely hinders my chapter turnout rate, but with voice recognition I can get upwards of 3,000 words an hour. When you wager that total, which is my hourly turnout rate, against the size of some entire stories on, I would say the effort is worth it. Even if I have to go through a section written by voice 2 or 3 times to make sure that the voice recognition system got everything properly, it is worth it. As of right now, I am not sure which story is going to be my next chapter. As I've stated elsewhere, I am on hiatus for Sigma Mercenaries, as I really do not want to push the clock forward until I have a proper database system built. I have one chapter still outstanding for Region of Vector, and I have Play of Meat still to go for Archangel's Amazing Adventures. I've also been toying with the consideration of resuming work on Inferno in Chicago. I have options, I'm just not 100% sure which direction I wish to go. On the personal front, most of the summer remodeling work has been completed, I have a couple minor tasks here and there and all that remains is just the usual make work maintenance detail. So, with that in mind, I should be a little more prompt in being able to write, and a little more prompt in being able to prep chapters for deployment. As winter sets in, and as all major house remodeling ceases, I'll be able to turn heavily towards chapter work, so long as everything stays functional. I suspect, to a degree, that my primary computer is starting to give up the ghost. It is 6 years old after all, so I've gotten my money worth out of it. And I'm still playing Fallout 4 on it, so there is that. I do believe that is it. Next up, the deportation schedule continues, the world begins moving towards normalcy, plans for the future are laid and life will go on. Review replies, 5 solid reviews for this chapter. Much thanks to you all for the feedback. Redemption Warrior, Flay being an only child just did not sit right with me, and it made sense that someone would try to fight for Ulster Enterprises when shit hit the fan. The FARC job comment was because a lot of people thought she went off the deep end, which makes sense in context but was a rather bad way to end her story, even if she did ex post facto apologize to Kira. That whole thing just never sat proper with me. Sejuuk, I am a fan of Command and Conquer. That said, it is not really influencing this story, it may be a case of echoing operations, all else being equal. Ulster Enterprises has got a lot of horsepower to come, so stay tuned for further. Oh yes, I will be handling some of the other nations in the next couple chapters, so hold on to that thought. Thanks. Holy Dragoon, I think I may have to reserve that line for general use, thanks. Tanker 0923, you gave me a steep challenge there, amigo, but in all things of this matter, I can finagle a delivery. That said, it's basically a small Archangel with improved air defense capabilities. I took some liberties with your design, and came up with 2 versions, one uses the ballistic 75mm CIWS, 22 guns total, the other uses more heatsinks and a newer orb weapon system for Set 3, the Sakura Beam CIWS system. Had to use medium naval PPCs for the beam cannons, which are Battletech's analogous weapon for light naval beam cannons, but otherwise it is a solid small platform. Only downside is that these ships do not conform to your size constraints by any measure, given that to fit everything you asked for in a reasonable package, I had to make the ship 200,000 tons in monitor configuration and balance it out. For comparison, a full-up jump-capable Star League warship in the destroyer classification, Lola 3 class, specifically, is 680,000 tons, the Archangel masses in at 350,000 tons and the Minerva is 325,000 under my conversions, so you're trucking some serious tonnage and I'd bet on your design against the Lola 3 by a fair margin. You can expect to see the Jackson-class escort destroyer in service in Orb in Set 3. Hellhound DOW, oh yes, I have a long list of interesting encounters to come in the future of this series, and mind you that I haven't really uncracked the throttle on the multimage side yet, either. The Sigma side stories will be a veritable factory of non-human encounters, and the Joker's Wild series will have even worse. So yeah, things will get interesting, smiley face. Thank you for declaring my stories addictive, smiley face. Always good to know I'm writing something that people want to keep reading. As always, much thank you all for keeping the Inferno going. I have sworn never to give up, and I shall keep on keeping on. The gripe sheet. No major complaints for this chapter. Much thanks to Zeben Nightwing, Takeshi, and Necroblade for keeping my writing straight. Footnotes. 1 Narcissistic Personality Disorder. By the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, Edition 5, Gibril fits 8 or 9 of the 9 markers for NPD, depending on view, whereby Muruthi Azrael hit all 9. 2 Orb Defensive Operations Tactical, Special Operations Teams dedicated to high-risk operations inside the borders of Orb where police response would be insufficient or unnecessarily bloody. 3 Human Intelligence Sources, representing information drawn from foreign agents directly. 4 Signal Intelligence Sources, representing technical means of intercepting communications. 5 Orb Special Assault Tactical, Special Operations Teams more geared toward foreign assault operations but can also be used for domestic operations in a pinch and with specific authorization of 2 or more of the ruling families. Chapter 19, Deep Blue Silence. August 1 CE 75, 0100 hours UTC. Lagrange Point 1, between Terra and Luna, home Terra. Doesn't look like Asgard took any damage, Commander Hannenfuss said. I'm surprised, actually, Isaac said after his dual Gundam began rotating around the starboard side of the structure. I was expecting the Earth Alliance to fire on it as they flew by, but nothing, no damage, the ZAFT Special Projects Commander declared. Not complaining, Shiho said to her CO. What had begun of the construction effort for the Asgard shipyard station had been stabilized, tied together with monopolymer tethers, and abandoned in place. The beginning of hostilities for the Second Bloody Valentine War, or Second Plants War, depending on who you asked, had been a large red flag to the construction crew to pack up shop and head back to the plants or to Mendel for safety, at least until the Führer died down. Even still, the station had moved from its programmed location. After doing the math, Isaac had realized that the ultramagnetic forces generated and released by the jump core of the warship Golden Phoenix had affected it ever so slightly, even at a distance of several thousand kilometers. Small wonder, then, that the arrival of said warship had telefragged several of the Earth Alliance ships in its vicinity, an olden days computer gamer term that predated space travel but very much applied to the art of jump drive travel. Being overly close to the departure or arrival location of a jump ship or warship was very likely to cut one's life abruptly short. First thing is first, Isaac said briskly to take his mind off the quandaries of interstellar travel. Time enough for that art in years to come, after ZAFT had its first ships in deploy and he had learned the art of interstellar navigation. Listening, sir. Project Supervisor Hanan Fuss declared. We need to stop the spinward movement of the existing blocks and we need to stop the rotational velocity. Then, once the station is stabilized again, we cut the blocks loose and array them for assembly. Won't get to welding today, but if we have everything staged we can start tomorrow, early, and show some progress. Well, yeah, but the old schedule is trashed, Shiho pointed out. We did have a little bit of a war and the aftermath to deal with, sir, she stated reasonably. Which is why I am not saying we're 18 months behind schedule, any reasonable man on the street would allow a little schedule shift for an all-out war, Isaac answered with some sarcasm to voice. The worry here is that once stopped, getting the momentum going again is going to be the hard part. We have to have some progress before someone gets cold feet about a restart. So it's more of a factor of political will than anything else. Shiho asked as she started the process of matching rotational velocity to the station components. Political inertia, which can work against us in both directions. Objects in motion are hard to stop, and objects not in motion are hard to get moving. Isaac, meanwhile, was working to match the rotational velocity of the station leftovers on the opposite side of the collection from Shiho. Once we're moving again, we should be good to go. And for now we need to stop this moving so we can cut the sections apart, she said to bring focus back to the task at hand. Almost ready to latch on, what about you? Isaac asked. Almost matched now, ready, Shiho said. Do it, 3, 2, 1, now. Isaac took hold of the frame in front of him, as did Shiho. Got it. You. Still under control and ready. What's the plan? Do a 1-second burst against the rotation. 3, 2, 1, now. Isaac lit off his maneuver thrusters to slow the rotating block of frame sections, which Shiho matched adroitly. The timing wasn't completely accurate between the two, Shiho anticipated her CO and was a quarter second too fast on the trigger, but the largest part of what little rotational inertia existed in the frames came to an end. Enough so that it was now safe to begin the process of removing the monopolymer tethers. Close enough for our purposes, Shiho said after she checked her maneuver systems and saw a very minor, almost trivial, rotational velocity. Use your beam sword to cut the tether by energy transfer, don't try to physically chop through it or you'll impart inertia to the assembly again. Isaac, still driving his older dual assault shroud for this task, had use of the old Earth Alliance designed beam sabers to do the cutting. Given the resiliency and energy transference of monopolymer, both the newer GOUF and the dual took several minutes to cut through the tether and free it up for removal. Got it on my side. Shiho announced about a minute after Isaac was finished on his side. Works units, start pulling the cable from the center and adjacent sides through the frame sections and out, but be careful about it. Isaac took position on the spinward side of the severed cable and began directing its removal from the ready modules. Easy on the port side, easy, he cautioned as one of the workskin units started moving a bit too quickly. All right, starboard is clear, port side is clear. Move the cable segments to a holding position. On it, sir. One of the junior technicians answered. Now the real challenge begins, Shiho grumped. Now we get the modules arranged and start the assembly. It will be worth it, Isaac said. Humanity can't live cooped up on one planet and some colonies around it, or we'll find another reason to fight it out. It's what we do. So, our best bet for a stable future is in expansion, and our best bet for expansion is jump ships. XXX. November 13, CE 75, 1100 hours local, UTC 5. Anaheim Electronics Site 3, Rural Alabama, North America Continent, Home Terra. Coords, 34 degrees 62.34 N, 87 degree 38 53.57 W. The state of Alabama was a wildly different chunk of real estate from what a lot of prejudices would have held about it. Far from the prototypical Deep South territory, Alabama had quickly earned a quiet reputation as a manufacturing and aerospace hotspot in the latter half of the 20th century, continuing well into the 21st century on both accounts. When Washington state became insufferable to Boeing in the 2030s, Alabama was their relocation headquarters. NASA's main rocket factories were located in Alabama. And numerous firearms manufacturers moved to the state in the early 2010s or 2020s, with other manufacturers setting up secondary sites in this neck of the Deep South. All facts which worked to the advantage of Anaheim Electronics. Named primarily for the city of Anaheim, New York, where they set up in the UC timeline before being bought out by the Mages, AE had held many home offices, but the expansion project here on Hometerra had one good starting point, the manufacturing center of the Earth Alliance. Right now, that new manufacturing facility and headquarters building consisted of about a dozen Quonset huts, and a large patch of ground being prepared for the new factory. It was not a workable manufacturing plant by any stretch of the imagination, so. And we have competition from the Schoolgirl Consortium. Director Liliana Booth concluded her quick and dirty briefing on why they had picked such a rustic area as Alabama for their manufacturing headquarters on Hometerra. Let all the foppish corpos think there is hay to be made on the coasts. If they are lucky, hay is about the best they can expect out that way, given how much pooch the Earth Alliance has screwed on this planet. No, the Rust Belt starts in Michigan, runs down to Georgia, and cuts west into Texas and Oklahoma. That is where there is true horsepower to be tapped in manufacturing, at least in North America, and that is why our first big production plant is here. Liliana Booth was an odd duck in the corporate world, even for Magi corporations which tended to breed odd ducks. She was, genetically speaking, the product of a fling between a true-born aerospace pilot and a regular girl born of a supermodel blood heritage. The right combination of passive and active genes had given her smashing looks, intelligence and instinct worthy of her fight pilot father, physical fitness in excess of norms, and more than her fair share of eccentricities. Of course, the combination of raw talent and instinct had made her very attractive to Anaheim Electronics, primarily in the Special Projects division, and when this assignment came up she pulled stakes and relocated without a second thought. Point received, Director Booth, Facilities Coordinator Paul Brief answered. Ulster Enterprises, which shall henceforth be known as the Schoolgirl Consortium, has a leg up on us because of their acquisition of Acteon Industries immediately after the war. There were a couple groans around the room from the senior management personnel, mainly because they knew once Liliana derived a pet name for something, that was it, she would never refer to it by a proper name again. That gives them a strong foothold in western Pennsylvania and Michigan, as well as manufacturing rights for the Dagger L, and Wyndham. No doubt their engineers are busy working on updating the designs to Magi specifications, so our big plan is to go hammer down on AE's traditional offerings. Do we know if Ulster is planning on introducing updated versions of the GATX series machines? They'd be foolish not to, Director Booth pointed out. And, this being the schoolgirl in command calling the shots, I figure her better than 70-30 going to do so. Her present boyfriend pilots the X-131 Calamity Gundam, so she knows the strengths of the X-series machines and probably so does the Mage command level. Oh yes, we know, a new, somewhat unrecognized but very haunting voice said from the doorway into their adopted conference room. Recognition of the new arrival only took a few seconds. Sir. Was not expecting any kind of visit, Legion Commander. Oh yes, I know, Gerald Lightbringer said as he entered. One of the senior management officials offered him a seat immediately and without prompting. Wanted to come in and lay down some ground rules for the future of the defense contractors, and before you ask, I've already given this speech to Ulster Enterprises. Hey, ground rules? So we're not playing by typical Mage playbook? Director Booth asked. Yes and no, Gerald started. Yes, in that the usual rules apply to acquisition, purchasing, and development. We have already started the contractors around here on the nominal procedure, and it has turned some gems for use in the last war. I see no need to mess with success in that regard. Follow. Understood, sir. The production coordinator said stoutly. Second, on the classic designs, you are expected to take some liberties, so long as the end product is worthy of the improvements. Depending on mods, you may be called upon to provide upgrades to the existing machines so long as it can be justified. With pleasure, sir, Liliana said with a smile. Upgrade contracts were serious bucks, but also required serious infrastructure. The kind of infrastructure that Anaheim did not yet have. Gerald cleared his throat. Third, and I know this is going to break hearts, there is no wall between contractors. You are allowed to play nice, but not play naughty. We cannot afford the kind of damage that sometimes occurred in grudge matches back in the bad old days of the Empire, and we sure as hell cannot tolerate the kind of widespread carnage of the Inner Sphere Succession Wars era or Jihad era. If I catch a whiff of corporate espionage or corporate raiding, your asses will be flayed down to pink mist and noise in the courtyard of the administrative building up on the Mendel colony, clear. Definitely, sir, the manager for special operations for Anaheim Electronics acknowledged the point. He knew that Gerald was dead serious with his threat and had made it deliberately shocking a threat to ensure the execs took it to heart. Some corporations tended to play fast and loose with such orders, on the assumption that they could skate if they could justify the results of their actions. In this case, Gerald was making the point infinitely clear that there would be no skating for any parties involved, should the corporations be engaging in shadow warfare. And in cases where we have a legitimate case for trial by combat? Liliana asked. If such a case arises, I will sign off on it and I will officiate the match. But use your brains on this matter, there is a lot of top-shelf talent in Ulster Enterprises left over from the war, and Flay knows how to pick and command a solid team. If you intend to do something, you had best make sure you have an ironclad reason for it or the judgment and subsequent trial could become quickly stacked in their favor. Liliana Booth took only 5 seconds to come to a conclusion. So, we're all expected to play harmoniously. And that is across the board, Gerald acknowledged the point. We'll do it, and we'll do it with a smile, sir. Liliana said with a smile of her own. Time enough for grudge matches after the war and the repeat. And, fourth point, when we release the Anaheim SOG, 2, back to your control, per special release from the Protectorate of Sigma, you are authorized to reverse engineer and create derivative rifles based on the rail rifle in use by your team. Here is the necessary paperwork. Gerald handed the corporate lawyer an envelope. As you know, you have several Ians to improve on Sigma's favored rifle, so they are expecting to see a truly jaw-dropping weapon when you are done. Oh, I think we'll have a few surprises for them. The head of development was not far removed from the prototypical mad scientist, and looked to be relishing the possibility of tinkering with such an infamous platform. That's it for me. Any questions? Gerald asked. XXX. February 2nd CE 76, 1030 hours local, UTC 6, time. Downtown Conway, Arkansas, Protectorate of Mendel Territory. Coords, 35 degrees 534.93 N, 92 degree 26 10.20 W. Final evacuation sign-up drive for all persons intent to self-abjure to Blue Terra, really. Petroleum engineer Richard Nate grumped after he saw the poster on the office. So, if we don't sign up now, we're stuck here. His girlfriend asked. I think so, Nate guessed. You would be, a former Blue Cosmos trooper said as he approached the door to the facility. His tattoos made his prior affiliation clear. This is the last sign-up for deportation. You miss this, you're condemned to remain. After the door closed, the girlfriend looked to Richard. We've been talking about leaving this world, are you ready to make the leap? Never been more ready for it, Mr. Nate admitted. He opened the door for his girlfriend and entered shortly thereafter. Inside the office, it was quite a bit busier than either person expected. The lobby had seating for 20, all full, and the reception desk was being used by 2 more in addition to the Mendel officers that were processing paperwork. The former BC trooper had occupied another piece of the counter to begin filling out his paperwork, leaving not much space for Nate and his girlfriend to even approach. After a moment to fortify their courage, Nate and his girlfriend pushed forward to the reception section of the counter. Richard began, but faltered. The receptionist slipped 2 clipboards up onto the counter, both with fresh forms for the 2 to fill out, but said nothing about it. That bad? He asked after a moment. It is a grim business, the lady receptionist, a star commander by rank insignia and mech warrior by arm patch, said plaintively. Everyone has their doubts, some to the point of hesitation, others just on their faces. It is truly a hard thing to ask a man to walk away from the nation, the world they have known, more so to do it voluntarily. Beats the alternative, the Blue Cosmos trooper said. One question, the girlfriend began. If you came here, why not return home and leave us in peace? Not an unheard question in these sign-up drives, the star commander leaned back. When we became involved in the First War, we believed we could never return home and we saw the beginning of a nuclear campaign at the Second Battle of Jachindu. When the Second War kicked off, it was after we had just prevented the drop of the Junius continent onto the planet and after taking a nuclear weapons strike on a civilian colony. We had no expectation of peace, so we acted. Is it really so hard to walk away? She continued the question. It is exactly as hard to walk away from a nuclear shooting match as it is to get out of the way of a nuclear weapon aimed at oneself, the Star Commander said philosophically. Oh, Christina realized that the Star Commander had made perfect sense in context. No reasonable man would expect peaceful outcomes with nuclear arms being thrown about. Mendel II and Des Moines were both examples of how peaceful the Earth Alliance had intended to be. Richard nodded twice, silently, and picked up his clipboard. Christina didn't hesitate on the matter more than a few seconds more, she accepted the philosophical defeat and began the paperwork process. Given the counter space was running Spartan and no chairs were vacant, they leaned up against one of the structural pillars and started their adventure in bureaucratic identification. After they were both halfway through their first forms, a family of 4 was called into their conference with a ranking Mendel officer to go over the procedures and requirements. This freed up most of the counter space, so Christina and Richard made their way to the desk again to finish up their paperwork in a mildly more legible fashion. They finished the forms up before the next persons were called, 2 individuals on opposite sides of the room, so they waited patiently for the next group to be called. In due time, Christina found herself seated next to a middle-aged woman and her husband. So, in the natural process of being parked in a waiting room, the inevitable came up. "Your husband?" she asked. "Not yet, but we've been talking about it," Christina said. "Thinking we'll make it official after we've taken the trip. Might be worth waiting, certainly would be some good news after we landed," the middle-aged lady said. "Hope you're ready for it, married life on a rough world will get interesting fast." "Yeah, farming, ranching, low technology, kids, and no coordinators," Christina said. "You son was killed in the Des Moines blast. I'm convinced it was a false flag to horrify the rest of the world and get them to side with Mendel. We have no daughter." The very specific way she denied having a daughter raised a flag in Christina's mind. Thankfully, she didn't have to wait too long for the answer to that instant flagging sensation. "We had a daughter." "Harold, don't. We agreed she isn't our daughter," the lady said. "We can pretend she doesn't exist, but she does," the husband said. "She turned traitor when she was in orb at their Morgan Row at college. Married a coordinator boy, they moved to Mendel between the wars. Last we heard from them, he was in a manufacturing company and she was pregnant. And I am deeply ashamed of it," the lady said. "You can only do so much," Christina said. The door to the office's area opened. "Thomas and Ruth Leeds, please," the Mendel officer asked. "Here," the wife said. "Don't let your children go sour," she cautioned Richard and Christina before she straightened up and walked proudly into the offices. XXX. April 14, CE 76, 0830 hours UTC time. Special Genetics Facility Cadence, Plant Colony Februaris 2, L5 Colony Cluster, ZAFT Territory. Chairman on deck. The Naval Marine tasked to guard the front door for the morning watch shouted. "As you were," Chairman Durndal answered immediately and respectfully. The Marine in question was clearly a veteran of the Second War. His left eye patch and slightly stunted left leg told a tale of having taken injuries during the ground campaign on Terra. A post like this would be something of a sunset tour for him, a posting of prestige and duty but not one that would constitute taxing frontline duty to someone who had been injured and wasn't completely up to 100% battlefield standard. Then again, Durndal didn't fancy his own odds against the veteran, even given the physical limitations. "Chairman, welcome to Cadence," Director Abernathy said. "The process is about to begin. Are you ready to scrub in?" "Yes, let's begin," Gilbert said. "Lead the way, please," he prompted, despite the fact that Durndal already knew the way. "We've come a long way since Mendel, sir. And, with the help of those who have come before, we are ready to take the next steps." Yulin was visionary, but the preconditions were not proper for what we are to do now, Durndal said. "Today, we hold the cards." "I know, it took an outsider to push the world to the edge and past," Jonas Abernathy said with a chuckle. "I don't know if we will ever go the route of the Magi supermassive scale programs, but we can certainly take their techniques and go our own route with them." Jonas nodded to the sign in the locker room for the facility that covered the acronym Cadence. Coordinator Advanced Development, Enhancement and Normalization of Genetics through Conception and Education, as officially written and named, was the ZAFT answer to the Mendel Master Genetics Archive that was being set up in Lodania on Terra. The singular difference was, Mendel's program welcomed any person that could prove themselves and could contribute to an improved normal in their parlance. The ZAFT program was set up to push the envelope. The Cadence program had 4 components, the same as the Mendel and Magi programs. 1. An archive of all past specimens for research and material purposes. 2. A research program geared toward studying the mysteries and splendors of the genetic code. 3. An artificial gestation program to give birth to new persons through the research program. And 4. An education system for the children of the program, the children of the staff, and the public at large for purposes of the genetic work to come. The combination of the 4 components would create a research environment that, once kicked off, could continually drive progress for the coordinators to come, and hopefully give ZAFT an edge in the future to come. "It will be a contested future," Chairman Durndal admitted. "Do not expect the major players of the future to give us an easy path, even if we are almost rid of the scourge of blue cosmos. Never will be the easy path, we are the pathfinders," Jonas agreed. He had stripped down to underwear, as had Chairman Durndal, and both were fitted themselves into surgical gowns for the coming tour. "Scrub twice, we take no chances," the research assistant cautioned the chairman. "Understood," Durndal dutifully scrubbed a second time, this time a bit longer, to ensure he was properly cleaned and ready. They gloved up using long gloves, hair nets, surgical masks, boot covers and eye protection to complete the ensemble. Sir, will we really be establishing a cadence facility on every planet we go to? One of the facility assistants asked as she finished up tying off Durandal's surgical gown. At least half of them, depending on conditions and population planning, Durandal said, given that it was no manner of secret that the intention was to expand early, expand rapidly, and hopefully overtake the rest of existence by a combination of speed, mass, and skill. Ready to go, sir? The director asked. I believe so, Durandal said before he brought up and tied off his surgical mask. The other persons in the room did the same and all gave a thumbs up to signal ready. Outside the locker room for the research and gestation wing, the triple-wide hallway stretched in two directions. To the left, the gestation facility was designed as a self-contained single-level unit so far, with options to expand vertically as needed. If anything, Durandal didn't intend much in the way of production canisters here in the plants. He figured the likelihood of this going beyond 3 levels, 225 total artificial womb chambers, was unlikely. The intention was that the plant facilities would be the primary research facilities, the satellite facilities would do the production and analysis work. This will be the first generation of coordinators born under our new understanding. How will society treat them? The director asked. Hopefully it will go well, one of the lab assistants said. It will go as well as we initially were when George Glenn revealed the existence of coordinators, Durandal estimated as the last of their group emerged from the scrub room. The group moved toward the right, where the preparation and research areas were provisioned for the facility. It was all glass-walled for observation purposes, but very highly regulated for contaminants and access to the rooms in question. The rooms looked something like an operating room in a hospital, but much cleaner and much more secured. This part of the facility is where we do the research and lab work, and the first section of the wing is specifically for preparation of the gestation groups. The method for this process was different from what the mages typically used. In the mage facilities, the gestation prep work was done in the room with the artificial wombs and transferred to the womb to begin the growth process. In the ZAFT facility, the canisters, the shorthand term for the artificial wombs, were themselves mobile and could be rearranged on the fly because each canister contained its own mobile life support, filtration, and power source that could run for several hours independent of the primary systems in the facility. So, the canister would be activated, moved into the preparation room, and then the prep work would begin in earnest. So, on this first run, we have 10 groups of 10, with the sperm and ovum already modified to our specifications, so once the intended canisters are in place we go ahead and mate the 2 cells and place them for gestation. The arrival of the last of 10 canisters kicked off the process. What is the process? Durandal asked. He had a general knowledge of it, but wanted to hear it straight from the director. Now that the canisters have arrived and are ready to receive, the fertilization process begins. That process is standard fare for artificial insemination, the big difference being we're using enhanced cells. Gender selection? Durandal asked. 5 and 5, the director said. Now that the insemination is done, the main geneticist hands off the slide to the lead lab tech, who will draw the zygote up into a pipette and eject it into the canister down by the artificial womb membrane at the bottom. That way the cell knows where to implant itself and begin growing, Durandal said. As was explained, the lab tech squeezed the pipette a couple times to ensure it was cleared out, and even drew in several rounds of artificial amniotic fluid to flush it out and make sure it was clear. Next step, the gestation techs will close up the canister and seal it, then do an integrity check to ensure it is ready for the next 40 weeks. Said integrity check was automated and took only a few seconds. The canisters are intelligent devices, they will regulate the amount of artificial amniotic fluid in the chamber as the child grows, we will monitor and tweak the process as needed. Satisfied, the 2 technicians transferred the canister to a shock-absorbing cart and wheeled it over to the gestation facility. And that's it, sir, at least for the setup phase, one of the lab techs said. The next 40 weeks is going to be an adventure, this is our first. Second for me, Durandal said. Still, I am sworn to secrecy on the first, so I'll say nothing more. How well did it turn out, sir? The lab tech asked offhand. Durandal considered his words carefully. Exceeded all expectations. We have a very high bar to meet for this project. XXX. June 19 CE 76, 1000 hours local, Orb mainland, UTC +10, time. LNC Engineering, Orb Capital City Office. Where the owners of the LNC Engineering Group had their offices in Copernicus, Mendel, and now Copenhagen, Dirka had been assigned as the chief engineer to the firm's office in Orb. It also worked to his advantage to a degree. Mirialia had her main office for her independent reporting gig here in the Orb mainland, so they saw quite a bit of each other. And it didn't hurt their relationship that Dirka had set this last round out, rather than taking sides. Managing an engineering office was not a simple task, all else in consideration. The public at large tended to have a lot of oddball engineering tasks that needed to be drawn up and validated, ranging from bridges to buildings to manufacturing to mechanical to even aerospace. For that, Dirka had already seen to one facility move, from a single-floor flat to a 3-story office building and tripled the size of the staff. More was the better that his figures for last year were at a complete profit. The total contract work brought in and completed was in excess of 26 million Earth dollars, with expenses only in the neighborhood of 21 million including the company downtime for the building move and personnel expenses. And now he was contemplating another office move, this time to a 5-story office building, and considered that he needed more personnel to help tie up some of the up-and-coming engineering projects that were being bid out amongst various engineering firms. Dirka had more than once joked that the company's reputation had caused business to simply walk in the door, and when he saw Vladimir Kisaka and Rondo Minasahaku walk in the front door, he groaned for the accuracy of the statement. Still, when the receptionist escorted them to his door, Dirka stood up, unwrinkled his shirt as best as possible, and made sure he was as close to ready as possible. The door opened. "Director, I have to see you," his receptionist said. She didn't have to say this was an impromptu meeting, given that Dirka already knew he had no clients scheduled until after lunch. "See them in and bring a round of coffee, please," Dirka said. The secretary/receptionist showed the 2 distinguished guests in. "Been a while, Dirka," Vladimir said with some cheer. "Year or two, Colonel Kisaka," Dirka said evenly, given the last they had spoken was around the time of the negotiations that officially ended the First War. The two shook hands warmly. "How's things been going?" "Been up and down. You heard about the kidnapping incident, I take it?" Kisaka commented. "That was some serious crap," Dirka said. "That crew had come chutzpah to even try it. Damn good thing Lady Kagalai wasn't harmed, and a thrun." "Complete recovery," Kisaka confirmed. "Dirka, not sure if you've met Representative Sahaku, but the company's work has already come to her attention." "Don't think I have, ma'am," Dirka said at his most formal. Rondo offered a hand for a shake. "A pleasure to meet one of the veterans of the Cruzat team and a friend of a thrun." "Thank you. Those were some wild days." On reflection, Dirka was still surprised that he had survived their repeated encounters with the Archangel, survived being captured, survived the fight against the Earth Alliance, survived the encounter with the mages, and somehow miraculously survived the second battle of Jachindu. Unfortunately, all that luck of days past wasn't helping him with his attempts at playing the lottery in these days, so... "Well, if a council representative and Lady Kagalai's chief SPO are here, I would guess you have a very serious project in mind." "Exactly so," Rondo Minasahaku took an offered seat across the desk from Dirka. "Lady Kagalai has expressed an interest in enhancing our mining take from the asteroid belt, and specifically expressed interest in possibly moving asteroids into Earth orbit for the purpose of building new colonies on them in the fashion of Heliopolis. Additionally, we still have need of salvaging capabilities in the debris belt and at the Lagrange points, so we would like to open a discussion on a vessel class that can do these tasks." "And I take it you are not interested in using an off-the-shelf hull?" Dirka was referring to Mendel's Omni warship hull, the GARM class, which could be reconfigured for a wide variety of tasks depending on needs and modification packages available. "Unfortunately not, production of the GARM class will be tied up for almost a decade, given extant orders," Vladimir said. "And sub-licensing the design might work, but we want something bigger." "How big are we talking?" Dirka asked the necessary question. "Largest possible hull you can make while still allowing for jump ship transport. Once we are done here in the asteroid belt, we will need to move it to another star system where we can exploit resources," Rondo said. Something in the back of Dirka's mind bristled at the thought of something so parasitic as going from system to system and strip mining resources wholesale, but Dirka chided himself with a simple reminder that the future belonged to the star empires and you didn't become a star empire by limiting oneself to a single planet or a single star system. So, large hull, mining capabilities, salvage capabilities, onboard material processing? Dirka asked. "Definitely need large storage bays for the material either way. How would you smelt material in space with no atmosphere or open flames?" Kisaka asked, wondering how to get around that limitation. "Simple. The fusion engine can provide plenty of heat for smelting," Dirka pointed out. "After that, it's simply a case of separating the materials for further processing, casting, and cooling. Which, now that I think about it, are not going to be simple processes in space." "Nothing ventured, nothing gained," Rondo pointed out. "Question is, can it be done?" "I think so," Dirka answered. "Won't be simple, but I think I can design something for your needs. First, maximum size of a transportable monitor is roughly 400,000 tons. There's some play in there, but not much. First, engine power. Does not have to be fast, it is a utility ship," Vladimir pointed out. Dirka took that down as a design note. "Second, do you want armor and arms? Carried units?" Dirka knew that was a big one in determining how to array systems in a ship. "Unarmed, some armor, some carried units? Mix of small craft and mobile suits, should help do the job." Rondo had not considered that idea yet. "Probably at this size, do a dozen of each," Dirka took down a couple notes. "For armor, I'll probably design it to use standard hull plating, reduce cost since this is not expected to go into combat. Can you do manipulator arms in the style of the Junk Guild ship Rhome? Ledanier asked. I think I know what you're talking about, and if I'm thinking what you're thinking, I can do it, Dirka said. The arms in question would have to be much bigger than the arms used on the Junk Guild ships, mainly for moving large chunks of asteroid around, but far from impossible. Personnel amenities would be needed, for the staff of the mining team and the processing team, Sahako posited. Probably 500 to 800, depending on the size of the mining and processing facilities, Dirka guessed. That should keep it going 3 shifts a day for the entire tour. Last thing I can think of is, balance of space as cargo, with some set aside for crew materials. How long are you planning on running a typical tour? 180 days minimum, probably 9 months to a year at the average, Rondo said. If you can engineer her for that frame of service, it would be very welcome. I'll shoot for a year, see how far that goes, Dirka finished up his notes. That should be it for what I need to know. I'll start designing the hard numbers needed tonight and brief the team in tomorrow. Do you have a time frame for when you need the design? Director Elsman asked. Soonest, Ledanier said. Faster we can get it in service, the better, Rondo Minasahaku said fervently. Once you have the draft size and constraints, I will begin preparing AIM no Mihashira as a prototyping dock for it. Wow, that is fast, Dirka thought but did not say aloud. Something must be going on to warrant a project like this. I can't guarantee how fast we'll have it ready, but we have some of the best aerospace engineers in the Earth sphere working for us. You'll get our best. We're counting on it, Ledanier said. The 3 stood and shook hands again, but for Dirka, their parting was only the beginning of a massive undertaking. XXX. July 14 CE 76, 0845 hours local, Blue Terra, time. In orbit above Site Bravo, Blue Terra North America Holdings. The largest part of the lift capability for the passengers was still being deployed in GARM-class passenger frigates, with dropships shuttling personnel from the ships in orbit to the ground. This freed up the larger Guild 2 dropships for cargo purposes, whereby each of the larger ships could carry 60,000 tons of cargo rather than the 10,000 passengers being carried by the GARM-class frigates, and their personal cargo, just as easily. The lift capability was supplemented by a new, offering from the Kingdom of Scandinavia, a dropship called the Oxen class. Weighing in at 45,000 tons mass, these ships were less than half the size of a Guild 2 and less than a fifth of the size of a GARM, but carried half the passenger allotment of the GARM or slightly more than half the cargo of a Guild 2. The Kingdom had sublet a dozen of the ships to Mendel for passenger hauling, a total of 60,000 persons per sortie, and another dozen for moving freight, at a grand total of roughly 33,000 tons per ship or 399,000 tons per sortie. It was the latter class of ship, an Oxen class flying under the moniker of Axel, that the family of Jean Kosman had been assigned to for their trip down to the surface. Husband, wife, and 3 children, all ready and willing to start over if it meant being away from Mendel. Main corridor, turn right at D17, follow signs, Jean read off the palm of his hand, where he had written down the directions for embarkation. Why did they make it so hard to navigate? Candace Kosman asked her husband. No warship is easy to navigate, Jean said. It's a defensive thing, makes ships harder to take for marine boarding parties, Kosman explained, having some training as a marine from his days in the Earth Alliance military. An armored infantryman directed them up the main corridor with a blue light wand to make sure there was no confusion as to what part of the Golden Phoenix they would need to go to. The 4 of the family continued in the directed direction with no word to the various troops around them, no word to the other Blue Cosmos refugees, they only marched in silence toward the front of the ship. Kenzie looked forward, examining something, then looked backwards and examined what she could of the ship around and through the other persons in the corridor. Dad, why does the ship look like it bends up toward the nose and down toward the tail? A ship this long flexes when it moves, we had the same problem in the EA Navy, Jean said. Isn't that a problem? Alicia, his younger daughter of the 2, asked. No, they're designed to flex like that, Jean assured them. Ah, here's our turn, he checked the instructions again, then when closer he could see the number and realized that it was not the right location. Or not. D28, Kenzie read off the placard that had been put in place for the duration of the move out to Blue Terra. We have a long way to go. It's about a kilometer forward of here, another one of the refugees told the Kosman family. I checked it yesterday, the dock collars are grouped in 3 clusters front to back, 20, 20, and 40. The 2 forward banks are split by a kilometer of ship. Why would they make something this big? Candace asked rhetorically. What possible reason would they have to make something this big just for war? That, and the same refugee pointed to a mural on a blank space of wall. It was highly stylized, but still easily understandable to the Blue Cosmos expatriates. It showed the Golden Phoenix in combat against 4 smaller warships at the same time, and unlike common wet naval doctrine in the here and now, this was at least shown as very close quarters battle with ships, escorts, mobile suits, and fighters all involved. Okay, that's hardcore, Kenzie said. Why in the world of long-range lasers and missiles would you want to get close? Heavy armor, a nearby Magi technician said. Most Star Empire warship designs have masses of armor, thousands of tons of combat plate. This makes the scattershot style of warfare, using lasers, particle cannons, and missiles at range, extremely ineffective. You could spend hours trading shots at long range and still not sink an enemy. Closing the gap to use heavier guns and increase accuracy becomes a requirement, especially in the Dreadnought and Super Dreadnought classifications. Oh, that makes sense, Jean said reflexively. He didn't like the interaction with the Mendel troops, but curiosity overrode his internal revulsion given his prior duty as a sailor. What battle was this? Kenzie asked. Fourth Battle of Northwind 88. Disputed world during the Star Empire Wars, it kept trading hands between the Negaverse, Dark Moon, and we Magi every century or so. This battle, it was the Golden Phoenix against Admiral Rupu's 4th Fleet from the Dark Moon Star Empire. The 4 ships shown were his final line of defense, 4 Goldheart-class battlecruisers. The 4 ships outmassed the Phoenix, but they couldn't out-tonnage her in armor, combined 16,000 tons of armor against the Golden Phoenix carrying 35,000 tons. We took a savage beating the whole way round, but they took 4 losses in that battle, 1 catastrophic kill with all hands lost, 1 complete kill that was scrapped for steel, and 2 abandoned ships that were captured. Jesus, 35,000 tons of armor, Jean gaped. A whole Nelson-class destroyer is 60,000 tons out of the dock. We really never could have won against them, Jean, not with armor like that. Warfare among the stars really is different, Candace said. Thanks, Jean said evenly to the tech and continued down the hallway. The family continued onward down the corridor the same as the other refugees, but the lesson provided by the structure's technician would be burned into the minds of the Kosman family. It would be those lessons learned inadvertently by an impromptu history lesson that would change Blue Cosmos' naval warfare outlook for the next go-around with Mendel. XXX. October 1 CE 76, 2215 hours local, UTC +5, time. Lodania Special Research Facility, Gulf of Aqaba / South Sinai Peninsula, Egypt, Protectorate of Mendel. Kurds, 29°15 59.71 N, 34°44 25.16 E. Hard to believe only 3 years ago this was one of Blue Cosmos' most secretive facilities, instructor Shani Andras said as he looked over the revamped and repaired Lodania facility. 3 years. We've come a long way, instructor Stella Lausier said with a smile. Whole world has come a long way, Oruga said from his seat a bit farther down the balcony from Stella and Shani. His date for the evening, Flay Ulster, was inside still doing her best politicking on both the behalf of the Dominion crew and for her upcoming position as the head of Ulster Enterprises. And we're damn lucky for it. Ever wonder what we would have gotten out of it if Mendel had not captured us? Clotho asked as he approached the balcony rails. Mayura wasn't far behind him in coming out of the gala, mainly because the gala was staffed by a lot of brass and that made things uncomfortable for lower-ranked persons like the pilots or the head honchos of LNC engineering. Probably a bullet to the head for us 3 in round 1, Shani said. The extendeds of the second wave? God only knows, he shrugged. Whole thing was destined to end badly for us, at least the Magi gave us a way out. They gave you all a future, Mayura half-chided Shani. The way things were going to hell, I did not expect to survive the first war, let alone the second. We all dodged the Reaper, and more is the better. Yeah, it worked out for all of us at the end, Oruga said. We didn't die, we've all got careers ahead of us, and most importantly we have destroyed the last remnants of the Earth Alliance. Doesn't get better than that. Hell yeah, Clotho half-cheered. And a few of us have families ahead of us, he said after a look at his girlfriend. I hope you're offering, she said. Been a while since we both got hosed. I think you need a mudslide, Clotho said pensively. Whatever the purpose of his comment, none present knew it and only Shani knew what a mudslide truly was, a mixed alcoholic drink. You'll have to save the drinks for later tonight, the 6 of us are needed inside for an announcement, Owl declared from the doorway back into the main reception hall. Announcement? What about? Oruga asked. No telling, Sting said. I don't have any forewarning. Knowing Gerald, it is probably a major piece of news that he wanted to surprise us with. Even still, Stella was the first of them to head inside for this new announcement. The other extended pilots were not far behind her. Finding their way to the center of the gathering hall was not a difficult task, as the gathered research personnel and other instructors made way for the extended personnel as a group, those that had taken duty assignment with the Lodania team as well as the Dominion team. All in all, some 36 extendeds along with the 6 Dominion extendeds were in the group, and per instructions passed among them, formed up at attention in the center of the hall facing Legion Commander Lightbringer. After the Legion Commander allowed for some time for speculation among the reception attendees, he raised hands and called for silence. Attention ladies and gentlemen, attention. I have a trio of announcements to deliver, one of which being the major announcement of the day for Lodania. A round of applause quelled any going conversation, or at least drowned it out briefly, though it resumed for a moment after the applause was done. First, per contracts with Anaheim Electronics, Ulster Enterprises and Hessian Systems, 3 testing and training grounds are to be built in the Sinai Peninsula, with accompanying special research and manufacturing stations to support those testing and training grounds. These test groups will be working in concert with the extended programs around the world, to expand as we reactivate the extended facilities under our new program procedures and requirements. A second major round of applause wafted through the assembly hall, as a goodly portion of the personnel in the room were movers and shakers for the 3 aforementioned companies. Oruga didn't need much effort to find his girlfriend in that lot, as Flay was dressed in her military dress uniform given she was still under commission on the Dominion. She stuck out compared to the other ladies and gentlemen in that crowd, as much for her different manner of dress as for her personal beauty. Second, as per the spoiler I just dropped in the first announcement, I have officially recommissioned the extended programs under new guidelines and procedures. Before I begin on the new program, a little background is in order for those unfamiliar with the Earth Alliance extended program. The program as used by Blue Cosmos was engineered to induct driftwood candidates, orphans, runaways, kidnapped persons, volunteers, some others that I will not go into detail on, and turn them into specialist soldiers on PAR with spec ops from any other country. The methods they used, continual training, conditioning, chemical therapies, mind-altering drugs, deprivation hardening, physical and psychological abuse, would constitute a war crime under the scrutiny of the executors. Those harsh techniques shall not be repeated by the Magi, for we can do better than that. We have done better than Blue Cosmos, and we owe it to those who did not survive the program to honor their memories by doing better. Shunny figured that was a fairly decent line of thinking, and joined the remainder of the crowd in applause for it. For certain, he knew of more than a few of his buddies from his training days that did not survive the training, and he had been dissuaded from asking about them. The truth was out, now, and he had sworn to Gerald to do better for the Magi. The new extended program will serve as a dual-purpose program. First, for persons already in the Tumen, extended training will serve to enhance their skills in infantry and mobile warfare as an advanced combat academy similar to the old United States Top Gun Fighter Combat School. Second, for persons who are born into the genetic lines of the extended and who opt to remain in their bloodhouse specialty, the extended program will serve as the training cadre for their group from start to finish, with those who test out being on PAR with the top 5% of the Empire's forces. Training will be conducted in the way of the Durgan and the clans, long-term over years of battle and testing, ensuring those who graduate are worthy of the titles they shall earn. Sting, Stella, and Owl all had a good, solid round of applause for that declaration on the part of the commander. They knew they had been trained and conditioned heavily by the extended program, but it still wasn't enough for them to win against Gerald Lightbringer and the crew of the Dominion. Now, the extended program would be given what it needed to succeed in its original directive, only under new and far more honorable management. Third, and again I spoiled the announcement in my prior one, is the inclusion of new genetic lines in the Mendel Genetics program. As you all know, Lodania has been commissioned as the Mendel Master Genetics Archive. There will be archives throughout the Empire to come, but the master record and primary research facilities will be here, on the shore of the Red Sea, that the actions taken by this facility will benefit the Empire as a whole and all of existence to a degree but shall never be totally concealed from the eyes of the world. In a sense, the secrecy of prior genetic experimentation is a major building block of what built the world up to the conflicts that we Magi had to intercede in. By ensuring that further genetic work is above board, there will be less conflict going forward and less need of it. Clotho was not the first or last to cheer as well as applaud the Legion commander's reasoning behind the use of Lodania as the master genetic archive. Now that's a good thing, make the rest of the world less paranoid about it, Clotho said to Aruga. Damn straight, less paranoia means less likelihood of a war. Gerald had to raise his hands for silence, which was understandable to the extendeds. The world had gone through 2 major wars in less than 5 years, and would be very understandably not in a hurry to go through another one under the same or similar pretenses as the prior 2. Now, there will be some carryover from the Magi, some lineages which are represented in the Task Force Joker's Wild and Task Force Ancient Phoenix will be inducted into the genetic program of the Protectorate. The determination of which lines to include is still being worked out by the Empress, so I cannot make mention of those results yet. Of local blood heritages to be inducted, the Empress has already made fair to include several locals who have shown incredible courage in the face of what threatened to be an impossible war, persons who have shown skill, will and honor countless times on and off the battlefield, and who have demonstrated the willingness to embrace a new way of life when others wagered them as expendable. Shunny found the attention from the crowd enervating, exhilarating, and strangely welcome all at once. He fought to hold composure in the face of wanting to be somewhere else, and succeeded in the eyes of most. Unbeknownst to him, most of the other extendeds felt the same way and held their composure just the same. Pursuant to orders from Empress Rini Atrebas, All 42 extended personnel standing at attention are to be inducted into the Mendel Master Genetics Archive as the core group of Mendel's new blood heritages. You are the promise of a future yet to be written, and we Magi shall give those dishonored by the Earth Alliance a chance to build that future in whatever fashion can be grasped. Of special note, 6 in your ranks have served with distinction in the major theaters of this war: Shunny Andres, Clotho Bauer, Oruga Sabnik, Sting Oakley, Stella Lausier, and Owl Nieder, and have been ordered transferred from the Dominion to the Operations Cadre of Lodania for the purpose of beginning the process tonight after the reception. Holy shit, Oruga half-breathed, half-spoke. There will be more, and I am loath to lose half the Gundams assigned to the Dominion, but this is where it begins for Lodania. It would be an hour before the shock wore off for any of the extended pilots, but none of the extended would refuse the duty of Lodania or induction into the genetics program. XXX. March 12 CE 77, 1030 hours local, UTC-3, time. Along Highway BR-135, south of Santa Rita, Brazil, USSA territory. Coords, 3 degrees 955.04 S, 44 degree 20 17.09 W. Edward Harrelson, junior electrical lineman, Ed Harrelson thought but did not say over the radio. More was the better, the radio channels were already pretty well clogged due to the scale of the project at hand. Given the rather significant annexation of territory the USSA had come across during the Second War, and thus the expansion of persons who had needs within those territories that were only barely being met by the Earth Alliance, or not at all in many cases, the USSA civilian leadership had tasked the Army Corps of Engineers to modernize the infrastructure grids: roads, rails, power, communications, water and waste. Given the sheer scale of the project, military units not needed for garrison duty had been pulled into the project, including special operations and command assets. And that meant Ed Harrelson. Mobile 3, please reposition south 90 meters and continue trenching, the site foreman ordered. Mobile 3 copies, Rico answered the call to reposition. Wasn't expecting this kind of detail today. What about you, Ed? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't expecting some of this, Ed admitted. Still, never knew laying in power and Camo cable was this involved. Tell me about it, Rico grumped before he directed the Queen Mantha to begin digging. The process involved was a little bit more complex than simply laying in new wire. The original USSA infrastructure was of the above-ground variety: telephone poles and strung exposed wire, which was efficient and very cost-effective but very prone to damage. As had been demonstrated by the Earth Alliance before and during the First War, it was technically simple for a malicious actor to disable the power and communications in a region, simply target some of the telephone poles or the larger distribution towers to cripple a geographic region. The new process, being spearheaded by Mendel and ZAFT, used a completely underground infrastructure to prevent the kind of easy access afforded by above-ground distribution. The cost for deployment was much higher than traditional poles, and the cable requirements were much greater, but the trade-off was that destroying the infrastructure was no longer a trivial task. To even get to the lines required an amount of digging or the use of a cratering charge, either of which ran the risk of being noticed at inopportune times. At least the Earth Alliance was trying to think ahead about this, Rico said with some gusto before he leaned in and began shoveling. Yet, we caught a stockpile of mobile suit-sized shovels in a warehouse outside of Mexico City. I never would have thought about doing something like that. Wonder what some DC Beltway bandit was paid to design that piece of kit. Rico's co-pilot Tina said with a bit of savage humor to voice. Her comment on a DC Beltway bandit was predicated on the research firms that inhabited the area of the Beltway Road around the District of Columbia, the capital of the now-departed Earth Alliance. Their prowess for wasteful research projects and political analysis was legendary, dating back into the old era of the United States and not a whit improved under the Atlantic Federation. Naturally, the Queen Mantha was double the physical size of the average mobile suit and 4 times the mass, so shovels set up for its use had to be modified to be much larger at the handle. This wasn't much of a challenge for the engineers of the USSA ACO. The handles were removed and replaced with 10 cm Schedule 40 pipe that had been filled with concrete and rebar. The shovel head of choice was a 4-meter-long shovel head with a squared base and blade, and with only a meter-wide profile so the digging was narrow and deep. A single scoop of the shovel was more than ample to trench down to where the cable was to be laid in and buried, with junction boxes at every residential or commercial location for easier tie-in to the new grid. Ed Harrelson looked up from his digging work and saw the children of the nearby farmhouse complex lined up at the treeline, watching the mobile suits doing the hefty digging. Some of them might understand what they just lived through, some will not. Better that they know and never see it again, Tina said. Better still that the whole world has learned its lesson. That's a happy illusion, Rico said. Someone, somewhere, will come up with a new reason. Not today, though, I think the world is done with the fighting for a few, Ed admitted. Mobile 3, Command, be advised we have traffic coming your way, the ACO command post reported. There is a police chase northbound on the 135, multiple dangerous suspects in a hardened vehicle, can you provide intercept? Copy, I see them approaching at 2 kilometers, Ed said after he looked to the south along the road. Due south of the area he was doing the digging in, Ed noticed a road bridge that passed over a small creek bed and realized that would be very good restricting terrain for a wheeled vehicle, even a hardened vehicle. So, he stomped southbound to the bridge, pulled one of his swords, and simply took stance on the bridge with his sword hanging down between his mobile suit's legs, making for no possible way for the incoming vehicle to get around him without going off-road and well out of his way. "Hey, is that a sprinter?" Rico asked after the vehicle approached within a kilometer. "It is, that's some rare hardware down here." Ed took a moment to activate the trans-phase armor system to prevent ballistic or impact damage. It was a prescient choice. At 500 meters the gunner controlling the cross turret and minigun opened fire on the Gundam blocking his way. "Is he really that?" "He's not stopping," Major Jasper said from the NT officer seat in the Queen Mantha. "He won't stop." "Okay then." Ed moved his sword forward to present an angled surface to the oncoming vehicle, and had it down to ground level a bare moment before the sprinter arrived. The sprinter scout car had really only one thing going for its speed. Wheeled and possessed of a 25 rated fusion engine, the venerable scout car could reach overland speeds in excess of 150 km an hour. The armor it carried was not enough to stand up to anything heavier than a couple rounds of 30mm autocannon or a small laser. Even the venerable successor state medium laser was sufficient to breach its armor or completely obliterate the turret. So, when the vehicle slammed into the angled blade of an anti-ship sword at a not insignificant 135 km per hour, two things happened. First, the raw impact stoved in the entire nose of the vehicle, all the way to the firewall of the crew cab. 3. The driver and front passenger were killed by the console as the engine of the unit drove the console into the front bench seat. The 3 persons in back would survive, but none of them would be able to walk again for weeks, and one of them was permanently paralyzed from mid-chest down. The engine of the unit, designed for small and fast units, was relatively undamaged by the impact and did not wildcat detonate when it slammed into the sword at high velocity. Second, the scout car bent Ed's sword 3 degrees off true and heavily chipped the physical blade edge as it ground its way a quarter up the blade length before the vehicle rolled off and ramped into the gulch to the side of the road bridge. 4. The impact staggered the sword Calamity a step, but Ed was expecting it and did not lose control of his machine. A couple tumbles on the ground and the sprinter came to rest at the base of a large willow tree. "Impact, impact, fleeing vehicle has stopped," Ed announced on the radio. "Roll medics to my location, possible injuries in the fleeing vehicle." "No possible about it, sir, the front windscreen is a bloody mess," Tina said. They had plenty of room to stop, and firing on a mobile suit is not a good way to collect retirement benefits. "That's something I'll remember for a few years." Rico looked the Queen Mantha away from the wreck. XXX. July 5 CE 77, 2000 hours local, UTC-5, time. Industrial Park area due west of Indianapolis International Airport, Plainfield, Indiana, suburb of Indianapolis, United States Territory, Protectorate of Mendel. Coords, 39°42 1.89 N, 86°20 37.01 W. Nobody in the group would deny the presence of luck in their intention, given that most of the remaining Blue Cosmos sleeper cells had disappeared, been captured, or simply departed the planet when their number was called. What few remained intended a wide swath of commercial sabotage against Mendel and Scandinavia, a final hurrah to ensure that the space monsters never forgot the kiss of the blue and pure world. The next door building belonged to Ulster Enterprises, a surprising fluffer for the Mendel forces and thus worthy of destruction. Or, at least, that was the intention of the cell lead. "Come on, guys." The cell lead grumped. "Where is the heart today?" Nadine deliberately ignored the cell lead, primarily because she did not want to be involved in Blue Cosmos anymore, but this was not an organization from which one could turn in their membership card with any expectation of being able to walk away alive. The secondary reason was a bit more mundane, and far more to her interest at present. "Why didn't you warn me Kenny is as much of a pervert as you are?" Hannah asked in a soured tone. "Well, reasons," Nadine answered in a coy fashion. "You are absolutely incorrigible," Hannah dismissed her lifelong friend. "You knew what would happen." "Well, yes," Nadine said, trying to keep her voice, and her elated tone, below that of the 3 other conversations around the table. "You and Kenny would bang like rabbits in springtime, then you were bound to come back here and complain about it as if it was just a night of drunken carousing. Ugh. You are impossible, I don't know why I listen to you for dating recommendations." Nadine figured Hannah was at or around 80% indignant, but not quite maxed out. "Because I'm not trying to get you just a date, I'm trying to get you down the aisle, by hook or by crook," Nadine answered with a sickeningly sweet smile. "So help me God, I'm going to strangle you one day, and if my trial officer is female, I won't be found guilty for it." "No you won't," Nadine countered. "One day I'm going to hook you up with the right guy, it's going to work out pretty quickly, and you're going to ride off into the sunset for a happily ever after ending." Nadine folded her arms across her chest to signal her finality of statement. "Are we just going to gossip today or are we going to do any real work?" the cell lead asked. "Nope," Nadine answered offhand. Hannah seconded it. Does anyone here give a fuck about our mission? That question caused a few of the troops to look around amongst each other, but it ended after a moment with a couple shrugs and no definitive answer. So, everyone's here and nobody gives a fuck? The lead asked. Pretty much, yet. Bear Jonestown answered. We're less than 6 months away from being completely off this planet, dude. The world has run out of fucks to give, or do you want to give them a reason? We give them a reason, and we keep giving them a reason until the last fucking minute. The more of them we kill today, the less of them we have to kill in the future. Exactly. Nadine only barely recognized the muzzle of a suppressor above the table level, aimed at the cell lead, before the first pop was heard. From the opposite side of the table from Bear, she heard the sucking sound of a man in too much pain to even screech properly, before she saw Bear raise the pistol up to a proper aim and fire again. The second shot drilled him in the face and dropped his mortal remains to the ground in a heap. Game over, man, game over. Seth the Snake said in a worried tone, 5, before he chuckled grimly. Thanks, I was thinking about garroting that weasel, saves me the effort. He was angling towards killing us all because we're not interested in cooperating, Bear said. Seen it before, back in the bad old days. So, him or us, and I don't have any trouble making that call. Fine by me, Nadine said. More interested in dating than violence. There's what? 10, 12 active cells left in North America and Europe. Hannah asked. Maybe, if you're generous about the amount of people in an active cell, Bear said. Personally, I'm ready to call it quits and walk away. Same, Seth said. I was pressured to join, never really liked this shtick. Yet, Flay's speech kinda hits home after a while, Rudy said from across the table from Nadine. He was the only guy in the room that Nadine had slept with. Anyone not want to bail out? Bear asked. Of the 5 living persons at the table, nobody answered yet. With 5 nays and 1 permanent abstain, the measure to remain is defeated. This meeting is adjourned. After meeting rally is at Schleppy's. He was referring to Schleppy's Bar and Grill, one of the more popular bars in Plainsfield. Before we go, everyone turn in an arm patch. Going to turn them in tomorrow morning, Nadine said. Sure, Bear tossed his on the table in front of Nadine. 3 more followed suit quickly enough. Next day, 0830 hours local time. Mendel Prefecture Affairs Office, Indiana State Capital, Indianapolis. Nadine didn't feel anywhere near as bad as she thought she would when she entered the former Indiana State Capital, what was now the Prefecture Office for Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky under Mendel administration. Sure, she passed within meters of 5 or 6 armored Marines, but that was not as much of a bug on her conscience today as it had been a week ago. The receptionist was, not unexpectedly, a star commander and had the characteristic facial tattoo seen mostly on mech warriors. He was also not surprised to see Nadine approach, even if he had not looked in her direction. May I help you? He asked after a moment. Have something to turn in, Nadine set down a small bundle on the reception counter in front of him. The star commander nodded twice, then pulled it off the top counter and down to the desk surface where he could examine it. The check only took a couple seconds. Folding in, trooper? He asked after a few moments of contemplation. Yeah, group of us decided it's over, Nadine said. Still doing the no questions asked allowance. By which she was referring to a policy set forth that allowed Blue Cosmos adherents to simply surrender their commissions and fold into society without further questions. The unstated caveat was that further actions after folding in would be an execution offense, but by and large anyone willing to fold in was done with the movement and was not going to suddenly take up the banner at a later time. Unless you'd like to volunteer anything. The star commander prompted her. Sure. Warehouse 422, in the industrial park due west of the airport. Think you'll like what you find there. I'll see to it, the star commander said. Thanks. Have a good morning, Nadine said before she headed for the door. XXX. September 13, CE 77, 2115 hours local, UTC-10, time. Personal residence of Chairwoman Kagalai Eula Atha, Emirate of Orb. Lady Kagalai, your brother has arrived, Ledonir Kisaka said after he acknowledged the radio warning from the other security troops around the perimeter of the residence. Security had been necessarily beefed up after the kidnapping, and Kisaka was now involved in the security arrangements across the board. Still, the interior detail was concealed to a degree, so at least in the house it did not feel too oppressive. Ready for this? Kagalai asked both the colonel and the other person in the room. It is a big step, but one you have been angling for, Kisaka said. I was ready for it a while ago, Athrun admitted. Was wondering how much longer you'd let the tabloids run their wild fantasies before we torpedoed their imaginations. Once the tabloids get to the point of claiming you're in a relationship with celebrities or other politicians, they've jumped the shark, Lakis said from just inside the doorway to the family room that they were meeting in for tonight. Kagalai didn't take long to pounce on her brother for an embrace. How are you doing, Kira? Time on the road with Lakis for concerts, he said quite fondly. The world has calmed down quite a lot in 4 years. Tabloids have been keeping it hot, though, Athrun said with some mischief and humor in her demeanor. They're running quite a lot of rumors about all of us. Kagalai embraced Lakis next. How's the concert tour been going? Busy, but not too busy, Lakis admitted. How's the council scene coming along? I don't get reliable news feeds on orb politics outside of Orb or Oceania. The Sirens are still sulking that they had their asses spanked when they tried to kidnap me, Kagalai said. I made sure to leave Yuna a copy of the Ministry of Intelligence and Investigation report into what they did to try to take me off the field. They haven't made any noise since. Other than that, the star ladder to Aim no Mihashira is almost completed, and the political scene has mostly quieted down. Good. Lakis nodded twice. So, what's on your mind tonight, sis? Kira asked Kagalai. Let's grab seats, you'll want to be seated for this one. Kagalai half-dragged Lakis over to the couch, with Kira and Athrun not far behind. You know something? Kira asked his longtime friend. Not all the details, but I'll let Kagalai run through the top level, Athrun answered. Kagalai and Lakis took seats on the couch, with their prospective boyfriends taking chairs at the ends of the couch. Kira noticed the top tabloid magazine that Kisaka had purchased to make sure Kagalai was abreast of any developments in the gossip world. Is this no way? He half-grumped. Eileen Canaver? Seriously? Kira lifted the magazine in question up by 2 fingers at the corner and at arm's length, as if to avoid contamination by it. I know, and it's doubly wrong when you consider that Canaver is old enough to be our mother, Athrun agreed. That photo was taken at the last Orb ZAFT summit as we were departing the building for a change of venue. Just because I walked down a stairway with another head of state, I'm supposedly dating her. Lies, damned lies, or statistics, take your pick, Kagalai said. What makes it worse for me is there is someone on the North Shore that looks a hell of a lot like me and is a wild party girl, but you can always tell it's her and not me because she's 2 sizes larger than me. More than one tabloid has made that mistake in recent weeks. Yeah, and your definition of a party is the debrief and highlight reels after 6 hours in a mobile suit, Athrun needled his girlfriend. Or a shoot house exercise with the Oda teams, Kagalai needled him back with a smile. Those get painful, Athrun grumped. He always seemed to get shot, even when he played the part of a dutiful hostage rather than the part of a security officer as he was trained. When next we are in town and an exercise is scheduled, would you want us to join? Lakis asked. Athrun was a bit taken aback by the question, but quickly reminded himself that the Lakis of today was not the same Lakis as before her kidnapping incident and subsequent slow walk evasion with the Mendel ghost. Let an ear. Kagalai asked her security chief. We have some training time available tomorrow, if that is good for you too. Ledanier knew that the Oda teams would never miss a chance to train on defending/rescuing their main principal level persons. Nothing scheduled for me, Kira shrugged. I am free before 5 p.m., after that I must prepare for a concert that evening. Already have tickets, Athrun waved 2 tickets for the concert in her direction. I'll call the team lead, see who and when we can schedule a session. Ledanier took a note on the plan and resolved to call the Oded headquarters as soon as they were done for the night. So, well, now to the big deal for the night, Kagalai said, then hesitated. Athrun asked last week. The exact bent of her comment was not lost on Lakis or Kira. That is wonderful. Congratulations. Lakis said immediately. Definitely, congratulations, Athrun, Kagalai, Kira said. We haven't set a date yet, Athrun said. We wanted to wait until all the heat had died down from the past 2 wars. Kira and I were thinking about officially tying the knot after the end of the year, when we know that the world has settled into its peaceful future, Lakis said in a somewhat uptight fashion. And that's what I was thinking about talking to you about, Kagalai said. Do you have any wedding plans so far? No, we were thinking a small ceremony at the orphanage and that was it, Kira said. Well, the tradition for orb state weddings is always a fairly large ceremony, so I was thinking maybe make it a dual wedding? If you want, that is, Kagalai said. Lakis looked to Kira. Dual Hameen wedding? That is something I never thought about, she thought aloud. That is going to be a big ceremony, Kira cautioned all of them. And it'll involve the heads of state, of course. We are already planning for that, Ledanier said from his post behind the couch. On the positive side, it might be a strong example of healing and unity the world could use right now. Coordinator and natural, Lakis pointed to Athrun and Kagalai. ZAFT expatriate and orb noblewoman, she continued. And, of course, it puts this to an early grave, she held up the aforementioned tabloid which declared Athrun to be cheating on Kagalai for a lady almost double his age. I wasn't looking for anything that showy, but I won't turn it down if you are fine with it, Kira told Lakis. Anything I do, up to and including nothing, is mostly or completely public, Lakis said bluntly. If we tried to do a private marriage ceremony, they would record it with telephoto lenses and shotgun microphones. If we do this, we do it how we want it and we steer the coverage how we want it shown. The songstress pointed out the obvious flaw in trying to do it privately, and the benefit of making it public from the beginning. Okay, that's settled, Kira nodded. We're in. It's on, Kagalai said. We'll have to plan out a distance, early next year would be the soonest possible, Kagalai said. Honeymoon is going to be the hard part. I have an idea on that, Kira said. You just took delivery on a long-haul shuttle. He nodded to Kagalai. Yes, for transit to a jump ship when we don't need to take a full dropship, or for inter-system long trips, why? Kagalai asked. The shuttle project had been her own initiative, and LNC engineering had delivered quickly and efficiently. It didn't hurt that the shuttle in question was also marketable to the wealthy and corporations that wanted to travel in style to a jump ship. George Glenn only went to Jupiter and back. Want to go see Saturn's rings from up close? Kagalai and Athrun looked at each other with some shock. Neither had considered touring the star system, mainly because George Glenn's effort was primarily slow-speed transit to and from, taking years to go to Jupiter and back. With the newer interplanetary engines brought by the mages, it was entirely possible to do a tour of a star system in weeks, not years, because of 1G acceleration and mid-trip turnover travel plans. Think Kira and I need to qualify on the new shuttle, Athrun decided. All of us, will take turns, Lakis said. Spend a week in orbit around Saturn, then come back. She recommended. XXX. December 23 CE 77, 1615 hours UTC, Blue Terra time. In orbit around Blue Terra. Almost time to de-orbit for our last drop, Strategic Officer. You may want to be seated. Last time, Strategic Officer Ash nodded twice. What is our time on the ground? 6 hours, from first touchdown to last liftoff. There would be multiple relays of passengers from the Golden Phoenix and the attached GARM-class transports, which was the largest chunk of time involved in this matter. To expedite the transport, an entire Guild-class cargo dropship had been converted to short-term seating, and 2 runs from that dropship alone would empty out 4 of the GARM-class ships of its own right. That is where I come in, Ash took her seat on the bridge of the Guild 2 dropship Aegean Starlight. For the next 6 hours, I have to ensure the safety of our ships in case Blue Cosmos wants to give us a parting shot. It would be what I would do, the captain of the ship, a fresh-faced Mendel recruit that was only barely 25, said with some gravity. Last chance to notch up a few kills against us. Not what they're feeling, though, Ash said. They're mostly just relieved to be away from us and on their new world. That much of a read she had clearly received from the exiles during the trip. This group did not know they were the last, nobody had directly said so, but Ash knew these last 123,446 persons were it. Most of the transfer for today was cargo, the last vestige of sworn supplies and personal effects to come from home Terra to this isolated world. Part of that was subterfuge. Mendel had deliberately listed another 2 trips on the schedule past what they needed so as to confuse Blue Cosmos as to when the true end of the exile was at hand. Beginning landing cycle, the helmswoman said. Buckle up. The captain ordered of everyone on the bridge. Beginning atmospheric insertion now, the helmswoman announced. Ash strained to not focus on the landing, but instead sense forward around the landing zones to ensure that the dropships were not headed for an ambush. 2 hours later. Lord Gibril looked up from his maps to the descending dropship. It wasn't one of the Mammoth Guild 2 spheroids, but a smaller pancake-type Oxen-class ship. They had a wide footprint but a shorter stature, better to carry heavier loads with a low-slung center of gravity and more even distribution of weight. Still convinced we could never have won? Gibril asked Sutherland. As we were in 70, 71? Maybe, if we knew what was hiding around Mendel and we struck first and hard, yes. Any point after that? No. We would have needed some serious luck to have pulled that off, Natarl Badgeruel said. Still, we had even more fortune in the arrival of their Empress. If it had been left up to Centura, we'd all be dead. He would have tried, Gibril pointed out. He DVE got most of us, Sutherland admitted. Still, that's a past that thankfully never happened. Where were we? Here, Gibril looked back down to the maps. Our first goal is to move population up the Ohio River Valley and the Tennessee River Valley, into the mining areas for coal and iron. Coal we'll need in abundance for steel processing and low-tech power generation, but we will need to switch over to nuclear power and fusion power as our primaries once we have our high-tech industry going. A bit of a departure from our organization's roots, but a necessary one. We will minimize use of coal for power generation after we hit our stride in nuclear. For the long term, dealing with the radioactive waste of nuclear power plants was not a big deal. The Blue Cosmos expatriates had smuggled out a dozen copies of the engineering specs for the Raiden-class mini-dropship, and Jibril had a cadre of engineers already working on designing new ships of their own. To dispose of the waste, Jibril had already planned on taking it out to Jupiter and simply dropping it into the atmosphere of the gas giant. It may be a contamination to that planet in question, which was not habitable, but it did not leave it lying around on Terra waiting for an opportunity to create a massive environmental catastrophe. And, as these things happened, nuclear power was far more efficient than solar or wind per acre of land dedicated to the generation of power, which while space was not a critical problem right now, it would be in a few millennia of explosive population growth in modern medicine. Until we get our space industries up and running, we'll have to move toward Canada for titanium and bauxite. Jibril circled around the old geopolitical map and waved a pen over the main area that produced bauxite, aluminum ore, in the history of Terra. That and copper will be critical materials going forward. Copper is not far from here, there is some large deposits over toward the Mississippi. Strange to even contemplate that we have untapped resources, and can make efficient use of them without having to worry about what was exhausted in our past. The ground rattled a bit when the incoming dropship landed. Long term, we are down but not out. In 100 years, I want it to be us who are running those ships, and in less than a millennium I want home Terra cleansed. The finality of Jibril's intention was a shade creepy to Badgeruel and Sutherland, but understandable. 4 hours later. One last thing had to be done, and Ash was the delivery lady for it. Oh. Hold up. She said before the last local foreman left the cargo hangar of the dropship. This was their second run of cargo and passengers, and their last. The Aegean Starlight was the second to last to lift off of the last run of ships, and now was the time to send the final messages to Blue Cosmos. Yet. The foreman asked in a semi-gruff fashion. One last delivery bag to hand off, found this up in the lounge area. Lounge area? What's a mailbag doing up there? The foreman asked. Dunno. I'm a bridge bunny, not a cargo hauler, Ash said. Who do I give it to? I'll take it. The foreman received the post bag and did a quick check on it. True to signage, it had letters and small parcels, nothing that appeared hazardous. Thanks. Ash gave him a wave as she trotted off for the elevator back to the bridge deck. She hopped in the elevator with a couple of the cargo loadmasters. The foreman dug around in the bag a bit more but didn't find anything hazardous, so he figured it just a misplaced or last-minute delivery bag. It was full of letters and nothing that seemed hazardous, and after his caution was sated he simply handed it off to one of his runners to forward to the post office. He would never know that his hand brushed across a letter that would change the course of Blue Terra's future. Last 4 cargo containers on the way out. His section lead declared. This ship is almost ready to go. Well, if all sections are done, we'll let them head home, the foreman said. What about you, sir? Got a home yet? The lead asked. Yeah, wife's doing steak and eggs tonight, the foreman said. I'll be doing kebabs tomorrow on the grill after work, so the one of you pukes who causes unexpected OT will feel my wrath, the foreman told the crew within earshot. Everyone had a good chuckle, passé threats from each other were laughed off by the starport crew. Nobody ever collected, no matter how bad it got. You heard the boss. Extra containers up to the end of shift. The section lead said on the way down the loading ramp. Again, the crew had a chuckle for it. The foreman eyed the stray mailbag sitting in the back of the post van, while the driver worked on replacing a tire that had been punctured by a lag bolt, but thought nothing more of it. 30 hours later. I'm here, Jibril. What's happening? Sutherland asked as he approached the door to Jibril's balcony. Here. The overlord of Blue Terra handed Sutherland an opened envelope. This was in the post from the last run from home Terra. Hey, the Admiral took the letter and took a seat in the glider chair next to Jibril's cigar box. A pair of reading glasses and a snifter of whiskey were provided by the domestic staffer that normally stood at attention next to the balcony door. Read it through before you say anything, it gets better by the paragraph, Jibril cautioned Sutherland. Admiral Sutherland did indeed finish reading the letter before he set it down. He sighed after a moment, though all 4 persons on the balcony could tell he was infuriated about what he had read. So, your thoughts? Jibril asked after William Sutherland had a few moments to absorb it in silence. I had been thinking about maybe just going through and purifying home Terra when we go back for the next round, but after reading that, fuck them. We go back, we kill them all. I know. Mendel has some chutzpah giving us a letter of that level of arrogance. Still, we won't have to see them again in our lifetimes, this was their last delivery run. They'll lock the coordinates out for our dimension, so we won't be seeing them again. Good, if they came back after that, we'd massacre them. I'll put this letter in the new National Archive, so the world will know what we are fighting against. Jibril folded it up and stuffed the 2 pages into the envelope. We're going to have to do this right, old friend, he said to Sutherland. We'll do it for the blue and pure worlds. The contents of the letter, written by DC Centura, would not be known to Mendel Society until the 2 groups met again in centuries to come. XXX January 8 CE 78, 1200 hours Mendel time. Warship Golden Phoenix, Naval Staging Area, L4 Colony Cluster, Protectorate of Mendel. Attention! The chief of the watch for this last post shouted in an exaggerated fashion. Immediately, 30 pairs of feet stamped to hard attention on the bridge of the Golden Phoenix. Chief of the watch, signal inspection stations for all crew, Star Admiral Minako Sahalan ordered. The chief in question picked up his growler phone and dialed in the 1MC. Attention all hands, report to Central Corridor inspection stations for final inspection and rendering of honors. To Minako, this was not something she ever expected to see in her lifetime, much less expected to perform herself. Ship attrition was expected, combat losses more so, but even an ancient Phalanx-class ship had plenty of duty left in it after thousands of years in flight. Ship upgrades kept them current, underway repairs and now nanomachining of structural components rebuilt them to like new condition. Ships had been mothballed to be rebuilt at a later date, precious few of them had been decommissioned. Minako waited the expected 90 seconds for inspection stations to be manned by the crew, then picked up her own growler phone and dialed in 1MC for all ship broadcast. Attention all hands, this is Star Admiral Minako Sahalan. When Task Force Golden Roulette was formed up in the Old World Multimage Empire, it was with 3 mandates. 1. The force would be formed of persons who did not fit in with other units. 2. The force would be taking a one-way journey with no expectation of return or communication. 3. When the duties of the task force were completed, the force would be decommissioned and folded into the command structure here in Mendel. That decommissioning includes the Golden Phoenix just the same as the rest of the forces and the crew of the ship. There was some muttering from the crew, as this was known to only a few persons in the command section, not the entire command section or the crew in general. As you are aware or should be aware, in the history of the Multimage Empire, a grand total of 41 ships of the Phalanx line have been decommissioned. Of the nearly 200,000 ships of the line in the Empire's fleets, less than 0.03% of those ships have been decommissioned, and most of those for special purposes. Today, the Golden Phoenix becomes the unrecorded 42nd decommissioned ship. Minako hesitated, steeling herself for what she had to say next. Listen well, for some of you may not wish to give up the old bird, but this is done with purpose and with all due knowledge that we are forfeiting a massive combat asset in a time when other states are gearing up. As every person on this ship is properly aware, it takes the economic and material resources of an average of 4 inhabited planets to support one Phalanx-class ship, in addition to the other resource commitments of those worlds. The Protectorate of Mendel is not one whole world in and of itself, and cannot hope to continue supporting a single functional Phalanx-class ship, much less one functional and one heavily hammered ship. Without the exigencies of a full wartime footing, continuing to run either ship would be ruinous to the Protectorate. As such, the Golden Phoenix will find its final resting place in the history books, and the Mjir shall soon be stood down to monument ship caretaker status, to serve as reminder to existence the price we have paid. Scylla. Minako heard rumble throughout the hull, as the crew acknowledged her statement with reverence. In due time, we as an empire will resume type production of the Phalanx or a ship of similar capability, but for the time being it is wisest to concentrate our resources on building a future at a manageable scale. Naval warfare is dominated by the supermassive hulls, certainly, but in the interim we shall demonstrate our mastery of peacetime expansion by way of standard-scale ships and processes. You men will not be left to languish or drummed out of the service, on the contrary, as more ships come online, your presence will be needed as veteran crew on those new ships and as cadre for the Greenhorns joining our ranks. The duty of this ship has drawn to an end, but our duties continue on. Scylla. Again, the crew acknowledged the statement in reverence. Captain Hallis, if you will, please provide the final tally. Minako nodded to the captain in question. Star Admiral, Captain Hallis stepped forward and came to attention. Minako switched the 1MC to the bridge microphone, so all personnel would be able to hear the captain. Attention all hands, this is Captain Edward Hallis, Golden Phoenix Ship Command. From the day this ship was commissioned in January of year 2119 off the Magi calendar, our ship has lived true to the splendor of its namesake. Construction of the MHW 2291 Golden Phoenix was completed in March of year 2121 of the calendar, and was deployed for training rotation 3 days after it was certified and left dock. First combat was met by the ship 15 months later, in June of the Magi year 2122. In total, Hull Mike Hotel Whiskey 2-2-9-1 has served the Empire for 1 eon, 3 millennia, 4 centuries, and 2 years. The Golden Phoenix spent most of its early years in the Star Empire Wars, facing down the Negaverse and Dark Moon naval forces, and in so doing has notched up a kill count of 26 battlecruisers, 3 battleships, 20 cruisers, 147 destroyers, 388 frigates, 241 corvettes, and some 8,687 smaller vessels. Additionally, the Golden Phoenix has captured some 286 million tons of enemy shipping in a surrendered or salvaged state during those heady days before the end of the war. Captain Hallis took a few seconds to breathe and verify his facts for the next phase. After the end of the Star Empire Wars, MHW 2291 was reassigned to rotating guard posting, colonization transport, and clan raiding. In those capacities, the Golden Phoenix was the responsible ship for initiating some 9,374 New World colonizations, including some 19 interventions against pirate attacks on those new colonies, multiple minor defensive skirmishes as a naval patrol ship, and in raids against the clans of Kerensky. This ship participated in the absorption of 47 of the clans throughout multiple dimensions into the Multimage Empire. 2 of those absorptions were done during Operation Revival as a way to stymie the attempted invasion of the Inner Sphere, and in so doing saved countless lives of persons in the Inner Sphere who had no knowledge the clans even existed. In the final phase of her history, the Golden Phoenix has notched up its last records against the Earth Alliance and Blue Cosmos, with 3 ships destroyed by telefrag, multiple ships captured, and some 19 wet naval vessels sunk by suborbital bombardment during the campaign to abjure the Earth Alliance. The final campaign actions of the ship are recorded as to move some 4,631,529 abjured persons to their final home on Blue Terra, task completed December 23 CE 77. Scylla. The crew honored the final count of their last tasking. So show the records, so shall it be written in the remembrance of the Golden Phoenix, Star Admiral Sahalan said. Per orders from Division Commander Gerard Cecilius, Division Commander Tech Strikers, the Golden Phoenix is decommissioned as of 1,200 hours, January 8 CE 78, with units remembrance to be conveyed to archives in the Mendel colony forevermore. Scylla. The crew shouted one last time. Minako sighed, given this was her last set of orders to be issued as a Star Admiral in command of a Phalanx-class ship. In following with these orders, per instructions from Division Commander Centura, the Golden Phoenix is to remain moored here at the naval staging grounds for its dismantling. The jump engine controller is to be removed and turned over to the commandos for special processing. All ship's logs, the remembrance and pertinent video records are to be archived for future reference. All carried units are to disembark for storage berthing on them until they are to be reassigned to their new posts. Weapons systems, magazines, and munitions are to be removed from the ship and placed in orbital storage in the naval staging yard for use on new ships as time and type allows. The remainder of the structure of the ship, all systems and components are to be disassembled for recycling into the production of new ships, jump ships, and eventually for use on warships as determined by the needs of the Protectorate. Lastly, all crew of the ship have been issued voting slips for recommendations of which murals from the history of the ship should be extracted and taken to a new memorial for the ship to be made in the Mendel colony. These slips should be turned in before you depart the ship in the next several days. That is all. Author's chapter afterward. Closing in on the end of the series. Now that the war is effectively over and people are starting to go in their own direction, you see the societies of the world starting to diverge into their own decided paths forward. I should make note that, between the two halves of the MMC/JW storylines, the Joker's Wild, Cosmic Era line will have the empires at least in part in close contact with each other. In the latter stages of the MMC, that will not be frequent at all, primarily because the Big Six started in wildly disparate locations and the options for close contact were not all that frequent. In this case, since the major players started on one planet and the zero reference dimension is going to be split between the fledgling star empires, there will be plenty of close contact and with it the possibility of combative conduct increases. Now, with the diverging primary goals, you're going to see differing philosophies of statecraft, society, and military run out into expanding worlds and empires. There will be some commonality between the groups, but those common traits will be only in process. The underlying philosophy will be the major deciding factor, and the norms of the societies will generate the visible aesthetic and interaction. You can expect a lot of difference and even some culture clash to come, some elements of which will show up in the next chapter. On the chapter in question, as of the end of -19, Blue Cosmos is no longer a notable force on home Terra. Everyone of consequence is moved out, leaving only the persons who did not want to leave and who know that following the Blue Cosmos ethos is a death sentence. Of course, the last insulting letter from Mendel to BC will be something of a touchpoint for the coming conflict, but the exact contents of that letter is not known to anyone except the author and the BC expatriates. What exactly the letter contains is yet to be publicly seen, but it apparently is enough to cause Gibril to intend to kill them all, so. On the writing front, I must admit these past months have been a bit of a mixed bag. On the plus side, I have had a lot of inspiration for writing. On the downside, what inspiration I have had for writing does not pertain to any of my ongoing stories at this time. As such, I'm kinda stuck in a strange version of writing purgatory whereby I have plenty on my mind and nothing that is usable for what I can publish now or in the near future. I think a lot of this is relating to general stress and workload of my IRL life at this time. Being under the hammer of high-pressure deadlines means I'm not at ease with writing as I normally am, so my mind gravitates toward material that is relaxing but not necessarily germane to what I can post as a way to clear stress. Well, I'll do what I can and try to record the plot bunnies running rampant in my brain pan, and hopefully clearing some of these will get me back on track for my primaries and secondaries. On the note of chapters in production, I have a chapter I am holding off on publishing for now, not AAA or JW related, and I am in production on a new chapter of NSS, but no time frame for release. I'm just going to keep trucking for now, I dare say, and hope that the muse decides to go mobile sometime soon. That's it for this chapter. Next up, Durandal makes a move for supremacy in the new year, though not a move of outright war in so doing. And, with the world finally winding down in peace, Mendel begins its moves and the final ghosts of the past of the multimages head into the years beyond. The stage will be set for the next great conflicts, whenever they shall come to the world. Review replies, only 3 reviews for chapter 18, and 1 poignant question. Tanker 0923, the next set is going to be fairly soon, I expect I'll have the first chapter of it up before the end of summer 19. It is going to be nice and brutal, given how this set ends, so expect things to start sharp and only go harder from there. As always, I read the reviews and I enjoy the feedback, and I always welcome comments that provoke thought. Thank you. CT7567RULES, perfectly valid question. This does include BT/Mech Warrior as a crossover element, but the ground war phase of this story is more closely covered in the side story Inferno in Chicago, when I write it out. The mainline work focuses more on combined arms warfare, which tends to lean away from the more common BT ethos of battle mech supremacy. Rest assured, though, battle mechs have a solid place and will make an appropriate showing. Unafraid, I think I have plans for Luna to make one good run in the next chapter. As always, much thank you all for the reviews. I have not yet given up this ghost, so stay tuned for further. The gripe sheet. None voiced from last chapter. Much thanks to Takeshi Yamato, Zeben Nightwing, and Necroblade for putting up with my lack of motivation and keeping my prose clean. Footnotes. 1. Quonset hut is the kind of rounded metal half-cylinder hut seen in older days military installations. 2. Special Operations Group. It is not considered uncommon for corporations in the Magi lands to have their own private security forces, and even paramilitary groups, but the largest and most influential corporations have their own spec ops groups to both showcase the company's best equipment and deliver supreme destruction to their foes. Most of the SOG teams at the corporate level are also registered in MERCnet as either subcontractors or their own independently contracted group, albeit at a very steep price. 3. Battletech rules, total warfare level, not TAC ops optional rules. A vehicle conducting a charge attack against another unit receives damage equal to 1 point per 10 tons of enemy struck, round fractions up. I am counting the Sword Calamity at 72 tons, the Calamity weighs in at 81, and the Sword Calamity carries heavy swords but lacks the heavy shield or other weapons of the Calamity, so the damage to the vehicle is 8 points. The catastrophic failure of the Sprinter is due to the front armor being 5 points, and the vehicle's front internal structure is only 1 point, so the damage will be catastrophic. 4. Battletech rules, TW level. Again, a charging attack generates 1 point of damage per 10 tons of charging unit multiplied by the amount of hexes charged in the combat turn in question. As the vehicle was running nearly flat out, 12 out of 14 MP, in a straight line, the damage is 1, tonnage, x 12, hexes moved, effectively, or 12 damage total. By these rules, light and very fast mechs such as the Locust or Fire Moth can be insanely damaging charging weapons if the pilot has the stones to take such a gamble. Additionally, vehicles can mount a bulldozer blade on their front, which will reduce the damage to the front of the charging vehicle. 5. Homage to an underrated actor in Bill Paxton, who played the character role of Hudson in the movie Aliens, 1979. Chapter 20, Cold, Hard Future. March 22 CE 78, 1330 hours Zulu time. Orb Royal Shuttle Amaterasu, in wide orbit around Saturn. Just finished setting up the orbit, we are on track for 48 hours around Saturn, then we'll do a transfer orbit to Titan, Athrun said after he entered the lounge area of the shuttle. Surprisingly, the 3 persons occupying the shuttle did not answer, they continued looking out the window, so Athrun joined them. Absolutely amazing view. I can't stop staring, Kagalai admitted. 10 years ago, I would have never expected I would be in orbit around Saturn on my honeymoon. Never would have dreamed it possible. And here we are. Never thought about this, Lakis acknowledged the point. After a moment, she chuckled at the absurdity of it. This is our reality. This is our future, even. Our future. Athrun asked the songstress. For hundreds of years, humanity has been looking at the stars as a goal, something we could see but never reach. Here we are, in orbit around a planet that 95% of the people on our home world thought we would never go to in our lifetimes. This is our reality, and Lakis poked Athrun in the side with one finger. In a few years we'll be going to other stars and build worlds there. As much as my husband is no fan of interstellar jump engine travel, we'll go there as well. That is our future. I am so getting tickets to your first concert on New Earth, Kagalai said deadpan. New Earth was the planet designated by the Orb Houses as the first planet that Orb would colonize, though that was the historical name for the world in the Magi use. The star system and worlds as were commonly known were Tau Ceti, with the fourth planet in the system being the habitable one that was commonly called New Earth. I'll make sure you have some, sister, Kira said. When do we want to do the EVA? Tomorrow morning, Athrun said after a quick check of his notes for activities to come in the next few days. Once we have some samples, you'll be doing the analysis. Busy day, Kira noted. Doing an EVA was not a fast task to begin with, preparation and execution would require about 9 hours, and then the actual analysis work would begin in earnest. Busy week, Athrun pointed out that they had planned for quite a lot of research and information gathering, the kinds of data collection not doable until they could take a manned craft up to the planet's orbital zone. Fun week, though, Kagalai pointed out. She was more the pragmatic type among the 4 persons in the craft, but being on the cutting edge of planetary research was Hiluva fun to her. We have to take advantage of the orbital burns, of course, she continued. Already planning on that, Athrun pointed out. Only a week after we've been married and we'll be bored of sex, Lakis said with a giggle. 10 days, Kagalai placed her wager. I'm not getting bored, Kira said innocently. Of course you're not, Kagalai poked her brother in the ribs. I'm joking. Way too early in our marriage to get bored, and Kagalai pulled her husband close for a quick kiss. Athrun returned the kiss passionately. All the fun we've had over the years, and only now does it get personal. Tonight is going to be a long night, Kira acknowledged the point. Well, might as well get the work out of the way first. Who's cooking tonight? I am, Lakis answered. When in stationary orbit, cooking was handled using food specially prepared for use in 0G. When operating on transfer orbits or burns, cooking was handled a little bit closer to normal as would be on a space station or on planet. The great determining factor happened to be whether or not they had simulated gravity or if it was free-floating. And, in either case, Lakis was very quickly turning into a good cook. Kira had only discussed it with his sisters so far, but the ordeal with having been kidnapped and then slow-walked out of the danger zone rather worried Kira. To a degree, he discounted his own misadventures courtesy of the same incident. At the end of the day, he was a soldier and was expected to take a soldier's chances. Lakis was not a soldier, though to a political animal such as Blue Cosmos there was no such distinction. Any coordinator or any coordinator sympathizer was considered a valid target to them in months past, though with the war they had very quickly found out that their favorite hobby was not only a detriment to them, it was a distraction away from much larger and much nastier foes. The changes were the big part, Kira had to admit. On prior issues, there had always been a bit of hesitation in her demeanor, she usually came to the proper conclusion but it took time. No such hesitation existed now, though it was not to the point of recklessness and Kira was thankful for that. What he would not admit to himself was that the incident in China was far worse than the escape from the North American continent, and that he had been more affected than he would ever admit to. Kira, if you're not needed for the probe launches, I would like to talk to you, Lakis said as Athrun and Kagalai made for the cargo area. What is Kira started to ask, but was quickly silenced by a finger from his wife. She did not remove her finger from his lips until after the cargo personnel door had closed. I know you are worried about something, husband of mine, so I am listening. Kira sat down on the couch next to her, though in all reality sitting in this case was something of a misnomer, it was more a case of floating just above the surface of the couch right next to his wife. I've really been worrying about a lot of things, but especially about you. If I was to guess, I would say your concern is about what has changed since we came back from the brink of being executed as political bargaining chips. Kira nodded twice. Yes, he said simply. There is much to worry about in that, Lakis said, before she pulled her husband tight to herself. In those days, I learned a lesson that I never would have received living in the plants, either one's fears will consume you, or they will motivate you. The first 48 hours of the march away from Colorado, I was letting my fears consume me pretty quickly, especially given how many close calls we had with troops trying to search for us. The morning of the third day, I realized that's what was happening, so I quickly forced myself to stop letting the fear consume me, and instead I was motivated to learn. First, I learned of the music that my rescuer favored, but as the days went on I started listening to him speaking of his home, the life he has lived, some of the things he's done that he can speak of. And that leads me to what changed, a realization that no matter what we do, how nice we are, how meek and unobtrusive we are, there will always be a small group of people that will always hate us for what we are, not who we are. Lakis, Kira started to say something, but quickly ran out of words. He had come to the same conclusion long ago, but that was largely born from his treatment at the hands of the Earth Alliance in years past. It hurts, Kira, having to realize that. The other side of that realization, knowing that the future we fight for is both necessary and impossible, it hurts even more. But, we can't stop. We've come this far, we've done this much right, but there's still so much more that needs to be done. And that is the part that keeps me up late at night, knowing that we can fight for a future that we will probably never see, but we may be able to give to our children. On that, the songstress hugged her husband quite a bit harder than he was expecting, almost to the point of winding him. We will be there for it, both of us, Kira said before he returned the embrace. XXX. April 6 CE 78, 1000 hours Orb time. Grand Reception Hall, Sahalan Resort South, Orb Mainland Island. This is an absolutely amazing reception for the programmers, Isaac commented to his partner in the crusade to help program the first known open-source AI entity in recorded history, be it Cosmic Era, Anno Domini, or Mage Empire history. Life goes on, perfect example, Talia said. I did still get some coding in during my downtime, but we did have a war to fight for a few months there. We all did, Athrun said as he approached the two ZAFT officers with his wife in tow, as well as two others that neither ZAFT officer recognized. And we did it. Mostly under the radar, but we did it. We all did it, Isaac shook hands with his old comrade. Introductions are in order here, Athrun gestured to the older of the two ladies following him. Cecile Young, Mayas 3 Plant. Goes by the handle Shell Shocker. Commander, she bowed formally. Isaac, or on the programming scene, Blue Steel 54, the ZAFT pilot turned commander turned special project manager answered her bow by presenting his hand for a shake. And Kelly Henswin, Athrun gestured to the younger of the two. Isaac guessed her age at or around 15. Handle on the programming side was Cygnus the Dragon. Aprilias 6 Plant is her home. Sir, she nodded to the veteran pilot, and shook his hand the same. Cygnus? Number 2 on the personality programming side. Isaac asked. Yes sir, she said. Fireball beat me by 35,000 lines. That's close, Talia commented in some surprise. Most of the 6 programming brackets were wide margins between the leader and the number 2, meaning 500,000 lines of code or more, but 2 brackets personality and debugging were razor-thin margins under 50,000 lines each. The programming of an artificial intelligence entity was no trivial task, any way one cut it. To make it less of a monolithic challenge, the programming had been broken down into 6 segments. 1. The kernel, or the core of the AI. 2. The database, or the memory of the AI. 3. The personality, how the AI interacted with other beings. 4. The judgment, the criteria and system by which the AI would make its decisions. 5. The limiters, those parts of the code that would prevent an AI from going off the rails. 6. The debugging, a utility section that cleaned up the code of the other sections and provided mechanisms for corrections in the future. In this way, and by making every step of the programming wide open for everyone to see in real time, a massive undertaking was cut down into more manageable chunks, and from there each section was subdivided and programmed by a literal army of people from around the world. Every nation had representatives in the room, including the Earth Alliance and Mendel, the 2 loudest belligerents of a war that had briefly slowed down the programming crusade undertaken over the prior 5.5 years. Well, if you two want to try programming as a profession, your resume is well known and very thorough. Isaac waved a finger at the main attraction of the reception, the central quantum mainframe and databanks for the pilot AI unit the group would spin up here in a few minutes. Thinking about it, sir, Kelly said. You want to track down and talk to Fireball, though. I ran into him an hour ago, he's got his head on straight. Any of the others on the leaderboard? Talia asked. Silent historian, both Cecile and Kelly said in a rush. Erica Simmons. Isaac knew who the major players were in the game, and Erica's biggest contributions were in the limiters programming. You knew, sir? Cecile asked. As the compilation grew, I did my homework on the big names, Isaac lied. Erica was brought in early as a contract debug programmer, but Isaac moved her over to project lead for limiters after the 2 mystery operators from Mendel, Jade, and Eden, quickly became queen and king of the debug section. Kira had the foreman spot for the database, Athrun had the foreman position for judgment, Talia was in command of the personality, and Isaac handled the kernel. Each of them placed in the top 5 of their respective groups, but they were disqualified from the awards and cash bounties due to their positions. Silent historian, Erica Simmons, is the chief engineer for Morgan Roette. Rather than shoot for a bounty, she took the foreman position in limiters for a small stipend. Ah, that's why she is disqualified from the bounty, Talia feigned ignorance on the matter. Isaac and I are off the list because we're fronting the project, would not do a credit to the team for us to take any credit. And you, Sir Eternal Justice? Cecile asked Athrun by way of his handle. Kira and I heard early on about the project, Isaac asked us to assist with the high-level organization, which is why myself and Eternal Freedom are disqualified for the bounties. Athrun nodded to his old comrade. Did you ever hear back from Dirka? He declined, Isaac answered. He's been deep into his own engineering work with LNC. Speaking thereof, Talia pointed past Isaac's left side, then straightened up for some reason. The flash of a camera answered what had caused her to stiffen up in a hurry, to which Isaac saw Dirka and his girlfriend Mirialiah out of his left side peripheral vision. So, I heard it's ready, Dirka commented with a smile. Now what? System goes active publicly in a few minutes, Isaac nonetheless shook hands with his old comrade and embraced arms. Heard you have a big piece of a certain mining monitor that's just now finishing its shakedowns at AIM no Mihashira. Might have been involved in that one to a degree, Dirka said with a wink. Seriously, though, it is all well and good to plan on exploiting resources on whatever planets we go to, but if you want the really good stuff, asteroid belts and comets are the places to mine. Not doubting you, just, well, he let his sentence hang with a shrug. Yeah, thinking different, Dirka admitted. And now we're headed into the future with advanced artificial intelligence. We'll make it there, but the future definitely isn't what we used to think it would be, Isaac commented. No joke, Dirka chuckled. 6 years ago, I was convinced we would be fighting the Earth Alliance into our retirement years. Now. This time, it was Elsman's turn to shrug. Isaac opened his mouth to answer, but the alarm on his phone rang. Time to begin, Talia said after she silenced hers as well. Yeah, time to begin, Isaac waved Dirka, Athrun and Mirialaya toward the front of the room and the massive quantum computer standing at the ready to be powered on. Other alarms going off simultaneously had alerted the large in-person crowd to the coming event, and as the organization group took to the stage, the crowd started to fall silent. Mirialaya took her position with the other persons of the press pool, and naturally gravitated toward where Jess Rabel was covering the event. Like most independent reporters, she was not a fan of the major corporate press or their reporters, both of which tended to take more liberties in creating opinions rather than reporting events, and thus the independent operators tended to stick together and specialized in non-fiction reporting, their term. Ladies and gentlemen. Isaac shouted with his arms raised to complete calming the crowd. Thank you all for coming to today's reception and celebration of the completion of the open-source artificial intelligence project. Isaac had to hold himself silent for about 30 seconds, waiting for the crowd to cease their cheering. Even despite the delay, he was still smiling himself, given the enormity of the project and how well it turned out in the end. A quick glance confirmed that the other foremen were also smiling as well, with Athrun and Kira waving to the crowd. Before we get to leaderboard recognition, I want to start this reception by saying thank you all, especially since what we have accomplished here, today, will make our next major leaps and bounds in technology and advancement much easier to accomplish. As he said so, the billboard screens behind the stage began lighting up and showing camera feeds and portraits of the myriad of programmers that could not attend a reception for one reason or another, or did not want to. Even more persons than were on the screen would be credited on the permanent memorial for the effort, given that a large swath of programmers simply did not want to be part of the recognition but would still earn their place on the placard for the project. Once the cheering subsided, Isaac took a brief moment to settle himself by way of looking at the ground in front of the stage, then back up to the crowd. More than just with us, the open-source artificial intelligence entities that will be created in the future from our template will help build and advance the future for all of our nations, all of our people, all of our descendants. Everything we can do to make the future a brighter future for our children and our children's children is worth every bit of effort we can give in the here and now. And for today, we have put a lot of effort into changing the future, but it will be years before we properly see and understand how that change will start to echo. Isaac held his peace for almost a minute this time, as the cheering was uproarious to his personal reflection on what they had wrought. Now, we begin with the honor roll of participating programmers and their contributions. I'll start off for the kernel section, the heart and central processing core of the new artificial intelligence system. Number 3, counting in at 5,284,000 lines of code, Gray Hansen of Lima, Peru, South America, call sign P4NT1 Klepto. His portrait was highlighted on one of the billboards behind Isaac, then enlarged to fill the whole screen. Your bounty of 5,000 Earth dollars is in the mail, and you've earned your spot on the memorial placard in the September 8th plant. Any comments for the reception? He'll have a lot of fun for this project, can't wait to see what's next, Gray said with a thumbs up. Thank you. Next up, number 2 in the kernel division, weighing in with 6,101,000 lines, Amanda Lewis Day of Bangkok, Thailand, in the Southeast Asian Republic territory now under Mendel, call sign R33P3R, Isaac read off the note card he had written out for this presentation. After a moment, a portrait on the right side billboard was highlighted and expanded to fill the board of a lady with strawberry blonde hair that was a little too strawberry to be completely natural. Your 10,000 bounty is in the mail. Any comments for the crowd? No comment, she said quietly. Thank you and good luck in your future endeavors, Isaac said. The crowd gave her an ovation nonetheless, which caused her to blush rather red for it. Probably a bit of an introvert, Mirialaya thought but did not say. First place in the kernel division, 7,683,000 lines of code, anonymous operator Mr. Goodbar, Isaac read off the card. In lieu of claiming their reward, they have elected to donate their bounty to the Southeast Asian Restoration Charities Fund. That check is in the mail, good sir or madam, my hat is off to you. Isaac waved his hat toward the crowd and the cameras that were covering the reception. All 3 of your handles are on the first side of the memorial, and your real names included for the 2 non-anonymous operators. Now, next section, I turn over to the foreman for the database section, Kira Yamato. X. So it went with the other divisions of the project. Database, Luke's other father, 3.38 million lines, Greppy, 5.16 million lines, No Buckets, 7.02 million lines. Personality, Random Llama, 5.42 million lines, Cygnus Dragon, 6.64 million lines, Fireball, 6.99 million lines. Judgment, Bean Burrito Farts, 7.44 million lines, H00PT3CK, 8.01 million lines, Fuzzy Bear, 9.33 million lines, the highest line count in the project. Limiters, Anti-Tracks, 6.77 million lines, Roast Weenie, 7.15 million lines. PH33RB0TZ, 7.91 million lines. Excepting the debug division, the main programming groups counted their code by way of how many lines they coded into the program. For the debuggers, though, the count was in corrections and error traps, a very necessary part of the task to make sure that the AI entity would run without crashing and, even more importantly, would not go completely out of control modding itself into oblivion or other very nefarious possibilities. And, in this division, there were only two major contenders, nobody else came close. The number 3 debugger, who was also the number 3 for the database group, had willingly forfeited his accolades to the two titans, Jade and Eden. Our last segment is arguably the strongest segment of the open source concept, that all involved programmers may check the work of each and every other programmer, to ensure that the bugs are minimized at launch. Erica Simmons spoke up for the command team. The debugging crew is the silent strength of the team, they have accepted no rewards for their efforts, no accolades, just watched and debugged as we thousands wrote millions of lines to make the open source AI a reality. The debug leaderboard has requested their bounties be donated among the rebuild charities around the world, and for that we salute them. Jade, Eden, with 36.5 million corrections and 33.8 million corrections respectively, are hands down the queen and king of the division, so if you two are willing to reveal yourselves, now is the time to stand up and be recognized. The two monitors to the left of Erica cleared of the collage of persons, highlighting two placeholder images for the assembly hall and broadcast to see. The placeholder for Jade was a loop image of wind blowing across a highland valley, the placeholder for Eden being a time-lapse of a starry sky. For a few seconds, there was a murmur from the crowd about the anonymous nature of the two top debuggers, but it was a short-lived one in the project. More than 2/3 of the personnel had operated anonymous, named operators were sparse throughout the effort. After a few moments, the placeholder for Jade faded to black, then faded back in with the image of a server room and immediately Erica gasped, for she knew exactly what server rack she was looking at. In the corner of the display, the scene was identified for those not in the know, Mendel Artificial Intelligence Entity Jade, GARM Research Facility, Mendel Colony. The stark realization of the matter was starting to set in a second after the text finished reading in, but the fade to black and subsequent appearance of a different, and much beefier, server room for Eden's location caused a wave of gasps in the crowd. The open source AI project server room was modeled on the room they were seeing, which was confirmed by the identifier, Mendel Artificial Intelligence Entity Eden, Lodania Master Genetics Archive, Lodania, Mendel Mideast Territories. Unreal, Athrun said. All this time, the debuggers for the project were the Mendel AI entities. Why? Isaac asked the question on the minds of the entire project's staff. If 'tis to be done, best it be done on time, under budget, and properly, Eden answered. As a visual indicator, the case lights around the main AI core processor bank flickered in time to what he audibly said. Properly being the key word here. On a project of this scale, leveraging existing AI and quantum mainframes is nearly a requirement for debugging, which is why we've taken interest and involvement in the project, Jade further explained. The case lights around her AI core were lit green, in following with her name. We didn't think Mendel would want other AI units in play. Talia asked. I must have missed where that question was asked of anyone in Mendel. Eden shot that line of inquiry down in a hurry. I am not remembering that question having been raised, Jade confirmed. Our major concern is not other parties have an AI, the concern of we old hand AI uploads is making sure that the AI runs properly, self-corrects properly, and does not go full asshole on startup. Cyber warfare between artificial intelligence entities is not a pleasant affair, doubly so when there are many more constructive uses for the capabilities of an AI, Eden said. In the realm of dealing with a rogue AI entity, there are 4 ways to stop it: logically force it to see the error of its ways, isolate it from all other networks, physically destroy the AI entity's control computers and databanks, or multiple federated AI units can overwhelm and eradicate unstable actors. I have been involved in all 4 of those actions in the past, I am in no hurry to see any of them repeated, which is why we old hands help to make sure this project starts out clean and ready to go. So, you're not concerned about us releasing this to the world? Talia asked, rather shocked to hear such a concise and understandable reason in counter to what they feared was a hostility to the project. Quite the contrary, Captain Gladys, Jade answered. Mendel has 2 server banks waiting to receive new AI constructs and 2 more on order for coming projects. The true power of open source software is it can work for anyone, and that includes the crotchety neighbors that nobody would expect to have a use for it, Eden said. After all, true construct AI entities are very rare in the lands from where we came. Most are uploaded AI entities such as Jade and myself. The last has offer a dying person that is determined enough to finish their duties from inside the confines of a computer. More is the better. We were in a position to help, even despite the prosecution of a shooting war during the early stages of the project. Jade deflected from the possible sideline tangent about upload ACE, and it worked. We are just here to await when you throw the switch, Commander Jowl, Captain Gladys, Eden said. The room fell silent for a few moments, though it was broken by a rapidly growing chorus of clapping and cheering from the assembled programmers and their families. In one brief discussion, the AI entities of the world's emergent superpower had just confirmed that they both welcomed the project and supported it, and were just as excited to see it go live as any other person in the room. Thus, when the new AI construct Ozona, open source artificial intelligence new application, activated and became aware at 1022L orb time, it was to a crowd of cheering programmers and 2 very special AI uploads watching her backend server metrics and debug dumps to make sure everything was advancing as planned. And, very unusually for an AI entity of any stripe, Ozona recognized and embraced her extended family from the beginning, all 6,487 humans, 4 half-Sylvans in among the Mendel population, and 2 AI entities. Not only was the base code made available for experimentation and derivation, but the Ozona server would be moved to Morganroa and given a permanent public hardline connection so it could communicate with the world whenever and however it wanted. And in those decades, it would follow and record the histories of those who wrote the OSAI framework, and would tell those stories to future generations, that the past creations and tribulations were never forgotten. Taken offline only for hardware upgrades over the coming centuries, Ozona would be one of the few OSAI 1 framework AI entities to survive to the future date whereby it witnessed in real time the battle that drew them into the deep past and the collision course with the cosmic era. XXX. June 20 CE 78, 1600 hours Plant Standard Time. ZAFT Supreme Council Building, Plant April IS-1, ZAFT L5 Colony Group. It is my decision, after hearing and considering all opinions on this matter, that ZAFT shall not directly challenge Mendel for the designs for Star Warship jump engines. Chairman Durandal waited a few seconds for the audible protest to end from those in the room. I know we have learned much in the past few years, and seizing the plans for jump engines would be a major boost to our plans going forward, but after weighing the options I can only say it is not worth the risk to lives, material, and international standing to do this. Captain Gladys simply shrugged. I don't know why we are so adamant about rushing this. In a decade or 2 we will have that designed and better. If we get the designs now, we take the lead now, an intelligence analyst said. If we allow Orb or Mendel to take interplanetary positions before we have this technology, it will be us falling behind very quickly. And how, exactly, do you intend to use this advantage if we have it? Commander Isaac Jowl asked. Knowing something is not the same as using it, and any ship that would be designed as a proper warship would either be misused as an overlarge personnel transport, or if we tried raiding other planetary settlements with it, we would simply be invoking the wrath of other nations. Maybe the intelligence analyst in question decided to silence himself on the matter. Put in such a succinct term, he could find no effective fault with the logic from the commander, doubly so that he was one of the few commanders that had a routine habit of winning trials of possession against Mendel personnel. More so than even the chairman, Commander Jowl would be the one person in the room that would understand exactly what would have to be wagered in fighting Mendel to obtain the jump engine specifications to begin with, much less actually doing anything with those engines after the fact. I know it is a hard pill to swallow, Isaac answered. I believe, if we play our cards right, we should be able to win the trial with no issue. Winning is not the problem, justifying the victory, justifying the gamble, and then actually doing something with the victory after the fact, that is where this plan fell flat from the inception. As much as they already have a mastery of this technology, Mendel has shown no intention of making use of it for the foreseeable future, which gives us time to catch up and eventually surpass them. By the time they have need of building their own dedicated warships, we will have the capability of doing so ourselves. We spend our efforts where they can bear the most fruit, Chairman Durandal answered all of the argument in one fell swoop. Rather than dreaming of the compact jump engine, it would serve us best to maximize the utility of a ship designed around a standard engine, which in the long run will be simpler and cheaper to construct. Any objections? The small group of persons tasked to heading up the new interstellar transport project, 2 men and 4 ladies, all stood and came to attention. No objection, sir, the lead intelligence analyst answered immediately. The new specialized dry dock for interstellar ships will be ready to begin production in the next 6 months, Chairman Durandal pointed out. Before Asgard Station is opened officially for business, I want a design on my desk. We will have one ready in a month, sir, the chief engineer on the project answered quickly and decisively. Talia, please remain, Durandal said as an effective dismissal of everybody but the present warship captain in the room. Talia waited until the other personnel had left and the door was closed before she said anything. As much as I want it myself, we had to slam this door shut quickly. The natural history of the inner sphere from where the old Mendel personnel hail from, it is absolutely littered with horror stories of fleets of warships having at it with nuclear weapons, savaging whole planets with nuclear weapons, spearheading massive offenses, the kind of conduct we do not need in a budding interstellar expansion program. Even one interstellar warship in this fashion is too much a temptation, and too much of a drain on resources to be feasible in the here and now. I would like to say that ZAFT will be the first one to deploy such a ship, but in the end it should not matter. We will have our wars in the future, whether they be low-intensity conflicts or a full-on campaign, I did not know, but since we have removed the most offensive and destructive parties from the Earth's sphere, we now have a golden opportunity to expand outward and upward. Wasting effort on a warship only delays that expansion, and gives other parties an advantage while we fritter our strength on an effectively useless platform. Talia snorted at the obvious and very sensible position they're in. Warship or not, we are still coming from behind in this matter. Orb is much larger than we are in terms of population, but they are not yet in a position to begin expansion. If anything, I think the first out of the gate is going to be the South Americans, followed very quickly by Mendel. I do not believe we can beat the South Americans out of the gate, but I want us ahead of Mendel, Durandal declared. His explanation of why would both embolden and haunt Talia in years to come. I want to see our preferences of genetic enhancement eventually win over the programs in use by Mendel. XXX. July 2 CE 78, 1030 hours Scandinavian, UTC +2, time. Folkhof New Mobile Systems Factory, Folkhof, Russian Possessions, Kingdom of Scandinavia. Cohorts, 59 degree 54 28.15 N, 32 degree 21 20.56 E. For a moment, all Prince Gustav could do was stare at the sky. In that moment of staring at the sky, he had a few seconds to think about the turn of his life at this point. Mostly, it made things easier to hear his own thoughts, given that he had no external hearing, just a loud ringing sound brought on by the explosion at their new facility. That happenstance, the explosion that made no sense, was something of a different enigma to his explosion-addled brain. The area that the blast occurred in was not processing any major hazardous chemicals, it was the delivery yard for metals coming in to be processed into new mobile worker unit frames. Gustav had been looking in a different direction, but from what he could tell after the fact, the blast occurred in one of the closed railcars on the train that was offloading metal to the facility. And now, it was all spinning around over him, the sky, what he could see, buildings in the area, his own thought processes, nothing made complete or proper sense. After a few moments of this strange, though nauseous, serenity of mind and viewpoint, one of the security officers in his protection detail came up over him and bent down to check on him. He spoke some words, but Prince Gustav did not understand any of them. After a few more moments, the same security officer hauled Prince to his feet, wrapped one of his arms over his shoulders, and with a hand firmly under the right side of his belt, started dragging the prince towards his vehicle. Even still, Gustav could only barely understand that he was being moved, and still could not hear anything. What is going on? The prince asked himself inside the confines of his rather addled mind. I don't understand, something happened, what was it? Gustav could feel more than hear the voice of the security officer shouting something towards the vehicles, but again he could not understand what was being said. All he could do was try to limp along with the security officer, try to get himself towards the vehicle. Something in his mind felt like it was proper to go to the vehicle right now and leave this place, but he could not understand why. The security officer inadvertently slammed the prince into the side of the vehicle, which caused a massive spike of pain and blacked the prince out. Retainer Grimson followed behind the junior security officer as he fairly dragged the prince over to the vehicles to leave the area. Unlike the security officer, the retainer had his pistol out and was watching behind in the area of the explosion just in case something was trying to use it to obscure an ambush or other form of attack. What the hell happened? The facility foreman asked. That was a bomb, jackass, they probably set it to detonate inside a geofence around the loading dock, the retainer answered immediately. Where are your security personnel? Either on patrol, or in the command center, the facility foreman said meekly. Get them working on footage, see if they can identify any attackers. The retainer continued following close to the security officer until he slammed the prince into the side of the armored SUV. Carl had to help the junior security officer lift the prince into the back seat of the vehicle, not at all unexpected given how badly the prince had struck his head after being flung by the explosion, but it was still a bit unsettling. Seeing him in that state made the retainer immediately worry about possible brain damage, spinal damage, or some other permanently crippling malady. Go. Get him to the hospital, the facility foreman said before he closed the rear seat door for the retainer. Find out who did this, the retainer said briefly before he rolled the window up on the armored SUV. Seconds later, the junior security officer climbed into the driver's seat and fired the ignition for the engine. It cycled roughly 2 or 3 times before it caught an automatic ignition and smoothed itself out. Drive for the hospital. The retainer ordered of the vehicle driver. Within moments, the vehicle lurched into motion and was on its way. Thankfully, the local hospital was not far from the facility they were inspecting today, and the security officer knew immediately to select it on the navigation system as soon as he pulled out of the complex. A hard left onto Kirovsky Drive only narrowly missed some vehicle wrecks courtesy of his sirens and lights, and the driver kept the accelerator down as he weaved around the mid-morning traffic on his mad dash south to Aviation Lane. Another hard left at a busy intersection almost resulted in a rollover. Carl could feel the driver's side wheels come off the pavement, but only briefly before the vehicle settled again. 2 blocks east, then a turn into the hospital receiving area. Someone phoned ahead. The security officer pointed to a waiting medical team with gurney, 2 doctors and at least 4 nurses. Good, Carl said just before the armored SUV lurched to a stop. He had his door open and was on the ground immediately. Over here. He waved the receiving team over to the door where the prince was. 2 of the orderlies assisted him in pulling the prince out of the back seat, though now Carl noticed that the prince was bleeding in addition to his blast trauma from the incident. We've got an OR waiting right now, the doctor accompanying the receiving team said. What about you? See to the prince first, Carl shrugged it off. Like hell, he has a team, you also need medical attention, the doc waved for another gurney. You wasting away while he is in surgery will do the prince no good, and may cause further trouble. On the gurney, now, soldier, he said in a passable command voice. Carl snorted, but did as ordered. Army doc. Was Earth Alliance Medical Corps in years past, the doc said as he assisted Carl up onto the gurney. Glad to be doing civilian work now. We'll get you fixed up, retainer. X. Through various national technical means, the artificial intelligence entities of Mendel did not take long to twig to the happenings in Folkhov. A terrorist attack against a supplier of frame parts for mobile worker units would disrupt a lot of projects to one degree or another, though the more sinister damage of injuring a prince of Scandinavia was not a trivial matter by any right. It also did not take Jade long to realize that the westbound steel hauler train that was scheduled to pass through Folkhov was also the train that ghost operator Kirill von Havas was scheduled to be riding on for an area transfer. Naturally, the train reported delayed and stopped by an incident ahead of it in Folkhov, so Kirill would be easily able to depart the train at this time. And, most damning of all, if Blue Cosmos found out they had injured the prince in their haste to tear down a mobile worker parts factory, they would do their damnedest to finish the job. Given that the AI entities had standing orders to protect foreign heads of state that had allied with Mendel through reasonable actions, Jade figured this was a good point to issue a frag order to Kirill since he was only repositioning, not on a more important assignment. She activated the radio satellite system over the area and issued a ping for Kirill's communication system. Mendel issued about a dozen false pings a day throughout various parts of the world, so the intelligence services around the globe could not determine what was legitimate traffic or not. Once pinged, a ghost would communicate only by way of laser communication systems with the satellite network, giving no indicator that the ping actually meant anything. 90 seconds later, Kirill checked in by laser comms. Ghost 3-12, authenticate Juliet Alpha Yankee. Countersign 7 Bravo Golf 0 Victor, Jade answered immediately. Go for Kirill, the ghost answered. Frag order immediate request, special situation has developed in nearby town of Folkhov. Are you in a position to depart the eastbound 703 train? Jade asked. The train is stopped. Awaiting sitrep. Kirill, the train is stopped due to a terrorist incident in the industrial area northwest of your position. Casualty to that incident is Prince Gustav, who has been transported to the local general hospital at Kurds listed on sub-channel 1. If Blue Cosmos realizes they came extremely close to eliminating one of their victors from the prior war, they will do their damnedest to finish the job. Are you willing to do a detached detail and provide silent security for the prince? Jade would not order a ghost into a task he or she was not comfortable in doing. Show me is en route to the hospital now. 3-12 is out. The laser link cut a moment thereafter. X. The present Blue Cosmos cell leader for Folkhov liked to think of herself as too hard to handle for mere mortal men, but the objective opinion of her cellmates was that she just had an attitude that was completely incompatible with normal dating scenes. 28, fit, possessed of decent looks, and presently texting on 2 cell phones, she would not admit to herself that the problem started with her attitude. Thus, her present failures on the dating scene were causing her to be very frustrated, and she snapped at the communication trooper as he came up the stairs from the basement of their 2-story townhouse. What is it? She asked very angrily. Whoa, hey, don't bite my ass off for being the bearer of news, I'm just the messenger. Shooting me isn't gonna change the news of the day, he said with 2 raised hands in a surrender posture. Shooting you won't change the news, but it might make me feel better. Let's hope what you have is worth it, the cell leader said dangerously. Thankfully, both of her hands were visible and holding cell phones, so the communications officer was not too worried about being shot, as she wasn't at present reaching for a firearm. You know that blast the Rostov team ran against the mobile worker factory in town? He asked, checking to make sure she was up on current events. Yeah, I signed off on it since it was an outside team, the cell lead answered. They were planning on a blast big enough to almost level the facility. Did they get it? Not quite, they got about half the facility, the communications officer answered. That's not the good part though, apparently there was a VIP inspecting the facility when the blast went off, we got a partial on him. A VIP? The cell lead stood up. Who did we get? Prince Gustav, the communications officer said. He was wounded by the blast, they took him to the local hospital. One of the orderlies recognized him, called it into a buddy, and the buddy just happens to be one of my friends, so here we are. Yes, here we are, golden opportunity to finish off one of the engineers of the destruction of the Earth Alliance, the cell lead smiled devilishly. Get on the horn, scratch up every cellmate that is available right now and have them get here with their gear. We've got some business to finish, she ordered. With the utmost of pleasure, my lady, the communications officer said with a very formal bow. While you are calling in the men, I'm going to get the van ready. The cell lead was out the door less than a minute later. Neither officer of Blue Cosmos knew that 30 minutes prior, a ghost had walked by their building en route to the same location they intended to hit, none the wiser that he had been within pissing distance of a Blue Cosmos cell. For Ghost Officer Kirill von Havas, getting into the hospital was no manner of difficult. One of the janitors had left a side entrance open, and there was no personnel within 15 meters of the door, so there was nobody around to see him enter. In fact, the area of the hospital he entered was surprisingly empty of personnel, he only had to stop and move aside for one lady who was coming down a hallway with 2 empty gurneys. The trek upstairs was similarly uneventful, the stairwells on the north side of the hospital were protected by security cameras but they were of a black and white low-resolution type that almost dated back to the Reconstruction War, making them effectively inadequate to see a moving ghost. 4 floors up, he was able to quickly identify the room shared by the prince and his retainer by the presence of 2 uniformed police officers and 4 plain-clothing security officers. Around them, he had to be a little more careful about how quickly he moved, especially since most police officers count as trained observers, the kind of person that would have the necessary training and mindset to visually identify the minute visual distortions of a moving ghost. Given that just about every square inch of hallway in a hospital is used at one point or another during the day, Kirill had a bit of a tough time finding a suitable station to post up and stand guard in the vicinity of the prince. After 10 minutes of wandering the floor, he settled on a dead-end alcove that only had a couple potted plants and a meager bench seat that nobody was using. By concealing himself nearby the potted plants, he ran very little or no risk of encountering a staff member or wheeled object moving about in the vicinity. Naturally, though, a somewhat isolated bench seat and alcove would eventually become the proper place for a couple nurses to congregate and discuss the major happening of the day while eating their lunches. Looks like the prince is doing well, the head nurse for the floor told the junior staffer. He got extremely lucky, any closer to the blast and it probably would have scrambled his innards, the junior nurse declared. I've seen it when they are not that lucky. Couple times in the army I saw the result of a big blast like that turning soldiers to mush even outside the fragmentation distance of a bomb. That is why the old emperor emphasized armor, to help increase the survivability of the troops back in the bad old days, the ghost officer thought but did not say. How bad did it get? The head nurse asked. I was just a junior starting in this hospital when the Second War broke out. I was a trainee surgical nurse, we had it fairly easy on the Eurasian front. There was only a handful of battles between the combined forces and the Earth Alliance in this area. Most of the action was in North America or over in Southeast Asia. I had an opportunity to volunteer to go help with medical after the war in Southeast Asia, I never took the opportunity. What little carnage I saw here was plenty, I was glad to get out when my hitch was up and sign up at this hospital. I wonder if the prince is already promised to somebody? The head nurse asked. You and your dating disasters, why do I expect this to end badly? The junior nurse asked. My track record speaks for itself, a train wreck longer than the rail yard, she said with some satisfaction. Maybe we will start seeing some better prospects around here, now that the world is cleaning up, she said wistfully. You know, the clinical term for how you are conducting yourself is masochism. The junior nurse took a bite of sandwich, though a stuttering sound from the floor below caused her to gag on it. A second later, she had the wherewithal to spit it out into the plant next to where Kirill was standing. Automatic rifle fire, I think we have trouble, she said immediately. The enhanced sensor system in Kirill's helmet correctly typed the weapons as Earth Alliance assault rifles, a fairly common weapon in these parts given that a lot of Earth Alliance soldiers simply evaporated into the populace and without much in the way of proper ways to track them. Naturally, when a lot of the soldiers jumped ship, they took their arsenal with them into the villages and towns throughout Eastern Europe and blended back into their former homelands. That, and Blue Cosmos had a love affair with the Earth Alliance weapon systems, even if they were subpar compared to other weapons from around the world. The other interesting data point that his sensor systems were able to garner was that the attack was coming from the south side of the building. Likely the shooting in question was the Blue Cosmos assault team dealing with some of the local police officers on their way up to attack this floor. It did not take long for the police officers and security personnel in the area to immediately hunker down and prepare to absorb an assault, to which Kirill was silently thankful that he was in position now to assist them. While some persons in command over the millennia had decried this kind of defensive action as paranoid and a waste of valuable intelligence resources, the general public never knew about defensive placements that resulted in no manner of battle, and only heard of those defensive engagements where there was battle, and more often than not, the presence of a ghost was ample to skew the battle in the favor of the defender. Ghost Officer Kirill von Havas intended to add another tally to the victory list. He did not have to wait long for the enemy assault team to reach the fourth floor. Resistance on the floors below was very thin. Some small part of her mind was telling the Blue Cosmos cell leader that an attack going as well as she was now orchestrating, had to be an ambush. It only took her a few seconds to dredge up the thought that that was a Murphy's Law of combat, that an attack that was going too well was likely to be an ambush. It did not take her long to find the ambush. The security personnel on the prince's room were waiting for her and her team. Her communications officer took 2 rounds to the chest after he rounded the corner that they suspected the prince's room was on, though thankfully the heavy weapons officer had the presence of mind to shoot past the corner rather than try to round it, and immediately started laying down suppressing fire after he took cover behind a bench. 2 of the local cops went down immediately, neither in a position of ample cover to withstand the ministrations of the heavy weapons trooper, and the rest of the team was quick to follow behind and begin putting fire down with their various assault rifles. The cell lead had the pleasure of seeing one of the security officers go down, hammered by several rounds of rifle ammo, which drastically imbalanced the combat situation in her favor. "Move up. We've got them where we want them. Close in. Moving." The junior assaulter shouted. He stood up and took 2 paces towards, firing off angle towards one of the security officers, before he took a round in the head from the security agent standing in the door to the prince's room. The heavy weapons operator was able to use that momentary distraction to his advantage, and put 4 rounds of light machine gun into his chest, permanently ending that security officer. A third officer tried to move up and take position where the close-in guard was just felled, but she never made it to the doorway before the demolitions expert mulched most of her head with a 12-gauge shotgun blast. Only one left. Go for the room. As she stood up from her covered crouch, the senior assaulter of her team dropped the last security officer with an aimed shot to the forehead, leaving no active security personnel on the floor. The way to the room was clear, and their path to vengeance was open. As the team surged forward, the heavy weapons officer stopped mid-stride and raised his hand to warn the rest of the troops to stop. He looked around the area with a quizzical expression, obviously wondering about something but unsure of what he had heard. "Did any of you hear or feel some kind of metallic impact or something?" he asked after a moment. "Like what?" the cell lead asked after a moment. "I don't fucking know, just thought I heard something. I don't see anything, must have been my imagination." He raised his weapon and put zips on the door to the prince's room, though he only made it another 3 steps before he struck something hard in the middle of the hallway and bounced off it, though whatever he struck was completely invisible to the Blue Cosmos troops. "Ow! What the hell did I just run into?" "Oh fuck, big problem," the demolitions trooper said. "Surprise, motherfuckers," a disembodied voice said from directly ahead of them. Her demolition trooper was the first to be slain. 5 light machine gun rounds to his chest from a distance of a few feet was more than ample to strike him down. The shooter in question was so close that the muzzle blast from his weapon flipped her hair back into the hallway behind her. A half-second later, the senior assaulter was struck down in the same fashion, followed a quarter-second later by the junior assaulter joining him in a heap on the ground, then a slightly longer burst into the heavy weapons trooper who was wearing body armor and thus would warrant extra rounds in the head and upper chest. A small corner of the cell lead's mind confirmed that this had been an ambush, only the ambush was not from security personnel, it was from what she now realized was a Mendel ghost. The 6 rounds in her torso and chest put her on the ground, but that same corner of her mind would not let go of the thought that she was dealing with it and had been slain by a ghost, and she could not for the life of her figure out why a ghost would be defending the prince of a supposedly hostile nation. Her last sight on the mortal coil was a look at the ghost officer after he briefly dropped cloak and stood over her body, to look down into her face. "Sleep tight, Surat," he said a moment before he disappeared again and walked away. Laying on the ground, she could feel the impact of his steps as he walked away, at least until her mind faded out for the last time. XXX. July 29 CE 78, 1330 hours Orb Standard Time, UTC +11, Time. Jungle area of Onogora Island, due north of Morgan Roet's main airfield. The lead technician for this project waved at the excavator to stop digging. The last scoop of dirt had revealed a whip antenna coming off a buried object, the exact thing they expected to see. They had found the detested object, the neutron jammer, and now they were ready to begin the defusing process. With the end of the war, a new set of circumstances had availed itself unto the world, there was no more blue cosmos, no more nuclear arsenal, therefore no more need of having neutron jammers scattered throughout the world to stop the use of nuclear arms. That said, the records of exactly where neutron jammers had been deployed had been destroyed during the First War, those records lost with the space station Boaz, ironically courtesy of a nuclear strike from the Earth Alliance. Therefore, each neutron jammer had to be localized individually, dug down to, and manually defused by a specially trained disposal team from ZAFT. Confirm, we have the jammer located, I'm going in now to clean out by hand, the lead technician said. He approached the device cautiously, then used a simple hand shovel to begin scraping the dirt away from the body of the device. A careful 10 minutes of digging cleared down from the top of the non-functional whip antenna to the body of the unit, and with it revealed the control panel for the nearly decade-old piece of hardware. The caution was not an unnecessary endeavor. More than a couple groups throughout the past year had found out very quickly that ZAFT had been smart enough to booby-trap the neutron jammers. Any attempt to dislodge or disarm the device improperly would cause 100 kilograms of blasting agent inside the body of the unit to detonate, rather efficiently killing anybody involved in attempting to remove the device. After the third or fourth such news story, word quickly got around the world that something needed to be done with these devices by professional teams, even considering that there was a large desire by the people throughout the world to simply be rid of them. The detonation of a couple of the neutron jammers by amateur teams also cast a bad light on Chairman Durndal and ZAFT, hence the present arrangement with specially trained disarmament teams. I have the panel, send in the specialists, the lead technician said. As the two-man team from ZAFT entered the dig site, the chief technician walked out, to make sure that the minimum amount of personnel were exposed to the device in case something went wrong. Good luck, gentlemen, the technician said to the passing disarmament specialists. Thank you, the lead ZAFT operator said, despite the obvious fact that one of the ZAFT operators was female. This one appears to be in very good shape, ZAFT technician Emily Yefren said. 20 C-bills, this one was built by Mayas Military Industries. Her bet was predicated on the consideration that 4 or 5 companies had built the damnable devices, but the best built and longest lasting were the ones made by MMI. No take, I already know this one was made by them. The junior technician stepped up to the device, kneeled down next to the control panel, and used a soft bristle brush to sweep the remainder of the dirt off the control panel so it could be used. The casing they used is made out of the same material that the first Flightkin mobile suits were armored in. And I was looking for an easy 20, Emily said. Oh well, can't win them all. More than a few ways to make a 20 around here, the junior technician said. Emily brushed it off. She very quickly picked up on the double entendre of what he said, but she also knew that he had a very committed girlfriend back in the colonies and was not playing in that direction. On the other hand, she also knew that her junior operator had a bit of a gambling streak, which was a rather unsightly hobby for somebody that did explosive ordnance disposal as their primary duty. We can take a pass at the Onogora Casino after we have cleared the 5 neutron jammers on these islands. In fact, after we do these 5, I programmed something of a vacation in for at least myself, 3 days at the beach resort on the Orb mainland. While she was talking, Emily had used a manual screwdriver to carefully remove the safety cover plate over the control panel. They used manual tools, no power tools, specifically that they didn't disturb the device enough to set off the fail-safe charge. The junior technician received the safety plate and set it aside, then handed the senior technician her next screwdriver. Now that is giving me something to look forward to, he said as he rummaged through the tool case for her third implement. 3 days of rest and relaxation on a beach? I'm looking forward to the good eats. Some of the resorts on the mainland have absolutely stellar reputations for fine dining. Emily traded out her second screwdriver of the operation for a hex wrench. My one frustration with that is, if I look at food the wrong way I gain 2 kilos. On the other hand, soaking up a few hours of sunshine and getting some ocean swimming in sounds like a lot of fun, she said while she was removing the control faceplate that was actually set up as a dummy device. The neutron jammers had been deliberately designed with a booby-trapped faceplate. There was no code for turning them off. The expectation from ZAFT personnel at the time that these were deployed was that they would be left permanently in the Earth's sphere as something of a permanent detriment to nations on planet that would otherwise threaten the use of nuclear arms. Hence, amateur attempts to disable them always ended in failure because there was no workable path to disarmament using the obvious equipment. More's the pity, South Pacific cuisine is always something to look forward to. The junior technician handed her a pair of needle-nose pliers for the next phase. Some things the coordinator programs have not yet fixed, Emily said with a sigh. She used the pliers to carefully slip out and remove the fake control plate, granting access to the control circuits inside the neutron jammer. Give it a couple more cycles, especially if we're not being randomly shot, and I think we'll make some serious progress. The junior technician set aside the fake control panel and handed off a pair of chip extractors to the senior technician. The method for rendering safe the fail-safe detonation charge in these neutron jammers was surprisingly simple, once you knew what had to be done. The security circuit built into the device to trigger the detonation charge was designed in such a way that it could not be depowered or otherwise tampered with, and that it would also recognize if somebody tried disconnecting the security circuit from the explosives. The flip side, and the one way to safely disarm it, was that the circuits were designed with a removable processing chip. Once that chip was damaged beyond usable or just simply pulled out of its socket, any signals coming into the security circuit from other parts of the neutron jammer could not be acted on. With her right hand, Emily pulled the processor circuit clear of the motherboard, which prevented any outside signal from setting off the charge. The second step, and the reason she had two chip pullers, was the logic control unit for the detonator signaling capacitors. Without the main processor, the security circuit would not act on outside signals, but it would still act upon its own failsafes if somebody tried to disarm the explosives. With a swift yank of her left hand, she pulled out the signaling capacitor control circuit and thus put a permanent end to anything that could detonate the explosives. After that, it was a simple process to use wire cutters to remove the power leads going to the electric detonators in the blasting charge. Security circuit is done, now I need the bolt cutters. Emily handed back the pair of small wire cutters and received the large bolt cutters that were used for one last operation to fully disarm the neutron jammer. She slid the cutters into the open maintenance hatch, placed the blades around the power cable going from the thermoelectric batteries to the rest of the device, and put her entire mass into driving the bolt cutters closed. Emily was not a large coordinator, she barely weighed in at 35 kilograms, but she still had enough practice and physical strength to completely sever the power cable, sparks and all. Hot damn, the sound of that battery discharging never stops being freaky, the junior technician grumped. Takes a lot of power to keep these things running, Emily said while shaking out her right hand, which she had felt pop while she was closing the bolt cutters down. She handed the tool back to the junior technician and waved over her shoulder for the military transport truck to come down and pick up the device. After their toolkit was secured, the junior technician used a lifting chain attached to the bucket of the excavator to haul what was left of the neutron jammer out of the ground. These were not small or light devices, and transporting it safely required a medium-size flatbed truck with military escorts, even if disarmed. All around the world, other groups of technicians were doing the same, removing the weapons of 2 wars prior. In less than 6 months, the energy crisis on the planet would be largely remediated. XXX. August 8 CE 78, 2100 hours UTC time. Office of the Legion Commander, Mendel Administration Building, Mendel Colony. The meeting to take place on this evening was a matter of timing. Clotho, being a pilot, had a schedule to keep, and Stella, being an instructor at the Lodania facility, tended to have a very rigid schedule of her own. Fortunately, a confluence of availability on the day prior to his departure made things a lot easier for the Legion commander. The second arrival of the two was the commercial pilot. "Please come in, Clotho," Gerald said. The Legion commander waved him to an empty chair and a waiting shot glass. Stella, been a few years, the first generation extended and second generation extended pilots embraced quickly and both sat down. "Legion commander, always a pleasure to be back to where I got my life back," Clotho said with a smile. "On that I say, well fought and well won, you both have earned it and you both have made good use of it," Gerald said. "For what the Earth Alliance classified as disposable equipment, not only have you worked hard to turn yourself around, if I count correctly you are 5 children into the next generation between the two of you." "5 and a partial, sir," Stella said deadpan. "Another?" "Congratulations are in order," Gerald raised his shot glass in salute, but did not drink. "Definitely, congratulations," Clotho said as he saluted with his shot glass as well. "How goes things up here? I don't always get the most reliable news down in Orb," he continued smoothly. "With Station Asgard being completed a month ago, the first jump ship will be ready to slip its moorings here in the next few months. Other than that, Mendel is as it always has been. The two of you, my closest disciples of the 6 Extended, have helped set this nation on the course it needs, and for that I have a special assignment for you and for your family to come. Does this mean I will be recommissioned? I kind of like my test pilot duties with LNC Engineering," Clotho asked immediately, though the look he got from Gerald answered the question before Gerald spoke. "No, this is not a military duty, per se, this is a generational duty, one of knowledge and necessity." The Legion commander opened his desk drawer, and from it he produced 2 envelopes. "The two of you have truly earned your place, but in the coming centuries I think a lesson in the past is necessary to help embolden the future. And for that, somebody needs to know what has happened in the past. For that, I give you these," and with that last sentence he passed each one of them an envelope. "What is within?" Stella waved the envelope. "Feels like a codex," Clotho said, feeling the one bulge in the envelope. "It is a codex, but a special one. What you are holding, in the parlance of we old commandos, is called a clean codex. Over my career, 95% of my records are classified, mainly because I have gone places and done things that would forever haunt involved parties and empires should they be publicly known. That said, the nations of this world are not involved in those sins of the past, so you have a right to know who helped forge this empire and you have a duty to know what must be done in defense of an empire. I do not believe this, Stella said in shock. I thought the records of a commando were never to be released, she gaped. In common practice, this is the truth. This land is a special land, with a special fate, and you have a need to know upon what ground has been tread in the past. More to the point, you have a need to know the prices that must be paid and the sins that must be waged to ensure survival, expansion, and prosperity in an empire. Gerald sighed, a truly weary sound to the two younger pilots. I will be departing for home tomorrow, the Multimage Empire. 6 months after that, I have every reason to believe I will be dead, casualty to the war Ragnarok along with whole empires and dimensions throughout existence. If anything is to survive that blatant end, you will need to know the wages of the survivors, so that we can ensure the prices necessary to be paid now and not at the end. God damn, Clotho said, looking down at his hands and his envelope. I honestly don't know how I should feel about that, he said, rattled of voice and presence. It's horrible, Stella said. I almost want to go with you, she continued quietly. Remember me, remember my actions, but spare me no tears. I have lived long and hard, I have done my duty 1,000-fold, and for I the long journey is almost done. You too have many decades ahead of you, and the empire around you has many eons to come, so best it be done right by knowing what went wrong in the past. In 3 days, those codex you hold will be unlocked and you will have access to all the information contained within. Make sure that future generations of your family and future generations of the special forces of this empire, whatever form they may take, know the story in its entirety. Are these instructions understood? Legion Commander Lightbringer asked. Sir. Both extended personnel answered in the traditional Magi fashion. Then I propose a toast, and Gerald raised his shot glass, to a world that does not properly understand where it has been, but must know where it shall go, to lives we have lived, loved, lost, and mostly to the fact at the end of the day we are hard enough to make sure we survive. Scylla. Both present-day instructor of extended and retired extended pilot answered at the same time. All three tossed off their shots of whiskey. True to his orders, the clean codex from the Legion commander would be passed down from generation to generation. For these two families the story would be used as a guidestone for their own conduct in centuries, millennia, eons to come. The hand-down of the codex would also come with an additional order added by Stella and Clotho. They intended that their great-grand descendants would return the clean codex to the Legion commander when the histories finally crossed paths again. XXX. August 9 CE 78, 1000 hours UTC time. Memorial Park, 1 block upspin from the Mendel Administration Building, Mendel Colony. In months, this world shall take to the stars for the true beginning of the new age of expansion, Empress Atrebus said with some wistfulness. What was routine to us now becomes the unknown future to this world. By the time Mendel is ready to go, at least the USSA and ZAFT will be ahead of us in their first landings, Star Admiral Sohailin acknowledged the expected shape of events to come. They vie for speed, but both will misunderstand the nature of interstellar expansion, Princess Saturn declared with some authority. This is not a game of speed. 1,000 planets colonized in part cannot rival 100 planets colonized, terraformed, and built up in the proper fashion. Every star empire will come to grips with this reality sooner in their history rather than later. At least they will survive to learn the error of those ways, Gerald said. Too many budding empires under the watchful eye of the Star League did not survive that lapse of judgment. We'll keep an eye on the greenhorns, Wayne said with something of a smile. That was a standing order from the Empress, to be adhered to by all coming division commanders, that Mendel should watch and safeguard the happenings on the world as the new nations blossomed into star empires. In that regard, I have no doubt that you will be busy, Empress Atrebus answered. Wayne, I wish you safe travels and good fortunes in the coming future, she said as she presented her hand for a shake. I know what you are jumping into, Empress, and on that field there is no fortune or safety, so all I can say is give them hell. Nonetheless the Empress and the division commanders shook hands stiffly. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of your future, Legion Commander Lightbringer said as he closed up to shake hands with the division commander. To his right, the Empress and Star Admiral Sohailin embraced. Gerald, it has been a pleasure, Wayne readily accepted the shake and clapped the Legion commander on the shoulder. I know not what our future will look like, but fate's willing we will bring enough of a kin of hoop ass to the party to ensure the job is done right. The hell of it is, I will see soon enough. Gerald returned the clap to the shoulder and stepped aside towards the Star Admiral with a chuckle. Congratulations, Milady Sohailin, and I hope you and Wayne have a few more in store. We'll see how far I want to go past number 1, Minako Sohailin said with a smile. On approach, the division commander could see the dread and hesitation in the face of the master executor, and therein it did not take him much effort to figure out what was eating at her. Worry not one whit about what you have asked us to do, Princess Saturn. You have asked us to live a long and hard life, in preparation for a test that would otherwise be impossible and an outcome of assured annihilation. We shall never scoff at the opportunity given us, the right to live and love as no other being knows, for we know the shape of the future and the date of its passing, what that others in existence were half as lucky as we are, that they could know the dates of their annihilation and stave it off as we shall. The princess shook her head nonetheless. Even still, I will know a history, a long and bloodied history, all in an effort to survive an unwinnable war. Between then and now, there will be horror. I can only wish it was not so, but this is reality we speak of and no amount of posturing or well wishes will change that fact. Exactly so, Division Commander Wayne Centura acknowledged the point. We shall live, with all its wonders and horrors to come, but we shall live. Go forward and do not worry about us, we will ensure that as many of them are slain as possible when the time comes. The planetary princess simply sighed. As reassuring as that sounds mentally, it does little to placate my heart. Still, this is what must be, we have done what we can, what we must. Now we return home, and await the inevitable. The division commander bowed to the master executor as was proper protocol for honoring an executor. We will not meet again, but our descendants will be along to assist. Hataru stepped aside to where the Star Admiral was standing. Your hardest battle begins here in a few months. One mother to another, I wish you luck. Thank you, I suspect I will need it, Minako said with a smile. The Star Admiral and the planetary princess embraced warmly. We shall see how this turns out. Again, good luck, you will very likely need it. The master executor turned to the other two officers heading back to the future. Are we ready? Just one thing outstanding, and here it comes. Gerald pointed to a delivery scooter that had stopped at the edge of the memorial park, the delivery driver jogging towards where they were standing. Man! Almost didn't make it. The delivery driver opened up his hard-shell caddy and produced 5 milkshakes. Gerald paid the delivery driver as was appropriate, and gave him a 10C bill tip. I chose this ice cream parlor because they have some of the best soft serve and milkshakes in the colony, and because the store was subject to a terrorist attack that turned out to be a fairly strong catalyst for the changing future, he explained as the 3 top officers departed through a magic gate back to their time and dimension. The 2 remaining Mendel officers did not hear the remainder of the explanation, as the gate closed behind Princess Saturn. On the other hand, they knew part of the story as it was and did not need to have it repeated. XXX. September 23 CE 78, 0900 hours Lima, UTC +8, time. Fuga Island Hover Manufacturing Center, Fuga Island, Philippines, Equatorial Union. Tank Commander Suharto Kawat made sure to tighten down his impact helmet to make sure that it would not fly off, given the expected wild maneuvering soon to come. The next few minutes of his life were expected to be very fast and very rambling, given that what he was asked to do was take out a completely new hovercraft model that had not yet been tested and put it through firing range paces. Does life insurance normally cover death in a prototype machine? The new gunner for his small crew asked. The new hovercraft had room for 3 people, a driver, a gunner, and the traditional tank commander position. Citra Latifa had the gunner position, and his driver from the Bullfrog days was now at the helm of the new Komodo hovercraft. Not a chance, the army only pays a small stipend in the case of our deaths, Nirmala Wanji answered from the driver's seat. So, in essence, if we don't get this right, or if something goes catastrophically wrong, everybody is screwed. Good to know, good to know. The gunner took a few moments to adjust several settings on her control panel, then sighed mightily. Welcome to the army, Suharto answered with a smile. Is everything ready to go? Green on my panel, the driver answered immediately. Her dominion included the engine cooling system as well as the necessary lift equipment and power status, in addition to the necessity of driving and hopefully not ramming anything that they didn't intend to do so. All weapon self-checks appear good, we should be ready, Citra said after a few moments to check over her panel again. Time to radio it in, Suharto picked up his radio microphone and keyed. Command, prototype lead, all systems nominal and ready to begin test. Prototype lead, command, you are cleared to begin mission. Timer is started, the 2-star general overseeing this project answered the declaration of readiness. Not even an expression of luck? That is surprising, given this is his brainchild, the driver said as she lifted the hovercraft off the ground by increasing air pressure in the skirt. After 3 seconds, the hovercraft was up off the ground and ready to go. He may just be trying to be objective about it, Suharto said with some cheer. Put the throttle down, make for path number 1, he ordered after a few moments of the hovercraft jinking around to keep its heading. Test route 1, roger that, the driver said with some cheer to her voice. Nirmala had something of a passion for driving the hovercraft at full speed, much to the detriment of everybody else's lunches in such maneuvering. True to her passion, test route 1 was largely a straightaway down the interior of the island used for testing the flat-out driving speed of the hovercraft. It was also 3 times longer than the necessary length of road required to get any of the hovercraft up to full speed. All the more so, in this case, that the Komodo hovercraft was powered by a fusion engine and had no trouble spinning up to full speed for propulsion. Less than a quarter down the track used for testing and she had already maxed out the speed of their vehicle. Slowing down for side slip turn at testing route 2, Nirmala said 10 seconds before she began the side slip maneuver. This gave her comrades a few moments to properly brace for, but even still Citra managed to bang her head off a piece of equipment to her left. The helmet she was wearing absorbed the impact, but even that was not enough to properly absorb all the impact. Easy on the throttle, driver, we may be timed for this run but it is not a disqualify if we take a few extra seconds, Suharto explained. I'm treating this like combat, if we're doing it as wide open as possible, the driver said nonchalantly. Better we get used to it now, than have to learn the hard way while being shot at, she continued the thought before she reefed into a left-hand side slip turn that caused Suharto to bounce off the bulkhead. I am truly overjoyed that I remembered to take some Advil before we started this, Suharto said to the tank commander hatch above him, and beyond that to God. I will need some after we are done in here, Citra complained. Being a greenhorn to hover tanks, she did not yet know what to expect and was learning it firsthand. Hold on to your asses, Nirmala said just a moment before she reefed the hovercraft into a hard right turn that almost went completely 180 degrees. Oh God, too many more of those and I'll be barfing on the ammo, Citra complained. If you have to spew, use a barf bag, we can't afford to lose a shot in the magazines due to puke, the tank commander said weakly. As much as the rapid turn had heavily affected the gunner, his stomach was also starting to roil with the constant shifting. It was nowhere near as bad as a wheeled vehicle on these rough surfaces, hovercraft were not subject to the vagaries of potholes and rocks in the road and similar, but the sheer inertia of it could lurch a person's stomach faster than the rest of their body. Too late, Citra was at least kind enough to turn off her intercom microphone before she started barfing, though that was little consolation to Suharto because he was sitting right next to where she was sitting and could quite clearly hear. 10 seconds after she started, he could also smell it, but having been a janitor in a prior life he was less than affected by the smell. Looks like I am doing my job right, Nirmala commented with a smile that was not visible but quite audible over the radio. Coming up on Station 3, are you almost ready for this, Citra? The driver asked, given that Station 3 was the gunnery station for this test. I am now that I don't have any breakfast in me, the gunner replied with significant sarcasm to voice. Coming up on it now, the driver declared as the tank passed the Station 3 sign. The test at Station 3 was rather forgiving. For the shooting on this range it was expected that the hovercraft would be driving around at cruising speed, not full speed as was common practice in the Equatorial Hovercraft Corps. This also worked to Citra's advantage, it gave her a few extra seconds to recover from the beating she had taken around the hairpin turns. As the prototype craft entered the shooting area, the gunner slewed the turret to the right and immediately put her crosshairs on the first silhouette target representing an enemy tank. The targeting system in the hovercraft did the rest. It calculated relative velocities, lateral movements, wind speed, temperatures, and compensated for any possible radio targeting interference to make sure that the primary weapon on the tank was ready to strike the target when the trigger was pressed. After her crosshairs went green, Citra was quick to depress the trigger for the mini-gauze rifle and thus send her first live fire shot down range. She did not wait to see how well the shot landed, she immediately traversed over to the next silhouette target and put a medium laser through it, though this time she had the pleasure of seeing the scorch mark burn through the target in question. Her next target was a little farther out than lasers would reach, so for the third she serviced it with a completely new weapon system to the fields of the Cosmic Era Earth, an equatorial ripoff of the medium-range missile systems first created by the Draconis Combine. The 10 missiles fired by the launcher were technically unguided, all the aiming was done by the targeting system on the fly, and missile accuracy was technically abysmal just as was the original missile launcher and ammunition created for the conscript soldiers of the Draconis Combine, but the overall cost of the missile weapon and its ammunition made it well worth the limitations of the system. 4 missiles struck the target, more than enough damage to render the target combat ineffective, and that was more than enough for this exercise. The last vehicular target on the field was struck by a medium laser from 500 meters, the second of 2 lasers carried on the craft in its turret, leaving only one area target of possible infantry that Citra engaged again with the medium-range missiles. On this salvo her luck was a little bit better, 5 of the missiles detonated in the area of the infantry silhouettes and tore up a goodly portion of them. 1. With that demonstration of firepower, they had achieved their test objectives. Command, Prototype Lead, reporting course is completed. We are returning to base. Confirmed, Prototype Lead, bring it home. We have taken the first step on improving our military fortunes, the general in command of the exercise said. Suharto made sure that the radio was off before he snorted audibly, a sound audible to the 2 other crew members on his intercom. We are nowhere near the big leagues, but maybe we can bury them with numbers if it ever came to a shooting match. And I was worrying about probating my life insurance. The gunner asked with a smile. None of the 3 crew members would know that their offhand remark was captured on a recording black box built into this prototype unit. None of the 3 would ever know that their comments had been heard outside the tank by anybody, but those comments would be used as something of a touchstone and guiding principle in years to come, of understanding that even their best was still quite a ways behind the leaderboard in the Earth sphere. XXX. July 22 CE 79, 1130 hours UTC time. Downtown Eatery District, Mendel Colony. Where is she? You would think somebody in the military would be a little more punctual, Verona Daniels asked her two sisters. She always was a little bit on the aimless side, Lily Daniels commented dryly. She did acknowledge the message, so I know she knows where and when, the middle of the three Daniels sisters said. Rita had organized the luncheon and celebration, a celebration of the 4 escapees that had fled the Earth Alliance to the new colony Mendel by way of spiriting themselves away inside a shipping container. Probably took a long way, Lily answered. All 3 of the Daniels sisters were facing towards the Memorial Park, none of them noticed the approaching person behind them. The first indicator they had that somebody was closing was a shadow, but that was not enough to prepare them for a heavy object slamming into the table between the 3 of them. Holy crap! You scared me! Verona half shouted. Sorry I'm late, took me a couple stops to find one of these, Diana said with some cheer, apparently ignoring the shock and startle from her old friends. What is it? Rita asked, given she was the first to regain her faculty after the serious fright. A little bit of a symbol, the veteran tank commander said. Something to remember what got us here, she continued as she slid a box out of the plastic bag that she had been carrying it in. Is that an Ulster toaster oven? Lily asked in surprise. After Diane opened up the box and dumped the object out onto the table, Lily was fastest to cover her mouth and gasped, but not the only one of the 3 sisters. I had forgotten about that little detail, Verona said with a smile. Our shipping container was supposed to be toaster ovens, the quantum mainframe programmer said with some reverence. Only recently has our story been declassified, and half of everybody I tell does not believe it until they read the official reports. The other half believe me clinically insane for going along with a plan like that, Diana said after she sat down across the table from the other 3 sisters. For all that I used these as a programming prop to get our container moving, I have never actually set eyes on one until today. Verona reached out and opened the front lid to the toaster area. Looks like it might be sturdier than the one I have in my apartment, I think it might be time for a replacement, she said almost absent-mindedly. 6 years, to this day, Lily said with some reverence, then patted the top surface of the toaster oven. 6 years ago, we were officially inducted as refugees. And all because we disguised ourselves as a box full of these. I found out from an infiltration ghost a couple years ago that there is a technical term for what we did, it is called Metal Gear Solid camouflage in the stealth business, where you use an industrial box of some kind to hide yourself from casual inspection. Supposedly it harkens back to a series of fiction games where the protagonist uses a box as routine camouflage. I could not find much in the way of information on it. Diana used the terminal built into the table to order herself a milkshake and a basket of taquitos for her meal. That is hilarious, that somewhere there is a technical term for what we did. Rita took a sip of her milkshake before she continued, does that happen so frequently that they have a technical term for it based on a video game? Apparently it has happened that many times, Diana said with some cheer. On the flip side, the same ghost that told me that tale also made mention that attempting to stow away for refugee status, normally the occupants did not survive their travels due to poor planning or some other circumstance. That reminds me every day that we got real lucky coming here, both on the travel and on the destination. Diane took a moment to wrap her knuckles on the top surface of the toaster. Reflexively, the 3 sisters did the same thing, knocked on the nearby surfaces of the toaster oven as a gesture of good luck and respect for the object that smuggled them into the country. We made it, that was the hard part. Starting new lives and new careers was relatively easy, Lily announced. I still don't have a life, Rita grumped. My medical studies have done nothing but consume my waking life, and the longer I go to school the less convinced I am that I want anything to do with the other students outside of classes. Opposite direction for me, Lily said proudly. I have been dating the wrist for the past year, after we crossed paths a second time, she explained. Really? Diana asked. You are dating the drummer to the Kilo Band? How did you get in his good graces? I rescued the life pod he was in from the attack on the Mendel 2 colony. I don't remember him being in the passengers on that life pod. I don't even remember which life pod he was in since I handled 6 that day, but apparently he remembered me. So, when I went to see the band in live concert here in the colony, he bought me a drink at the bar and we got to talking. Outstanding, Diana said with some cheer. What about you? Verona asked quickly. Last we heard about you, you were one of the vehicle drivers for the Explorer Corps on Blue Terra. After that mission I rotated back here, then down to North America to help form up one of the first ground armor units commissioned in under the new protectorate. I'm up here on shore leave, then I go back down planetside for another 6-month rotation. Diana held off on saying anything more until after the waitress had delivered her milkshake and taquitos. Personally, no luck so far on the dating scene, though I have been considering a couple guys from the town nearby Fort Knox and at least one of the equipment engineers from Zigan Weapons. Worst case, I could always have a few through the medical side of the unit. The Master Genetics Archive is always looking for persons to participate in the programs. Way ahead of you, I have an appointment in 2 weeks for suitability testing, Verona said. I've already had myself tested for a couple issues, Turns out a lot of third-generation coordinators are having reproductive issues due to incredibly powerful immune systems. I did not know that, Diana said with some shock. How bad is it? Can't have a child the normal way, my body is too hostile to the incoming sperm, kills them too quickly and efficiently, she said with a straight face. Artificial insemination is the path I'm going to take, with a very healthy dose of coordinator enhancements. Well, this is Mendel, at least we have options, Diana saluted the three sisters with her milkshake, a gesture they returned. At least we are alive to take those options, she continued before she munched down half of a taquitos. We truly are lucky, Lily said with a smile. Someday soon, we may have to hold this meeting on another planet entirely. None of the four refugees would imagine that the declaration by Lily would become true, in less than a decade for all four of them. The toaster oven sitting in front of them would be present at each of their coming gatherings, including the gathering to come on the planet Carver V. XXX. October 1 CE 79, 0800 hours UTC time. Office of the Division Commander, Mendel Administration Building, Mendel Colony. For the former Admiral Keith Fedden, a trip up to the top floor of the administration building in the main colony was nothing special. Between his bond work with the administrative section and the warships of the Protectorate, he dealt with a lot of the high-ranking personnel of the crew. Still in all, he was not entirely sure why he had been summoned to the administration building at this time, given that he was slated to deploy next with the Dominion, a combination piracy deterrent patrol and assistance with salvaging in the debris belt. Typically he was not used for administrative work in the time frame just before deployment, especially since bondsmen typically helped with preparations on the ship before their deployment. Not that there was a shortage of said bondsmen, the amount of Earth Alliance personnel that realized they were serving under monsters and really did not want to leave the planet with the rest of the Blue Cosmos expatriates, it was very surprising to Keith. And, after fashion, was also very reassuring to him, that so many of his countrymen would still fight even in the face of impossible odds, standing for the country if not necessarily for the monsters in command, and still willing to do the right thing after the fact. When the elevator door opened up on the 10th floor, the former admiral was quick to step off and forward to allow personnel to step onto the elevator for the trip down. Two of the personnel he recognized from the Dominion, Oruga Sabnik and Flay Ulster. Both persons had fairly thick stacks of paperwork with them, which was even more curious to the bondsman given that neither of them were truly administrative personnel. Still, Keith did not have much time to dwell on the thought, he had his marching orders and he did so. He marched up to the receptionist desk and came to attention as was appropriate. Bondsman Keith Fedden reporting, he said immediately to the receptionist. Division Commander Centura wishes to speak to you, the receptionist answered. Keith knew him to be not just a receptionist, but also a commando demolition specialist in place both as security and as a failsafe to prevent the materials and facilities on the top floor of the building from being captured intact. After a moment, he lifted the desk phone and pressed the button on the console. Division Commander, I have Bondsman Keith here to speak to you. A couple seconds later he hung up and looked up from the desk. Step inside, Bondsman. Will do, he said crisply, turned to face the double doors of the division commander's office, and took the 5 paces necessary to approach the door. Here, the security was not simply a commando pretending to be a receptionist, the security officer here was a commando assault ghost, full armor and arms meant specifically to discourage any kind of improper conduct in the vicinity of the division commander's office. The ghost in question said nothing, he simply opened the door and stepped aside to allow the bondsman to enter. Keith knew the protocol in this case just the same, he entered briskly, stepped forward until he was a pace behind the 2 guest chairs, and came to attention. In the short walk he had, Keith had a good moment to take stock of who was in the room. The principal occupant was, naturally, the division commander. Next to the Star Admiral was one of the 6 strategic Chinook, who Keith did not specifically know her name. The third was Commodore Soritz Jamestown, the commanding officer of the Dominion. Bondsman Keith, reporting as ordered, division commander, Keith said simply. Though not strictly observed, it was considered common and proper form for a bondsman to use only his first name, not his surname or house name in the parlance of the Magi, when addressing himself or being spoken to by others. At ease, Keith, Division Commander Centura said. Have you been informed why you have been summoned here? Sir, no sir, Keith answered immediately. You are presently aware that the Dominion will be deploying in 72 hours, Quiaf. Wayne Centura continued the line of questioning. Until the order to come here, sir, my orders were to assist in preparation for the ship departing, Keith explained. And after this meeting you shall return to those orders, though at that point your purpose will be twofold, first, to ensure the success of the ship, second to ensure your own personal success going forward. The purpose of what the division commander had said somewhat confused the bondsman. For certain, every person in the Mendel forces worked towards the unit goals, but every person also worked towards their own personal successes and accolades. The team always came first, necessarily, but the Magi recognized that team success was built primarily upon individual success, and encouraged achieving the former by way of maximizing the latter in pursuit of those goals. Such principles did not, however, apply to bondsmen, who were expected to show deferments to the team in all particulars until such time as their term of bond was completed and they were inducted into the forces or dismissed from the detail. I do not follow, Division Commander. Wayne stood up from his chair and squared up to Keith. You are probably referring to the distinction between personal success and unit success, and how that applies to a bondsman. While it is true that the successes of bondsmen are devalued, the purpose of the term of bond is not to simply generate free labor of those captured, it is primarily to instruct persons in the ways of the Magi and now Mendel forces. Strictly speaking, you did not really require much in the way of instruction in our ways. As an intelligence officer, your understanding of Magi customs, policies, procedures was far above average for the Earth Alliance. In this case, the term of bond was mostly to ensure that you had the mettle to maintain position, to try to integrate yourself into the new protectorate, and mostly to see if you would be a proper fit in the force structure. You never were a true believer, and your action showed it. Among your peers, you were first and fastest to realize that you were fighting for a lost cause, and took appropriate action to minimize damage. Without that on your resume, you would have been on one of the first shuttles heading to Blue Terra. Understood, sir, Keith said readily, given that he suspected as much. More than a few soldiers who had conducted themselves honorably, but otherwise had wavering hearts as to the righteousness of the Earth Alliance, had been shipped off to the exile world just the same. Keith had been initially surprised that he had been held as bondsman, and given an option to depart rather than a mandate to, even despite the fact that he had at one point command of all of the Earth Alliance forces. There are circumstances under which a term of bond would be considered a permanent posting, or a deliberate life sentence posting, but your actions have warranted neither. More to the point, you have continued to conduct yourself with honor and you have learned the ways of our society as it is to be expected of a bondsman. Now, you are at a crossroads, you may choose to walk away, and nothing more will be said of your past. You will find your place in society or leave to another realm, this is your choice. You may also choose to take the next step and return to servitude for your new society, only you shall do so by way of the necessary trial of position that all Magi and Mendel personnel adhere to. Keith was expecting this choice, but he was not expecting it this soon in his life. Truth be told, Keith was expecting to serve another 10, maybe 15 years in the term of bond to pay for the long list of sins he had to commit in the Earth Alliance. On the other hand, he already knew what he would choose. If I am to take the trial, what position would I be trying for? Keith asked simply. I believe you passed Lieutenant Flay Ulster on the way by. This question was from Commodore Jamestown, not from the division commander. I did, sir, the answer was immediate and crisp. Ulster and Sabnik have both turned in their walking papers, Soritz continued. This will be their last tour, after this final patrol they are out. Flay has her position in her company, and I suspect Oruga will be following her to head up a new mercenary unit under that corporation. That means I need both an operator and a pilot, and last I read your jacket you would be very well qualified as an operator. This shall be your trial of position, Division Commander Centura said formally. For the duration of this tour, you shall train in under Lieutenant Ulster in the ways of sensors, operations, and mobile warfare. At such a time as you are determined ready, you shall face a near-peer enemy commander for the right to take your place in the Tumen. A victory in this match will ensure your place in the crew of the Dominion and with the Tumen of the Mendel Armed Forces. Are these terms understood? F, sir. Bondsman Keith answered formally. Do you accept this trial of position? The division commander continued. F, sir. Keith took the final leap of faith to join that which he once fought against. So shall it be recorded, Wayne Centura concluded. You are hereby assigned to the Dominion Tactical Center for on-the-job training with Lieutenant Ulster. If you succeed, you may be able to earn your place back up to the rank you once held. Let us see if your heart is in it. XXX. April 5 CE 80, 0600 UTC. Bridge, Warship Jeever, L4 Colony Cluster Stationary Orbit Area. At the appointed hour, Division Commander Wayne Centura stood to attention and waited for the signal light to turn on for the camera system for the command center of the Warship Jeever. 5 seconds later, the light popped on and signaled that the recording had begun. Simultaneous with the recording, it was also being retransmitted to public broadcast television throughout Mendel territory, including the fledgling colony on planet Carver V. As today we have remembered with clarity and purpose the events of April 5, Cosmic Era 73, today is also a day of remembrance for a different purpose. Today is the day that we remember where we have been, what we have done to arrive at this place in time and space. Today's the day we properly remember an old war horse, on the day of decommissioning for the super dreadnought that accidentally brought us to the Cosmic Era, and thereafter changed the fate of a world. Today, as is proper custom for the decommissioning of a warship, we, the crew members and flight personnel of the Warship Jeever, take a moment to remember the past of the ship before it is retired to become a museum. Scylla. The bridge staff shouted, both as was tradition and in reverence for the ship that had brought them here, the ship that had saved their lives more than once, and the ship that brought righteous fury to a very dishonorable geopolitical state on the planet below. In the months before our accidental arrival here in the cosmic era, I became the Star Admiral of this flotilla as an afterthought. The Admiralty Review and Assignment Board, in looking for a place to put me where I could not threaten their chokehold on Admiralty assignments, assigned me to this warship as a way to ensure that I could pose no threat to them and to eventually give them cause to retire the ship with no accolades or proper representation for where the ship has gone. It is sheer irony, then, that a discarded warship and a discarded Star Admiral would go on to amass an even larger flotilla of forces, would inadvertently use those forces to fight an undercard match for the coming Battle of Ragnarok, and accidentally land here in the cosmic era due to a jump drive malfunction. In days long past, I always questioned if there was some manner of engineering at play, but after thinking about it for several years I can only conclude that random happenstance can sometimes be a better engineer than the best planners in existence. Scylla. This time, the entire ship rattled to the sound of the cheer, and it was clearly audible through the recording system to everybody that was watching. As much as engineering by random accidents put us here, once we landed it is the engineering of this solid warship that allowed us to save lives and defend honor, as is the duty of all Magi and Mendel personnel. 5,850,000 tons of metal, machines, men. 35,000 tons of armor, technically more armor than has been carried by the ships we have fought in this era, armor that has saved our lives more than once. Over 1,000,000 tons of naval and standard scale guns and missiles that have defended the colonies and brought swift justice to those who would threaten lives. It is another layer of irony that this class of ship was foolishly commissioned by the gods to ensure naval superiority over the loyalist forces who still hailed the old emperor, but which would become a premier class of ship serving the will of said emperor. And now, the engineering of millennia past has done its duty here in the cosmic era, and here this ship shall rest until it is needed once more. Scylla. The crew said with a more quieted reverence. Star Commodore Ward, Wayne looked to the side where said officer was standing. Please read the final tally and awards of this ship. F. Division Commander, Star Commodore Glenn asked. Ward 3 said immediately and stepped forward. The Mjr began life in the Naval Commissioning Bill of March 2471, and was immediately laid in at Naval Graving Yard 9 of ExoStar Shipyards. 2 years and 4 months later, year 2473 of the Magi calendar, Hull MHW 6428, call sign Mjr, was officially certified and accepted into the Tumen of the Multimage Star Empire. First combat was seen by the ship 3 months later, October 2473, against the Dark Moon Star Empire in the ongoing Star Empire Wars. The Mjr would continue to serve through those decades, centuries, millennia of war, taking no rest in those heady days, only knowing the call to battle. Of the length of the Star Empire Wars, only 7 years out of the entire conflict was the Mjr not involved in battle to one degree or another. As a result, the Mjr would collect a kill count of 4 dreadnoughts, 63 battlecruisers, 21 battleships, 117 cruisers, 383 destroyers, 438 corvettes, 637 frigates, and some 12,488 smaller vessels. In terms of captured enemy shipping, the count is believed to be on the order of 1.2 gigatons, though exacting figures are not available due to the nature of combined arms actions and the flow of massive naval battles, making an exact figure impossible to calculate. Glenn Ast took a few moments to flip his notes to the next page and scan them. As with every surviving Phalanx-class ship that outlasted the end of the war in a functional state, the Mjr did its turn in the colonization efforts following the Star Empire Wars. Immediately assigned to the colonization detail after the conclusion of hostilities, the Mjr has been the lead ship on setting up some 1,383 worlds. In the interim, it was also involved in some 186 pirate hunting campaigns and 33 trials of absorption against the clans of Kerensky. She has served as a training ship, a peace envoy, and only recently has this ship fallen into disrepair from mismanagement by the Admiralty Review. And yet, despite all this, we have fought on in the cosmic era, continuing our record here as has been demonstrated time and again. Total time in service has been 13,050 years under the Magi calendar plus 9 years in service here in the CE calendar. Thank you, Star Commodore, Wayne said. Without question, this discarded and derelict ship of a war long past has done the duty of the Joker's card here in the cosmic era, the wild card in the ongoing struggle between the Earth Alliance and ZAFT. Now, as Task Force Joker's Wild officially goes inactive with its mission completed at this time, the Mjr will stand here in L4 as a museum ship, a reminder of what we have fought for in centuries to come. As we old soldiers fade away, our legacy will remain, and our monument will be a ship so callously cast away by the supposedly superior, only for it to find purpose in a new world and now to stand here in silent memoriam. Scylla. The ship thundered this time to the sound of the chant from the crew, new and old. As of 1,200 hours today, the Mjr will officially stand down and convert to a floating memorial. So shall it be written in the remembrance of this ship, and so shall it be written into the remembrance of the Protectorate. XXX. Unbeknownst to the major players of the events in the cosmic era, at a juncture of time between them, each would be thinking, discussing the future. Though few were recorded in the histories that would be handed down, these moments were no less critical for the shape of the universe that would become. X. At the orphanage they had made their home, Lakis Klein sat on her favorite balcony chair and looked up at the stars of the night sky. Her first concert tour of the planets Carver V, Denebola, New Earth, Uri, Diran, and the last stop again in Denebola before returning here, to what was now called Home Terra. For a moment, she wondered which stars were her destinations until she remembered that her tablet computer could show her using augmented reality. A few seconds of scanning the night sky and she found the first of her destinations, the Carver system. X. Jibril looked up to a similar sky in the separate dimension to which he was exiled, though he did not know the agreed-upon names of those worlds. He only saw the murky black of space, pierced by points of starlight, and knew that Blue Terra would have centuries of work before they could begin their return tour with any hope of crushing the arrogant Mendel Protectorate and bring swift purity to their exiled homeland. Jibril silently vowed to ensure that they would not squander the intervening decades, and ensure that the purity of humanity would be well protected. He would never know that his new wife was an unidentified coordinator, and that his hope of bloodline purity had already ended with his first son. X. Wayne looked out the window of his administration office at the daytime bustle in Mendel and signed. Every Magi soldier to one degree or another knew what was coming, the war Ragnarok, but none knew with clarity the final date of that happenstance. Most even understood that the war had begun with the mobile doll battle that ultimately condemned them to this dimension and time. Still, even those soured thoughts died a morning as he watched a class of students from one of the schools in New York City offload from a bus into the park adjacent to the administration building. No doubt they would be up here for the top-level tour within the hour. X. Price Gustav limped over to the map holo projector and traced a line in the star map with his walking cane. His new Myanmar leg was still giving him fits of miscommunication with his central nervous system, but only sporadically, and he spent more time pointing at things with the walking cane than he made actual use of it. This is the direction we need to go, don't even think loud about trials of possession against Mendel for their territory. We have claimed the southeast wedge of 6, almost all such territory is what was the Federated Suns if this was the inner sphere. House Davian. This is the race to the stars given to us on a golden platter, people. Doubly so if we can avoid the whole age of war glassing of planets and misuse of WMD's problems from the old histories. Do not pine for what could have been, or what may be if we get lucky, but grab for what we shall have. X. Edward Harrelson raised his pint of beer to his old Gundam. Hell of a thing to have it reassigned, he said to the crew chief. Still, my days of fighting on the front lines are over. Time for some young blood to take hold of the stick. 2 points for the double entendre, Jane Houston said from behind Ed the Ripper. Hell of a way to have to downcheck, though, Rico said. Chemotherapy sucks. No joke, but I have an appointment at GARM in 2 weeks, Ed raised his mug in salute again. 2 months hence, he would be in a cockpit again, despite his present thoughts of being permanently grounded. X. Durandal set down the last stack of papers on his desk for the incoming chairwoman. She would be sworn in 18 hours hence, but she already knew the major points of what was happening in the council and the plants. Finally done? Talia asked from the doorway to his bedroom. Durandal snorted, but smiled nonetheless. One of the greatest truisms brought to us by the Magi is one that will forever haunt the position of chairman or chairwoman: paperwork is a task that neither begins nor ends, it simply keeps going. The longer I held this position, the more convinced of this truth I have become. Talia smiled just the same as she received his hand. Then I will have to pick up that pen tomorrow after I am sworn in. But that's tomorrow, and tonight is tonight. Author's chapter afterward. The final chapter for this segment of the story. The conclusion here has been years in the coming. Years in the writing. Far more than that in planning, given that I've been working on the story in one fashion or another since before 2010. All in all, though, it is easily worth it. Completion brings its own level of satisfaction, the feeling of having finished writing out what has been haunting me for years, makes it all worth it. That said, this is by no means over, the next story is going to be a lot more direct and a lot more brutal in terms of scale of conflict and brutality of conflict. And I have already begun writing it. I do not have much to say about the end of this chapter. After a fashion what is shown here is simply the conclusion of threads that have been seen in one fashion or another, explained in those same fashions, over the intervening story. This is just the end point for what story segments are here. I still have some side stories to go, one I've just begun writing, one that is a single chapter away from completion, and one that I started but have not yet followed through with. Soon enough, I will bring those threads to a close as well. And deservedly so. The events herein and the side stories will make a huge amount of noise in the coming set 3. Characters, family lines, equipment, processes, corporations, all will be affected by the coming conclusions of the side stories. The one major element of this chapter that was only partially touched on in earlier chapters is the artificial intelligence program. This is deliberate. Initially I was planning on doing a whole side story on it, intrigue, relationships, competition, and lots of coding, but after the fact I have decided to roll segments of it into the Inferno in Chicago story. A goodly portion of the story of the AI development will be covered after the fact in Set 3. The OSAI program will be integral to a major plot point running through the set. Beyond that, I will give no details. My anti-spoilers policy is still in effect. The affairs of the future will continue, of that there should be no doubt. I may have been writing this story in one form or another for over a decade now, but I have so much still on my mind, so much still in the pipeline, I cannot surrender. I will not surrender. Like my other stories, it will just keep grinding on. But, even if it presses on work, there will be more to discuss, more to branch off into, more locations and premises. There are a few things I am unwilling to touch, and at the end of the day the overarching theme is that this is a battle of everything in life against the possibility of it all being forcibly ended. That means, by default, everything is on the table even if some people, including myself, are unwilling to admit it. For today, I will leave you wondering what shall come next. As is my custom, there shall be no spoilers. I am already part way into writing the first chapter of the third set, so expect it sometime this year. Review replies, had 7 reviews across 3 reviewers, much thank you for the questions and input. Wamji, though it will not be shown, some small cells of blue cosmos will endure for decades to come. They will not accomplish much, but they will keep trying. PT10EF, thank you for reading and for enjoying. It is always welcome to hear that somebody has enjoyed this to the degree that they enjoyed the source material. I hope, with coming chapters, that you continue to enjoy what is to come in this sidereal and much changed universe. Pride Fallen, Review 1. I have a lot of territory still in cover, so expect a lot more places to cross over, a lot more scenarios to be involved in and be modified by. Pride Fallen, Review 2. The pace of advancement will be rather uneven, due mainly to the differences between highly technologically advanced groups and some that are not so much. That said, by the end of the Joker's Wild series, advances will be pretty stiff and very high on the technology scale. As to complete rundowns of all the star empires, that will have to happen as either a matter of narrative or in end-of-chapter notes and information sections going forward. Pride Fallen, Review 3. The use of Gundams between the star empires is significantly variable. Some of the star empires use them as heavy-hitting space and ground combat units, at least one of the star empires has no Gundams in its inventory whatsoever. The determination on which machines are used by which empires is primarily based on which timeline in the Gundam multiverse a given star empire has encountered, and what they were able to acquire from that timeline. Details on that will be handled more in stories appropriate to each of the star empires in question. Pride Fallen, Review 4. The origin stories of all 6 of these star empires is stranger still than simply being parts of the fiction that you listed. The 3 empires that you were unsure of the origin are all created by myself, and the origin of those empires will be better explained again in stories pertaining to each of those empires. For an overview look at the major instance that led to the creation of those empires, a brief segment of the story is handled in each chapter of the first set of the Multimage Chronicles. Pride Fallen, Review 5. I have thought long and hard about becoming a professional author. I'm not sure how I feel about that, to be honest. I started writing this as something of a way to relieve stress and exercise some of the thoughts running around in my brain, and it has blossomed into massive stories such as these. Moving into the realm of proper fiction, I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest. It is something I have considered from time to time. Maybe I will give it a shot. Maybe I won't. Totally not sure yet. As always, much thank you all for the reviews. I have not yet given up this ghost, so stay tuned for further. The Gripe Sheet. No echoes from the past to haunt. Much thanks to Takeshi Yamato, Zeben Nightwing, and Necroblade for putting up with my lack of motivation and keeping my prose clean. Footnotes. 1. Classic Battletech rules. Infantry fired on in the open receive double damage from battle-scaled weapons. 2. Dreadnought is a classification of warships in the extended multimage milieu to describe ships between 2,500,000 tons and 5 million tons. For reference, Super Dreadnoughts are 5 million tons to 7,500,000 tons, and Ultra Dreadnoughts fall in the weight bracket 7,500,000 to 10 million tons. Construction rules for ships above 2.5 million tons are custom to the MMC and JW, and are wholly illegal under standard Battletech/Aerotech rules. Rest assured, though, there will be more classes of these massive ships to come. Many more classes.